La Bren Chong Cup, con nada más y nada menos que $40.000 en premios y abierta a todo el mundo. La competición estará dividida en 4 regiones: Norteamérica, Asia, Latinoamérica y Europa, y a su vez en 4 fases. La primera fase será de clasificatorios abiertos. Entre el 27 de diciembre y el 4 de enero se disputarán 7 días de clasificatorios por región y será a través de torneos de 1000 personas en los canales de vuestros streamers favoritos. La segunda será la fase de grupos regional. A partir del 9 de enero, los 16 jugadores de cada región que consigan su pase a la Bren Chong Cup en los qualifiers pasarán a la fase de grupos, donde medirán sus fuerzas a 16 jugadores de la élite de Clash Royale. Estos 32 jugadores de cada región se dividirán en 4 grupos de 8 y en formato round robin se dejarán la piel para pasar a la fase 3. Las finales regionales serán del 28 al 31 de enero y contarán con los 16 mejores clasificados de cada continente. Un bracket de eliminación simple dará lugar a los 3 representantes de cada región. Y como no podía ser de otra manera, tendremos por primera vez una final mundial de la Bren Chong Cup. Pero esto no es todo. Tendremos retransmisiones en vivo en muchos idiomas: inglés, chino, japonés, portugués, alemán. En definitiva, que todos lo vais a poder ver. Y para estar enterado de todo lo que ocurre en la competición, estate atento a las redes sociales de Rebola y en la aplicación Upgrade. Y cómo no, agradecer a Bren Chong por patrocinar esta competición y hacer posible este evento. Bren Chong Cup 2. Prepárate para el espectáculo.
He's actually streaming.
Get ready. Here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Bren Chong Cup 2 European Regional Finals Day 1. The top 16, the quarterfinals, best of 5s all the way through. I'm Rich Slaton, caster for Clash Royale League, here with you throughout this Bren Chong Cup tourney. Of course, if you were up early here in the West, you already saw the Asian Regional Final Part 1 this morning with Cashman. There's a link in the chat for Cashman. Of course, today we are on the first day of European Regional Finals. Today, again, top 16 and quarterfinals. And then on Sunday, we'll have both the elimination round of this double elimination tournament, plus, that's right, the grand final for Europe. Here's a look at the bracket at the moment. iAmJP against DoooMiNIk, Predator versus Javi, Hugo versus Bale, LaPoKaTi versus Bale, Michifu and Morten, BobTheRock and Schwarzen, Legolas versus RUBÉN, Mateja versus Cuchii Cuu. And here with us the entire way through to help break down the action, one of your favorites, one of my favorites, longtime member of the Clash Royale community, CRL Pro, and currently in the North American Championship bracket, your friend of mine, crap. Dude, happy to have you here as always, and excited to cast this action with you one more time.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm really excited about it. I want to see my boy Lopkins make it to that top semifinals section. I'm pretty sure Samuel made it to the top 8 as well. So that would be really, really awesome if all 3 of us got to do it. And then we get to have a lot of laughs making fun of RF for not even trying.
Yeah, there you go. RF certainly not here today, but you get plenty of Space Station gaming in both of these regions. Of course, Lapo and Samuel both competing in the same region, and only 3 players from any given region do move on to that World Final. To remind you guys, this is Phase 3, technically, of this event. We began with open qualifiers. Half the field competed in open tournaments, and that could have been you to qualify for this event right here. Half the field was invited pros, like my friend Crap on voice right now. And then, of course, they played through a group stage. 32 players from each group played in 4 groups of round-robin play. The top 16 are here right now. And from this top 16 in Europe, Latin America, Asian, and North America, the top 3 from each group at the end of this bracket not only get a piece of that $40,000 prize pool, $1,000 to first place, and down from there, but those top 3 also make it on to the grand final for a shot at that $15,000 grand prize. And AC, I'm going to ask you right now, if you win the grand prize, what are you spending it on?
I talk about it on my streams all the time. It goes directly into investing. I like to have fun with it. In fact, the only reason I'm taking this as seriously as I am is because I want to have fun and, you know, maybe make a little extra money even after, you know, I get the prize pool.
Shout out GamerWolf for your $5 super chat there on YouTube, and you heard it here first. AC can't put it in GameStop because that ends today, but maybe going to put it into the next thing. Who knows? You might have an investment warrior here on our hands for today's stream. This is going to be a fun one, dude, and, you know, I like that you're thinking for the future. You know, I'd probably buy something frivolous like $15,000 worth of burritos, but that's just me. Today's going to be a fun one. This European region is absolutely stacked. We're going through the AppGrade app on the right-hand side of the screen right now. Here's the link to AppGrade for those of you who want to follow along at home. It's that link in the chat is both for iOS and Android, by the way, so whichever one you're using, you can get it right there. It's a great way to see the scores, schedules, and all the results that you might want here from the Bren Chong Cup 2 and a ton of other Clash Royale competitions. But here's the lineup for today one more time. BobTheRock versus Schwarzen, a battle of teammates from Misfits. SaintBelikin versus LaPoKaTi, a.k.a. Lopkins. Mateja against Cuchii Cuu. Bale against the Frenchman Hugo. Morten and Michifu, which should be a pitched battle. iAmJP takes on the underdog and DoooMiNIk. RUBÉN versus Legolas. Very excited to see how Legolas fares in that matchup against currently the consensus best in the world. And then Predator, who's been stunting out of Russia, up against one of my personal favorites, Javi 14. AC of those matchups that I just said, and you know what? Just to make things easier for you so you can actually see them yourself, I'm going to Discord DM you right now so you can actually see the matchups rather than having to remember them. Is there any specific matchup that you are the most pumped to see out of this first round?
All right, wait. Well, let me make sure that I'm looking at the right thing.
You go ahead and look at that, and while you're doing that, I'm going to go and talk to the chat for a minute. Who's on voice with you? That is none other than Crap AC, formerly of Immortals, formerly of Space Station Gaming, and now just chilling here on stream with you guys. Let me go ahead and adjust. I still have everything set up for Hazard as my co-caster from yesterday. So let me go ahead and give you guys the, I'm going to update my little stream deck so I can send you guys co-caster as Joshua. And you've always preferred Joshua. You're a full name kind of guy.
Yeah. Hey, I'm kind of a whatever. I actually used to prefer Josh, and I think, I don't really know why, but then once my mom called, or someone called me that in front of my mom, and she was like, eh. And then I asked her later why she did that, and she was like, well, I named you Joshua. I want you to be called Joshua, not any shortened form. That's the one I like. And I was like, okay. So now I try and go by Joshua. I
support that. I thought maybe you had a girlfriend who called you Joshua, and it just like you never let it go, because that's also a possibility. Yeah, I went. There are still people in the world who call me Richard, but most people call me Rich these days. Luis, thank you very much for the support. $1 of whatever R is. I do. Oh, never mind. We're going over here. So you should have that. Hopefully, you have the list of players up now.
Yep.
And those matches. Is there any particular match that you're just fired up to see out of that list?
I think there's 3.
Okay.
I think the number 1 match that I'm excited for is going to be Morten versus Michi. Michifu, I think, is like a top 15 player in the world. Morten, I think, is a top 5 player in the world. I think that we're going to see some stellar gameplay out of both of them. Michifu always does like really well in these kind of tournaments as well. So I would not be surprised to see him knock him off. DoooMiNIk versus JP. I love that dude. I think it was like a year ago, Luis set up a practice with me and him, and we spent like 4 hours, and he was just correcting every single play I was making because I was trying to run lava, and he was just teaching me everything.
Are you talking about Dom or are you talking about JP?
Dom.
Wow, okay, wow, that's a ringing endorsement there.
Yeah, I think he's phenomenal. I can't wait to see like how he competes against JP, who I consider one of the best in the world as well. And then, of course, Lopkins versus Bale. Bale, I think, is so intelligent. Lopkins, I think, is so talented. Those two going against each other is going to be fun.
Yeah, I do like Lopkins. And again, for those of you hanging out here, you're like, who's Lopkins? That's LaPoKaTi. So don't get worried there. Lopkins, the name he's operating under these days, but is still, so shout out FLG, whole fake Lopkins gang now, I guess is another way to say it. Question here in the chat from Ondiki and Deje. I hope I pronounced that right. Question, is Crap going to play this year? Are you planning on, I mean, I'm sure you're going to still play some Clash Royale throughout this year.
Yeah, so basically, I haven't really had an official plan.
Okay.
It's kind of just how I feel about everything. If school is going to be too much for me,
Sure.
if I can balance, you know, work and just life and all that. If I can, then yeah, I'll definitely play as much as possible. If I can't, you know, I might just be watching.
Is what it is. Fair enough. Let's go ahead and jump into our first matchup of the day. The Battle of Teammates. Schwarzen and BobTheRock, both guys from Misfits, came out of the semi-pro leagues. Misfits BobTheRock, of course, the longtime 2v2 partner of SaintBelikin in a number of semi-pro leagues, and Schwarzen, one of the most impressive solo players outside of CRL for a while, and then finally got his shot this year with Misfits. Of course, they did not have the same success that they had in the spring of 2019. AC, any thoughts on this matchup between these two players?
You know, it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch. I think Schwarzen, I don't know, I feel like Bob had a lot of success the last time I watched him. Bob is just kind of one of those weird players that, like, it really depends on the day whether or not he's gonna be playing super well. He plays an odd kind of play style sometimes. I like Schwarzen went in with Mortar and he just lava Night Witch to the lane. He didn't even care about that. His gameplay is really fun to watch. But if I had to predict it, I think I would say Schwarzen takes this. He's a very consistent player that usually very consistently makes the right plays.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that really stood out to people. He was one of those guys who everyone knew he would get on a team for CRL 2021, or for 2020, I mean. Just didn't know where he would end up. Lots of speculation that maybe he would fill in a gap over SK Gaming. That didn't happen. There was some speculation once Pain Gaming dropped their roster, he would end up there. Obviously, they went different directions and became part of Misfits. Did Schwarzen alongside Bob. And, of course, they were not a great 2v2 duo, but both had their moments in this season. And you see BobTheRock lavaing up into the left-hand lane against the young man from Stuttgart, the 18-year-old Schwarzen, living there in Germany.
That's a great play right there. It's one of my favorite plays to do. The OG version used to be when you would do that to pumps with minor poison. That play just always makes me laugh.
278 on the left-hand lane. Hunter trying to hold on here damage-wise. Fireball Zap will not be enough. Fireball comes to the front, so the spears do pick up. And the Miner doesn't get the last shot, and it does. But the Mortar connects for Schwarzen on the opposite side. One more shot would be absolutely huge, and the shot does come in. Where does the Miner go here for Schwarzen? Miner goes to the back, Barbs go to the front, EQ to slow and get tower damage on there. Should be a quick cycle back to that second EQ. GG, well played. Schwarzen going to take a good win here in game number 1. AC, thoughts on the opening match of our European regionals here?
You know, I'm impressed by Schwarzen's gameplay. I think he played it really well. I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is, that's a funny looking baby dragon right there. I'm pretty sure this is a deck that Igor was running earlier today and had a lot of success with. So that's a good adjustment for him to see what other pros are using. And he played that really well as well.
Very, very nice work there from Schwarzen. Up 1. Remember, this is a ban on first loss tournament. Everybody watching, meaning that once you take a loss, then you get to choose a card that is banned for both players for the remainder of the best of 5, or in the lower bracket, the best of 3s. So right now, it's going to be BobTheRock's option to choose a card that neither player can play for the remainder of this match. Louise, thank you very much for your support. Big fan. Go JP. Sorry, your English. Look, your English is better than my Portuguese there, Louise, so I do appreciate it. And those are, $2, 2 reals, I think is what that is. So thank you very much, all the supporters from Brazil, wherever you're watching in the world, by the way. Certainly happy to have you here as a part of this one. So first one out for Schwarzen. What do you go with a ban for Bob in game number 2? There was a time when against Schwarzen, a Barb Hut ban wasn't a bad idea, or you banned something to put him on a smaller Barb Hut deck pool. But obviously with Barb Hut not being meta right now, changes things up a little bit.
Look, I think what you need to focus on is, do you have 5 different Earthquake decks? If you do not, then I think it's never a bad decision to ban that. Other than that, you can go minor. Schwarzen tends to run like those kind of decks. You gotta be a little worried about Royal Hogs, so maybe bats. I don't know. And he chose Earthquake. I really like that ban. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, people talking about in the chat right now, the meme of the month is Earthquake is a win condition. Hazard was talking about it yesterday. He tweeted it. And even Drew from the dev team has gotten in on the questions of, has Earthquake always been this strong, or people just starting to catch on? And it does feel like the Earthquake's been called overpowered for a while here, AC, but it does feel like in the last week and a half or so, it has really ticked up both in not just use rate, but also awareness of just how strong it is.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. I've seen people run Spell Cycle, and Earthquake's the only spell they have. Like, you no longer need wall breakers in your minor Earthquake decks because you don't really care about the wall breaker damage because you're going to get a crazy amount of damage from every Earthquake you do. It currently just does way too much.
Yeah, it is certainly really powerful. There are definitely games that I know I shouldn't have won because I'm running an Earthquake. So we'll see if we can how long we can abuse it before something does happen to it, and maybe win against those ladder players who don't realize that it's possibly the best value dollars for donuts in the game right now. As we pass the first minute 40, it is Schwarzen setting up in that left-hand lane with the lead here. Graveyard does come in and not trying to stop the Knight from getting across for tankage, instead choosing to defend the Graveyard directly. But that's still going to be a ton of damage in for Schwarzen, who's taking a big lead, and Bob already calling good game here in number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for him to get past this. I'm guessing last card is going to be Lightning. The Zappies are just going to put in a ton of work. Goblin Cage is going to be really good. And even like Poison Bar Barrel is going to be enough to take care of most of the Baby Dragon, most of the Lumberjack. This is going to be really, really difficult for him to even get close to breaking through.
Electro Giant getting stuck there at the bridge. Of course, having both the Goblin Cage and the Zappy is going to do a lot. Hunter does come out as the final card, taking care of the Baby Dragon. 762 remaining left-hand lane. Feels like a matter of time at this point. And Lightning, of course, against a Zappy's deck, that's a whole lot of problems.
Yeah, great job of spreading everything around. And then immediately recognizes he's also going to have to add in the Zappies. And then just making solid defensive sequences, and then, you know, really good counter pushes as well.
Graveyard in, that's going to be it. GG, well played. Schwarzen, a solid 2-0 so far, 1 win away from advancing to the quarterfinals. Reminder, guys, we are going to see both the top 16 and the quarterfinals today, so we'll see Schwarzen again. Bob, or hold on, we don't know if Schwarzen's won yet. Bob could reverse sweep. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But we will see the winner of this one again today. The loser of this drops down to the lower bracket, the elimination bracket, which will take place on Sunday, all the way through crowning our top 3 who move on to the World Finals. Let's take a look at the chat here for a moment as we wait between games. A really excellent question here. Zigzag Nemesis saying, I don't know if Drew, I guess Drew said this, the team's thinking of giving towers specific abilities when you upgrade towers, kind of like hero abilities, but it's crown or king towers. What are your thoughts on that as a potential update, or maybe sort of game-changing view as Clash Royale goes maybe into its next phase of development?
You know, that's pretty interesting. I had not seen that as well. I mean, I like what they're trying to do, keep it fresh. I don't know how realistic it is that they, you know, move on to the next phase of that kind of idea. But if it actually goes through, that would be really, really interesting. Guys,
if you want to know what that look on my face is, after this match, I'll show you what that look on my face is, because, ooh, boy, someone's exciting. That Hazard is not the co-caster today, in case you guys were aware. Hazard will be back tomorrow for the second day of NA, but right now it is Joshua, Crap Sharon, CRL, NA, and Western champion, not to mention World Cyber Games champion as well.
Yes, sir. Got a lot of accolades up in here.
Someone's done some things. Minor wall breakers for Schwarzen, going with what looks like the common variety, but I think this is going to be the Fireball, no Hunter variation. Royal Giant to the left-hand side here for BobTheRock.
Interesting. Royal Recruits instead of probably Bomb Towers, so this might go back to being the Hunter variation.
Oh, wow.
I like this deck, but I just do not see this ever really get used.
Yeah, this is really curious. I mean, some people, Mega Knight probably, I mean, the more popular variants right now are, of course, the one I thought we were going with, and the primary Hunter variant. I think Mega Knight's next after that. There's an Arrows one that's out right now. Royal Recruit's very interesting, and I wonder if he kind of was suspecting that he'd be up against a Fisherman version of this deck, and if he has something there specifically to counter the Royal Giant.
Yeah, he does tend to use RG, BobTheRock, and so recognizing that Fisherman could come out to play is really good awareness from him, his analyst, if he has one. And yeah, I really like this deck choice. I don't know, how effective it's going to be, but definitely a smart substitution over what is usually played.
Damage on the right-hand side on BobTheRock's tower. The 17-year-old sets up the Royal Giant on the left-hand side. Fireball in on the Hunter. That's going to be a lot of Royal Giant damage on the left-hand side here. Huge, huge push for the young man from Enschede, Netherlands. I don't know how to pronounce the city where he's from. Enschede. Enschede? I actually don't know how you pronounce words in Dutch, but there you go.
Yeah, I don't know what was in cycle, but I mean, you have a cycle deck, so you can't really have that bad of a cycle. You just can't go in with Hunter in the back and then get an aggressive minor bats when your opponent has E-Spirit. That was a really, really bad play. There's really no other way to put that. And that's just not something we see from Schwarzen that often.
A lot of pressure on the right-hand side. Fireball takes care of the wall breakers, but Schwarzen may be here with a chance to keep the pressure on. 440 to 891. Does not want to give an opportunity for a Royal Giant push on the left-hand side, and he does. Log to take care of the Spear Goblins. This should be a GG well played. I don't see how Schwarzen resists here. Connection 1, Fireball comes in, and we are going on to game number 4. BobTheRock takes game 3.
Yeah, that was really well played from Bob. He did exactly what he had to, and the great recognition. As soon as he did the Hunter in the back, as soon as he saw the minor bats going opposite lane, he just went full force. He went in with the Fireball and the log on the Hunter. Recognized that the game was pretty much over as soon as that happened, and a solid win right there.
Solid win indeed. Some people starting to weigh in a bit on the idea of towers with abilities. I think it would be cool. I think it might make more sense if it were King Tower only and not the Princess Towers. It feels like Princess Towers would change the game monumentally, whereas King Tower would change the game but would make King Tower activations all that much more important, for example. But I do like I do, as I'll lever in between the games here, I do like that idea of if the King Tower had various abilities, whether it be a Fisherman style ability to pull things away from troops or Princess Towers, or whether it was instead of being the single target, it was less damage but it could slow. There's a lot of different interesting things that could happen with that sort of premise.
Yeah, there's actually just so many different things that they could do with it all. And so, if they think that's healthy for the game, I would be really interested in seeing what's going to happen.
Well, it might be one of those things that they roll out and sort of test it in challenges maybe. That could be interesting. And, it's one of those questions on health. You talk about health of the game. There's a lot of the game advancement has come almost exclusively in the form of adding new cards, which has certainly been created some interesting dynamics and interactions, but also has made it more challenging from a deck building perspective and matchup perspective. This could get really interesting and take the game in a direction that we hadn't seen before, and that doesn't kind of continue in the same method of creating variety.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
I don't know what your previous question there was, Noah. I miss a lot of the questions. I'm trying to find what the questions are. Oh, I'm definitely not asking that, so nope. Let's see. What about your ability to shoot further or better against ground or air? Yeah, that would be pretty cool. That would be a lot of different possibilities there. It looks like Mortar GY here for Schwarzen, and with everything on the line, no surprises here that Cannon Cart Graveyard variants are what they're leading into. Is this best of 5? Yes, it is. Going to be best of 5 the whole way through. Today is all best of 5. The players who lose today go into the lower bracket, the elimination bracket, where that is always going to be best of 3 for those elimination games. So looking at this matchup, both Cannon Cart Graveyard decks, slight variance, right? You see this Hunter version with the spears as a way to defend against the graveyards versus Bob's Archers, but has the Snowball as well. I mean, these are very slight but key differences between these two decks here, Bob.
Yeah, I think it's probably Poison, last card for Bob. And then I think it should be a really good matchup for him. Archers are always going to just get insane value. Snowball also does really, really well. And just the difference between Fireball and Poison could be enough. I think it was Miniminter played a matchup pretty similar to this, and actually didn't play it like particularly well at the beginning, but he was able to come from like 1,000 HP deficit and able to just come back fully just because of just solid defense after this. So I would have to say that Bob is going to have a pretty good matchup right here.
Mortar high here from Schwarzen. Bomb Tower in response. We'll get on the Mortar as well. Fireball to stick everything right there, and it will succeed and keep the Cannon Cart out of range. I don't think this Mortar gets anything more, though. You do see the aggressive play out of Bob in the opposite direction. Here we go, sudden death overtime. Snowball to the Spears. Cannon Cart and Hunter cleaning up pretty well. And Schwarzen with a slight elixir advantage now, deciding to press the action in this first minute of overtime.
Yeah, I really do not like that push. That was a very easy defense for Schwarzen. Cannon Cart in the back to defend all the graveyard, and then Hunter to take out the Mega Minion. That was a very simple play for him, and I just did not like how he went about making that push.
Missing one spear is the Snowball of Bob, and right now he does have the lead, but with 90 seconds left, Schwarzen seeming to get some more momentum here, does get a graveyard in finally, and let's see if he fireballs these Archers, and he does. That's going to be a lot of damage on tower here. Skeleton's getting picked up by the Knight, but forces out the Snowball, and now 6 on the board going the opposite direction for the Netherlander.
Yeah, that Knight was phenomenally placed. As soon as he placed that, and then the Snowball on top, it didn't get a single shot after that, so really well done by him.
Cannon Cart to the left lane now, so lane switch here for the German. Cannon Cart to the right-hand side, setting up some more offense. And a Fireball missed. A misclick there, and oops out of Schwarzen, and that's going to be GG here most likely. It's hard to spend a Fireball on nothing at this stage in a graveyard versus graveyard game and be able to come back.
Yeah, that is a brutal mistake. Not really much he could do. He was already in a pretty bad spot. And yeah, I think it basically comes down to one person has Mortar, which doesn't really get any value defensively and doesn't really get any value offensively as well because of the Cannon Carts. And then the other person has the Bomb Tower, and the Bomb Tower is always going to be really good on defense. It can, when you place it defensively low, and then you Knight on top of the opposing Knight Cannon Cart pushes, then it just splashes on everything and stays alive. And that Bomb Tower versus Mortar difference is going to be enough for Bob to take an easy win.
Easy win indeed for Bob, and now this one looked like it was going to be all Schwarzen, but it's Bob with a real chance here at the reverse sweep after taking 2 in a row. So open up the day with absolute fireworks between these two. And some more chat here. People talking about a hero possibly being overpowered. I know heroes has been a thing that has been conceptually explored in the past in Clash Royale conversations. And if I'm going to look and pick between a hero and the king or crown towers getting special abilities, I actually kind of lean towards the towers versus towards heroes. Thoughts on that one, AC?
Yeah, I think it's probably easier to implement. And I really liked your ideas on the King Tower, slowing it down or doing just an interesting thing. I didn't really have any opinion on it until you started talking about that, and I was like, wow, I actually want that in the game.
It's pretty cool when you think about it, right? Because now part of it can be a way to lessen some of your bad matchups potentially, right? If there's a weakness that your deck potentially has. Maybe that King Tower when it comes into play could be a big shift. And again, there are some times when a King Tower activation is like really important, and sometimes when it's really inconsequential. And this could make it such a more critical part of strategy.
Yeah, it changes it from being like an 8-card deck into like an 8.5, and I feel like, let's say it's like a 9-card deck instead of just 8, that would fix matchups a lot more. So a King Tower where you can activate King and then have it become like a half card, basically, with these like neat little attributes to it, it would just be really good for the game, possibly.
It could be really interesting. Minor wall breakers here for Schwarzen, so it seems like a bit of a shift here for the overall German cohort in the game. Used to be, they're going to run Royal Hogs at some point, and it seems like it's shifted to that they're switching over to running minor wall breakers at some point.
Yeah, everybody sees the success that Morten has, and is trying to follow in his footsteps, I guess.
And someone in the chat talking about what I think about Cashman. He's more of a streamer than a caster, but he's doing a great job. And absolutely, Cashman has been killing it casting the LATAM and Asia region stuff, and he's also been kind enough to share those videos with me here so that the YouTube audience who doesn't go to Twitch can watch those video on demand. Asia was already this morning, but LATAM Part 2 is tomorrow, and Asia Part 2 will be on Sunday. And there's the link in the chat for Cashman's Twitch. Make sure you follow him on Twitch so that you see all 4 regions in their finals as we go closer and closer to that grand prize in that $40,000 tournament. Here we go. Double elixir time, and Bob, of course, as we said, running back the same idea, whereas Schwarzen going minor wall breakers cannon cart. As we get into double and triple, he is up against log recruits and spear goblins, but does the graveyard deck begin to get the advantage in triple as you would normally think?
Yeah, I think so. I don't like all the leaking from Bob. I think it was like something around 3 elixir that he just leaked there, heading into double elixir. But yeah, I was thinking single elixir, he can get outcycled, and you saw it a little bit earlier. Schwarzen was able to get 2 wall breakers to connect. But then you have to factor in, he has the Royal Recruits that he can place on top. He just has so many options to defend, and the cannon carts in the back are always going to clean up the graveyards super nicely. This is going to be really difficult for Bob to really do anything in order to change this game. But this is a pretty nice push.
A lot of possibility here on the right-hand side. Graveyard in. Spears will get taken off. Hunter turns around. But this is going to be a nice chunk of damage. Knight should get on tower here with the skeletons. No, a good wall breaker kite out of Schwarzen, but still the damage done. And now BobTheRock in the lead, 40 seconds away from triple elixir.
Yeah, those 2 skellies just killed it right there. Got it from 1400 to 900. Just those 2 chipping away. Chip, 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 chip. And that was just brought him all the way back and now in the lead.
This becomes very difficult for Schwarzen, I believe, because now in this phase, it's going to be much harder for him to find those openings to get real significant tower damage.
Yeah, he was doing such a good job of just balancing everything and getting damage all over the place, and then just in one little push, everything changed.
Oh, wow. Damage on the right-hand side. Skeletons in. And this should be it. Fireball not too far away for Bob here in triple. No way for Schwarzen to break through. And yeah, Curse of the Caster coming in super hard here. And this is going to be a GG well played. BobTheRock reverse sweeps Schwarzen in the first round of the European Championship.
Wow. You know, I can honestly say after the first 2 games, I did not see that coming.
I don't know if anyone did other than Bob, but he visualized it. He made it happen. And guys, if you enjoyed any moment of that, don't forget to subscribe to this channel. Link is both, of course, right there and also in your chat as well. Ring the bell. Come back. We're not done with this. We have the NA Regional final, the final day 2 tomorrow. The final of this is going to be on Sunday. And, of course, next week on the 5th, 6th, and 7th, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have the grand final where that $15,000 prize will be rewarded all right here. So hit that sub link. Make sure you come back for it. Ooh, boy. What a way to kick off the action. Bob with the reverse sweep where he waits to face a monster. Michifu or Morten will be his opponent in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough for him. But like it's clear that you know, he has a solid like mental state. So I don't see him getting scared. I don't see him getting nervous. And you know that's one of the biggest things that you can like do to prepare yourself for that, or for those kind of players. And you know, if you do have the right mindset, then it really doesn't matter about the name of the guy. You know, it's just about matchups. It's just about plain old skill. And if he plays like he did when he was reverse sweeping, I could easily see him take it.
Clash Royale Esports in the chat saying, yeah, go ahead and subscribe, guys. And congratulations to Clash Royale Esports YouTube page for surpassing 1 million subscribers. If you haven't yet, you know what, let me go ahead and find that link. I'm sure if you're here, you've subbed at some point to Clash Royale Esports. But in case you haven't, I'm going to go ahead and grab that sub link right now. Clash Royale Esports, the home for CRL. Which, of course, by the way, guys, link in the chat right now. You know, CRL's open to everyone this year. AC, you know, I'm assuming that you have neighbors, right?
Yes.
Yes, or that you have relatives, right?
Absolutely.
Did you know that every single one of them is eligible for Clash Royale League in 2021?
You're telling me every single one of them? Every
single one of them. Doesn't matter who you are. Do you have Clash Royale? No. Do you have a phone or a tablet? Yes. Go ahead, download Clash Royale. Top 1,000 ladder. Doesn't matter who you know, doesn't matter what you've done in the past. All that matters is do you show up in 2021. You make top 1,000 ladder, you're competing for one piece of a $1.6 million prize pool. And Josh, let me tell you something. That is a lot of stonks.
Yeah, you know, that's gonna, yeah. That's enough to put me away for life. You know, if you give me like $1,000, I can turn it into 10,000 in a week. So if you give me that kind of money, I can turn that into, you know, who really knows?
And here we go. Two guys you know very well. Your teammate at both Immortals and Space Station Gaming, LaPoKaTi, rebranded as Lopkins, which I always imagined as like a smaller version of LaPoKaTi for some reason, up against SaintBelikin, one of the longtime vets out of Britain.
Yeah, I don't really know why he switched it up, but I like it. It's a lot more fun to say.
Lopkins. Let's see. People saying it's easy to get top 1,000? No, it's not. But if you top 1,000 is what it takes to qualify for CRL, and my guess is that if you aren't capable of getting the top 1,000 on ladder, winning CRL will also be pretty difficult for you. That's my guess.
Lopkins using the deck that Igor ran, I think it was 3 times in a row against, I want to say, like KK earlier today. I mean, him and Igor just love these kind of decks. And when you put it in their hands, they're always going to be playing it perfectly.
It's interesting. Igor loves to do that. He continuously... Oh, my overlay is showing North America still. Good point. I need to go ahead and switch to the Europe overlay. I'll go ahead and do that off screen here. But yeah, it's interesting that's something that Igor loves to do, is run the same deck multiple times in a row. Sometimes to success, if we've seen, and sometimes, of course, to his detriment.
Yeah, I swear it's not the best play to do it, but when you play it like he does usually, it really seems to work out just way too often.
Go ahead and cover here for a second while I try to get the overlay fixed, if you would.
All right, for sure. Lopkins defending with Spear Gobs, going in with a Bomb Tower as well. Should be a pretty clean defense. He's going to go in with a Royal Delivery as well. Places it in front. That way the Mega Minion locks onto the Royal Delivery, unless it's going to walk back. But a good Ice Spirit. And then a poor Knight. You don't usually see mistakes out of Lopkins, excuse me. But right there, you know, a slight mistake. Belly putting on the pressure right here, forcing Lopkins to go in with a defensive Earthquake. Earthquake is able to pick everything up, and it, again, kind of an overextension. He didn't really need to play it. Belly is going to be able to set up for another push. And sometimes, you know, when you're defending, you just have to take a little bit of damage, kind of even up the elixir. Otherwise, even if you're technically defending really well, you know, you're going to be putting yourself in a spot where they're just going to be able to continuously go in on the attack. And when that happens, it's going to be so difficult for you to make a comeback.
Here we go. Belly now putting the pressure on the right-hand side with the lead in the sudden death overtime period. Graveyard in, Snowball on those spears. And asking Lapa before the game, what his game plan would be today against Belicon, and he said it was try to choose unpredictable decks so he can't get sniped. And correct me if I'm wrong, AC, but this feels like a fairly predictable choice out of Lapo in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's a wild statement for him to say if he's going to go game 1 with minor EQ and the deck that his friend used 3 times in a row at the end. You know, we should see him, I mean, if he wants to at least sort of stick to what he was trying to tell you, I'd like to see him run something that he never runs. But we're going to have to see what he wants to ban, and then, you know, hopefully he doesn't get... I just don't want to see him use minor. That's all I'm asking from him.
You want to see Lapo not use minor?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything but minor, and I think it's unpredictable enough where he has at least a 50-50.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. From a ban perspective, I mean, do you just go and take... do you take Lava Hound off the board? Do you take Clone off the board, or do you go something different here?
You know, with most people, you would say, like, you would have to assume that taking Lava out would be a good decision. But when you're Lapo and you run so many cycle decks with Hunter and Mortar and Fireball, you're not really worried about that as much as other people are going to be. So you can kind of leave that in and kind of play a cat and mouse game where, like, you know, you can run this, but, you know, I've proven again and again that I'm willing to run the same deck twice. I'm willing to just hard snipe if I think it's the right idea. So I don't really think that's necessary, but I could easily see that happening.
It's an interesting question. We'll see. Taking a while here to get into our next game. David Noriega asking, what's with that weird 1980s background music? Because I love some good synth waves, sir. I love good 80s sound. So it entertains me. Hopefully it entertains you guys as well. But you know, maybe I'll switch it up one day. But for now, today, it's going to be all that synth. So strap in, baby. Guys, I think they were waiting on the game here for a second. So let me show you why I was so excited a minute ago. You guys all know my sunglasses obsession. Oh, nope. Gonna have to wait until after this game. Oh, well. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Belly up 1.
I feel like that's pretty unfair to hype everybody up and then just say, never mind.
I didn't realize that we were about to go back into game, so I had to adjust. And now we're back into game number 2. The young man from Minsk, meaning Minsk in Belarus, by the way, if you don't know your geography. Going with double bait and going with, bait wall breakers. Very interesting choice here for Lapo.
Yeah, I forgot the rest of the deck, but it's going to have Royal Delivery and no spell that can be on offense. So Belly is going to be able to stack Knight, able to stack Cannon Cart, but he's going against like an Ultra Bait, one that, you know, if he tries to stack, he can just rush opposite lane. This doesn't have Minor, so that's really good. Actually, I think it might. Now that I think about it, it might. This is an interesting deck. Definitely different than what he's ran before. I know it's Hunter, Royal Delivery, and one other card.
Ban it to the left-hand lane, and one swipe from the Mega Minion on the right-hand side. Goblin Barrel in to the inside there. Cannon Cart comes out as defense, but Wall Breaker's on the right-hand side. And you have to imagine that there's no way that Belly was prepared for this one. So after going very conventional in game number 1, Lapo going decidedly unpredictable here in game 2.
Yeah, I like this deck choice. I think it's pretty smart. Although this Royal Delivery is going to be super late, and that's going to be a ton of damage. But yeah, I like this deck choice a lot more than what we had seen in game 1.
Lead again, switching back towards Belicon as we get into double elixir time. Snowball to the Goblin Barrel, but Wall Breakers both connect. You can see Belly certainly not happy about that one. And one thing we're not seeing here from Lapo so far, AC, is Mortar, which he says is his favorite deck because it's strong in almost any meta as long as you know how to use it.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a really good idea for him not to use it. Belly is, I mean, you see Belly's deck choice right here. He's clearly going after Mortar first and foremost, and that's going to be towered down on the right side. He's just pressuring it so well, and I'm really impressed by this gameplay right now.
Yeah, this has been really, really nasty. A little bit of bait, a little bit of bridge spam. all put it together. This, you know, it kind of forces you to defend two different styles of gameplay from one deck.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really talk about Lapo's gameplay with bait, but I think he's easily one of like the top 3 bait players in the world. He has so much practice with Mortar, and that's basically recognizing cycle, recognizing matchup, all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of the same thing with bait. I remember practicing against him in a matchup where I thought it was pretty even. And he basically was just like walking me through what I was doing wrong and what he was doing well when we were playing against each other. And he was like, oh yeah, you can't do this because I just pressure the opposite lane. And he did that with Belly right there. I saw him try and stack a little bit, and then he would just go in with the cannon card on the opposite lane and take tower. So he played that really well. I love that deck choice. Yeah,
really, really good way to spread him thin, and that's one of those ideas, of course, when you go with a multiple win condition or double bait type of deck, and did a good job of it here. You know, you're talking about the working with Lapo as a friend and teammate, and I asked him about what it was like coming to a team not speaking English really, and he didn't learn that language in school. It's something he learned entirely by himself. And he was telling me something that you've also mentioned in the past, that the way that you guys overcome that on the front end, overcame that early on, was with using Google Translate.
Yeah, it was such an enjoyable time. Royal wasn't like completely fluent, so we had a little bit of practice with it, but it was wild just how like stressful it was at the beginning doing everything and trying to explain certain things. But you know, he caught on really quickly. I've talked about it before a few times. Like, I think he probably came in like 10% fluent, probably left about 70-80% fluent. It was just so impressive for him to be, honestly, the consensus #1 player in the world. I think he had like a 65% win rate or something. It was something nutty. It could have even been more.
He finished the regular season at over 70.
I was going to say 70, but I thought that was too much.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was doing that while also balancing a new language, living in LA, not really understanding certain things, and it's just so impressive.
Really, really, really impressive, and impressive to be able to work with a team like that, and also, yeah, like you said, add in that language. Here we go, Lapo going minor wall breakers back in this one. How do you feel about minor wall breakers against Lava Minor?
You know, I think it's all right. I don't know if his last card is going to be Bomb Tower Earthquake, or if it's going to be like Hunter Earthquake or something. That's more what I would assume. Oh, no, Hunter's banned. I think this is a really good deck choice by Belly then. You get Hunter out of the question, and he's going to be in a world of hurt.
And that's going to be a big connection on the right-hand side. Early advantage here taken back by Belly. Arrows to the wall breakers on the left, but look at that. Arrows come out and no response to this minor bat. And one little bat takes all that damage down. Lead change one more time in favor of Lapo.
Yeah, I love that it's Fireball instead of Earthquake. Good recognition on, you know, not being able to do Hunter, and so he needs an answer for certain pushes, and you just can't do that with no Hunter and with Earthquake as well. So good on him for being able to adjust that way. And, you know, he's going to have clean defenses. Fireballs are going to be able to take out a lot. Royal Delivery is going to be able to take out a lot. So it's going to be hard for Belly to really win this, even though with Zap and Arrows, you would assume it would be pretty easy.
Yeah, that Delivery Fireball combination is really, really powerful in the hands of Lapo in this matchup. And you see right there, able to pick up the Miner, control the Inferno Dragon, pull the Balloon, every single piece of that, and a lot of that is because of that specific two-spell combination. This is a big push here on the right-hand side. This one could extend the game, and the Dragons get on tower, so we are going to go to a two-tower game here. And does this two-tower game now significantly favor Belly?
Yes. He can apply a ton of pressure and be able to make, you know, certain plays, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think he can probably get it down to like 800, 1,000, but eventually he's going to go like one elixir too much. Belly's going to finally get that Lava Loon push, and then like a Barbs in the middle or something. This is going to be very, very difficult for him to really even make it close now that it's a two-tower situation.
And here we go. Barb's working well on defense against the Miner and the Wall Breakers. Lava Hound down. Arrows clean out a lot of that. And what looked like it could have been a brilliant game for Lapo. Great spell decision is slowly starting to look like it's going to be a really, really rough one. Spears down. Arrows should be back in cycle. Does he want to spend them on the Spears or on the Wall Breakers, and decides to spend them neither? Balloon does not connect, so a little bit of life here for Lapo.
Yeah, I for sure thought that Balloon was going to be connecting right there. So really good patience and really good awareness to recognize that that wasn't going to be happening. If you're going to be able to win this kind of matchup, you need to be playing perfectly in every single possible way. And so for him to not overextend and not fireball, not do anything like that, that's a really smart play.
Ooh, delivery down a half step early that time, though. Fireball comes in, gets one wall breaker on the tower. 4:06 remaining. Lapo has to defend here, but he is in the mix right now. Bomb tower high. Zap takes off some of the spear goblins. Bats working on the balloon high with the bomb tower. Arrows to clear out. Good fireball. Belly here realizes he might be in a bit of trouble right now.
Yeah, as soon as you see the skeleton dragons at the bridge, you're realizing that they're not in a good spot. He's playing, like, Lapo's playing this really well. I've been pretty surprised. I think I've seen like a missed zap on at least like 1 or 2 bats 3 times maybe in this game. Just not the performance that Belly was probably looking for, and you know, just great defense. Got a like baby prediction fireball on a couple of the bars, and that was able to get one of them to the tower. And yeah, just stellar gameplay from Lapo.
Yeah, just unbelievable. And that's again the guy who has been at times the top guy in the game. So certainly very impressive. And now up 1 is LaPoKaTi against Belly. You know, in this situation now, Belicon's known for clone. It's one of those things that can be an absolute game changer. You see any possibility of him bringing out clone in this context, or, you know, I mean, if you're in Belicon's camp, what are you telling him about this matchup?
You know, I think if you're Lapo, I don't know. I think if you're Lapo or you're like his analyst or something, you basically just run through the decks that he's good with and just pick a random one, and you don't really worry about it. I think at this point, Belly is going to be doing whatever he can to try and get any kind of matchup advantage. And so I don't think he's going to be necessarily trying to go lava. I don't think he's necessarily going to be trying to snipe mortar. I think he's kind of going to try and get everything to a certain degree. So I think if you're telling Lapo to run a deck, you just find a good one and hope it works out.
And yeah, people are reminding NATO is banned, so Splash Art specifically might be off the board. Is Lava Hound advantage because still should have? I don't know. I don't know what you would think of in terms of the advantage there at that age. And guys, quick note: this is what I was excited about. These shades just came in the mail a few minutes ago. Oh, I hit the wrong button there. These are the new ones. And check these bad boys out. Oh yeah, get in nice and close. I'll show you some more. Oh, let's go back into the gameplay here. Game number 2 starting right now, or game number 4 starting right now. I'll give you guys a little show of these ones in a minute. They are fire. Lapo up 1, match point here for the Belarusian.
There's no way that they just repeat the same decks, right?
Well, totally possible. NATO being out, though, does make me feel like maybe Belly goes... Well, I'm not going to go... I mean, he could go clone, I guess, but probably not. Probably just going with the exact same deck. I was going to say maybe it'd be sensible for Belly to go clone with NATO being out, but not the case. And this time that balloon will connect early. So Lapo getting huge tower damage, but losing one in this opening exchange.
Yeah, if Lapo's running the same deck, I really do not like those bats. If it's the same exact deck, it was clear that the arrows were going to come out to kill off the spear gobs. So to stack the bats as well is not great awareness on his end. He should have been able to fireball the balloon and have it get no shots. I'm not really sure why he chose to make that decision. And yeah, that play was pretty shocking right there.
Forces the zap out high with the bats. 2 spear goblins will survive as the King Tower works on the Inferno Dragon in the minute. First 90 seconds away, and Belly with the advantage. LaPoKaTi not out yet, though, or Lopkins, whatever you want to call him. Arrows go to the left-hand side, but Miner's still working on the right. So last game, we saw this go to a two-tower situation, but it was same lane. And we saw Lapo pull that one out with some very nice gameplay. What do you think? Does this game going to two towers crosswise change anything?
Yes. I think it should be a little bit easier for Lopkins. Because Belly has so many, heavier troops. And so he can just apply so much more pressure. But I don't know. We're gonna have to see. This is one of the weirder matchups that you could possibly have.
Belly calling good game here, and not sure which good game he's calling. Is he calling that good game with the connection in favor of Lapo at this point?
Yeah. I think he doesn't feel confident whatsoever. Lopkins is obviously applying so much pressure, forcing out Inferno Dragons, and when you're forcing out Inferno Dragons on wall breakers, it's clear that they just don't have the right cycle to be able to defend everything.
Oh, it was a well played, not good game. Good point here. And one more pickup on the left-hand side. Barb's working. Under 400 HP in that left-hand lane. And now Pocket Knight with wall breakers right behind. Zap trying to stop it. Won't be enough. Arrows have to come out as well.
Yeah, this is just too much pressure. He doesn't have anything. He can go in with a miner, and he's actually able to catch it as well, so pretty good catch, but really doesn't matter. He doesn't even have Zapper arrows, so again, he has to force out a 4 elixir troop just for wall breakers, and he's going to have Fireball back. Pretty good win right there. Actually, I'll say really good win right there.
Very, very nicely played, and you talked about the skill of LaPoKaTi, or Lopkins, or Lapo, or Lop, LK, whatever you want to call him these days. On display here, high-level gameplay from the CRL 2020 Spring Western Champion. And I did ask Lapo what his favorite moment of his career was, and it wasn't winning the championship, AC. Can you guess what Lapo's favorite moment of his career was with alongside you in CRL?
I can't.
It was the comeback reverse sweep against Tribe in the semifinals. So it's so interesting that specific match stands out to him more than taking down the actual title.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. You know, I don't really know what my favorite moment would be, but I think I'm kind of in the same boat as him. Like I don't think like any of the specific like winnings of everything would be my answer. Honestly. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I didn't know that about him.
Well, I guess that's a competitor's answer, right? It's not the championship; it's the gritty win with everything on the line. I love that answer from him. So that's a really good one. Now here's a good question for you: what's your favorite Clash Royale moment that wasn't gameplay? Like you've been in your career, you've been to tons of live events, you've traveled the world. Is there some moment of yours outside of actually physically playing the game that's a favorite of yours throughout your career?
If you gave me 1 second to answer, right? The immediate answer that pops into my head is, actually, you might have been there. It's when we found Lapo asleep and his hand was like holding a phone without holding it. Every time I think of it, every time I see that picture, it always cracks me up, because that was just.
Yeah, in China, he fell asleep with his thumb was like still moving on the phone.
Yeah. So I don't know what like my official answer would be if I had like a day to think of it. But that's the one that just always cracks me up, and it kills me. It kills me.
Yeah. No, that one was great. I mean, that's what we were talking about. How hard he grinds is like even in his sleep. He was still like playing. He was clearly having a Clash Royale dream.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that one was so good. You and I have actually had a lot of cool stuff. Got to go to Tokyo together for the first World Finals. And Andrew and I, for those of you guys watching, Andrew and I got to go out and kind of see some of Tokyo with Immortals on that one. And we had the Yelp God Shua, your guys' manager, with us, and we found that really cool underground ramen place that with the weird booths. Man,
I think I had that 3 times, 4 times, or something like that. I mean, just Tokyo was probably the best experience of my life. It was just great.
Full on hype beast. Pictures to prove it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, shout out to you guys. Had the best photographer and best content creator in the game for that one too.
He's putting in work too. I talked to him recently. Like his like best friend is like really close with like OBJ, and so he talks to him pretty frequently. Like Macho talks to OBJ every once in a while. And yeah, I'm really happy with him. I talk to him like once a month or so.
Yeah, talking about Macho there, very talented photographer and videographer who was with Immortals for that entire 2018 fall run. Here we go into our next matchup, Kuchiku against Mateja. This should be a really interesting one. You know, both of these guys had to kind of battle their way up in here. Cuchii Cuu is a guy who in 2020 was much maligned in terms of his gameplay, and I'll even take the blame for some of that myself because he and Cuchii and Benny were struggling as a 2v2 duo, but who had a really great performance in the group stage here at Bren Chong.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but like as soon as playoffs happened, he kind of flipped his switch, and you know they started playing well, and I don't know if that gave him confidence with his 1v1s, but ever since then, you know, he's played like really solidly, wins the matchups that he's supposed to win, can flip a couple matchups that he shouldn't, and yeah, he's just been playing really well.
And Mateja running minor wall breakers here, does not get the connection on the right-hand side, and Pigs go to the left-hand lane. Little lead here right now for the defending world champion. Mateja, 16 years old, playing out of Požarevac, I believe is how you pronounce it, his hometown. And I sent a lot of questions to a number of these players, AC. I sent them, you know, some of the same questions, some very different questions to go to specific players. But of all the players who replied, his were the smallest, were the shortest answers. So he told me, I asked where he's from, Požarevac. He's 16 years old. I asked him, what's his game plan against Kuchiku? He says, don't have. That's the entire response, don't have. I asked him what his highlight of his Clash Royale career. He said, when I beat Belicon in no tilt. I asked him, what's your favorite, what do you think is the hardest part of CRL? Who's your best friend you made in CR? He just said no to both those questions. just a flat out no. Oh, he did say Arkin is his best friend in CR. I got that one wrong.
Okay.
But I asked him, what's his best of one for $1 million? What deck do you pick? He said my MK Wall Breakers, which we might see here today. And then his toughest opponent of his career, one word and one emote, and that's bag with a blushing smiley face.
That's too funny. That's too funny. That's awesome.
And to answer the question, Morten is not out of the tournament, guys. Morten will be here later today. And I'll talk about some of those matchups when we're on the break. But right now, it's Cuchii Cuu and Mateja. 10:47 to 12:19 so far. Mateja in the lead against Cuchii. Wall breakers do not connect this time.
Yeah, Cuchii Cuu is doing a great job of applying pressure, getting down earthquakes as often as possible. I really like those spear gauntlets at the bridge because it's going to force out, you know, a knight to defend. But it is just so hard for him to get past this bomb tower. It keeps stopping everything from getting even a shot. Right there, though, we see two. But, you know, depending on Mateja's last card, which is probably going to be like a fireball or earthquake or something like that, he's just stopping everything.
And yes, Mateja, not Mateja. I'm so used to saying pronouncing the J as an H. So apologies on the mispronunciation there. Hogs earthquake to the left-hand side. Bomb tower holding strong. 343 on the right-hand side. The Serbian in the lead, but not out of the woods yet as we go closer and closer to triple elixir.
Yeah, right here we always see those like fails where they get too aggressive and they use their spells too early. Right here, that's not going to be the case. He plays it smart, does the fireball defensive, and then is able to get that win. I just don't like those logs in the back, trying to like take out the miner. I saw him do it a little bit earlier as well, and every time you do that, yes, you get a little bit of damage on the miner, but then those spear goblins always get 2 or 3 chucks of the spears, and you end up giving a lot more damage than if you had just taken those miner shots.
So game number 1 going to the Serb. As someone's correcting me, it's Serb, not Serbian, from Serbia. So going to him. And as I said before, 7.7K personal best for the 16-year-old. Game number 1 win Kuchiku's a guy who's been around the scene for a long time. Team Queso, you know, that so many top-tier players have gone through Team Queso's program. You know, they've been so heavily involved in Clash Royale throughout its history. I mean, talk to me a little bit about your experience with Team Queso, you know, in the scene overall, and what you think of them as far as what they've contributed to Clash Royale.
Well, I think Queso, I mean, when I think of like actual like esport teams, ones that like, if this was a professional like actual sport, you know, who would be able to adjust to that, I think of Complexity and I think of Queso. Those two squads always took it so seriously. They were prepared for every kind of situation. I have nothing but respect for those two teams. And then, you know, I don't know what they do, but, you know, I've seen them revive careers. I mean, Azilius went from like, oh, should he be in CRL to why is he, you know, not considered a top 3 2v2 player of all time kind of situation. So they do everything right. And yeah, they breed winners apparently.
Very true, and yeah, they've been a part of that as a huge support structure we talk about often in Clash Royale and CRL. The support structure from the top all the way down to the bottom, from their semi-pro and open community stuff all the way to their ace players, and Cuchii's been a part of that for a very long time. And here we go, Mateja going minor wall breakers one more time. Bandit goes to the left-hand side and does connect. So this might be is this the MK version with the Bandit in it?
I want to say yes. Okay, yeah. We see Musk, and so that definitely means MK is coming.
There you go, and the Musketeer does get taken off by the Miner, so solid Miner there, but Mega Knight going the opposite direction. Slight Elixir lead right now. I think it's a 1 Elixir lead for, oh wow, E-Barbs.
Wow, great E-Barbs, able to take out the Bandit as well. That is just so unfortunate for him to place the Bandit right there. He was, I mean, you have to assume that nothing's going to be in cycle if MK's out of cycle, Miner's out of cycle, all that kind of stuff. You don't often expect MK and E-Barbs in the same deck.
And I see a lot of questions. I've seen the repeat question about how do we feel about Legolas' first match against Morten. We're going to get there, guys, so we'll go ahead and talk about Morten versus Legolas when we're there. For now, we're going to stick with the matchup in front of us. Cuchii and Matea, and a nice little zap there to clear things out. I do like, you know, E-Barbs, you know, talk about quick, you know, whether you want to call it a meme or whatever it is, E-Barbs had this one moment. They got the buff, and then for about 2 weeks, you couldn't throw an arrow in Clash Royale without hitting an E-Barb, and now we don't see them very much.
Yeah, I don't really know did it get nerfed or no?
I know that they didn't. They buffed them and then did nothing, and they were really popular for a minute. There was the no win condition. E-Barbs is a win condition deck for a while, the bridge spammy one. They showed up in a couple of different decks and then just disappeared.
Yeah, I really don't understand that. I remember just like playing them and thinking they were the greatest thing ever, and then yeah, I remember one day, I don't think I want to play E-Barbs today, and I really haven't touched them since.
I guess people are asking so many questions. Morten is not playing Legolas. It's Morten versus Michi. We'll see that later. And then it's going to be Legolas versus RUBÉN, which we'll also see later, guys. So the schedule's up somewhere. I don't know where to link you guys the schedule. But yeah, we're going to see both RUBÉN versus Legolas and Morten versus Michifu today. And they're all going to be on stream. Don't you worry. You're not missing anything. We'll be having fun. Wall breakers to the left-hand side. Nice kite here against the minions. Hunter in response. Here we are, sudden death overtime. And still pretty close. Miner works on the right-hand side for Matea.
Yeah, I love that he like keeps swapping lanes. I really can't see why he said, you know, if everything's on the line, he's gonna take this MK wall breakers deck. He's playing this really well, but this is gonna be a pretty interesting situation. I really like those wall breakers. Allowing the Musketeers to just get more damage, more damage, more damage. And then if he's able to protect this one last Musk, he can't, so that's going to be a lot of damage from an E-Bar possibly. But we're seeing some stellar defense even though he's being put in really, really tough situations.
Miner with bats and support. Hunter up high. Zap going to work on the wall breakers on the right-hand side. Here we go into triple elixir time. 798 on the right-hand tower of Mateja. Sets up his bandit to the left-hand lane where he is trying to put the pressure, but Kuchiku decides to pressure more on that right-hand side. It's going to be MK versus MK. And the E-Barb's high right into the wall breaker, and this is a minor E-Barb's push in the left-hand lane for Kuchiku. Mega Knight forced to come out in response, but that does take some pressure off the right-hand side. Bandit and Musketeer met by the Mega Knight of Kuchiku. Here we go, final 25 seconds. Does Cuchii hold on here? AC.
I would have to assume so. He's been playing really, really well, and with the arrows as well. That is killer. He has so many answers to everything, but that is going to be a bandit on the tower, and when he had a huge advantage, he no longer has any kind of advantage, and
wow,
that's going to be game.
Yeah, that's not Curse of the Caster. That's a Rich Slaton curse. I asked you to choose the winner in a close game in the last 25 seconds. And Mateja totally turned that one on its head.
I can't believe he held arrows for that long, and then when he did use them, it still wasn't like the right. That's just interesting. That's a very well played from Mateja, and yeah, I can't believe he was able to come out with the victory right there.
Look, I asked him what his $1 million best of one deck was going to be, and he said it would be MK Wall Breakers. Well, right now it's one step closer to $15,000. So really, really great spot for him in this matchup. GG, well played. Now with match point coming up next.
Yeah, and he needs to make sure that he's focused. We've already seen in this competition, and we've only casted 2 games, that it is possible to come back. So just got to keep focused and make sure that he's choosing solid game or solid decks where he thinks he can outplay his opponents. Because yeah, he's playing really well, and yeah, he just needs one more.
Yeah, one more, and that puts him through. And let me take a look at the bracket here, which, I'm going to go ahead. I actually don't have them. Let me ask for the bracket really quick from our production, because they'll have it for us. I'm going to ask them right now for a bracket link so we can follow along as well. And, of course, all that information available on Upgrade. There's a link for you guys as well. Upgrade, you're a way to follow along with all the action here for the Bren Chong Cup 2 and other Clash Royale stuff. And guys asking what the sunnies are. These are called We Had Lights First, and why. Some of this is going to key out here. Oh no, I'll show you guys in a minute. I'll show you guys why that's the title of We Had Lights First. But these are definitely some of the coolest ones I've picked up from Gooder. Pretty excited about them. Here we go. Game number 3. Mateja one away from a 1-2-3 sweep against Kuchiku.
Rich, it warms my heart hearing you talk about those Gooder glasses. It's nice to see someone passionate about something, and it really makes me smile, and I wanted to tell you that.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I'm passionate about sunglasses, Clash Royale, burritos, mixed martial arts, disc golf, and my family. Not necessarily in that order.
Yeah, I was pretty sure you had a child, and that wasn't coming out, and a wife, and that wasn't coming out. So I'm glad you made sure to get that in your answer right there.
Yeah. By the way, he looks. If you think I look fly in these sunnies, you should see him. It's insane. Royal Giant to the right-hand side, Hunter behind, Baby Dragon high in response, first minute away. And no serious damage either direction, and that NATO going to help slow down the Royal Giant. But nice Fisherman on the left-hand side to get one extra shot out of the RG.
Yeah, it's always crazy. Fisherman is one of the weirder cards, because I swear you place it correctly, and then it just walks off, and I swear, I misplaced this by 2 tiles, and then it still comes back. So a really good yank from the Fisherman right there, and yeah, able to get the RG, just one more shot.
Looking like Electro Giant here for Cuchii Cuu. And is it going to be, looking at some of this, there's a lot of DPS here. Of course, Hunter used to get reverse one-shot by Electro Giant, not happening anymore after a real fix to that strange issue. But you have the Fisherman. Bats are going to be useless against the Electro Giant. If this goes deep in this and Mateja's not far enough ahead, is he going to have trouble defending here?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. pretty good pressure right there. Just all Kuchiku needs is just one push, really, and you know, if that's like a lightning, if that's just one push in general. But so far he played that defense really, really well. And a ton of damage on the left lane. Kuchiku is in a world of hurt right now.
Yeah, solid use of the Fisherman to pull, and even despite the NATO, Hunter comes out, DPS is down, Log to reset it a little bit. So at the moment, really, really solid defense from the 16-year-old.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of these pushes right now. Like an Ice Wizard behind, and you know, this lightning.
Oh no!
That miss is bad, and he even retargets the Baby Dragon so that it locks on to the bats right there. He is not playing this how he needs to be playing this.
But Kuchiku misses the NATO to pull all that in for the splash damage on tower. So misplays with spells in both directions. And as we go into sudden death overtime, it is Mateja with the lead, but Cuchii Cuu has suddenly made this thing very close.
Yeah, there's going to be a huge question here. Does he stay going the same lane, allowing him to just defend and then, you know, possibly overwhelm with just one E-Giant push that gives too much to lightning value? You know, at this point, he's definitely going same lane. I would be shocked to see him, like, actually get an RG shot at this point. So it's going to be interesting if they both just go, like, ultra spell cycle, or if they're going to try and do anything other than that.
RG trying to break on through at the moment. Fisherman with Hunter in support. Goblin Cage high. This will be good for Mateja to pull that Brawler away. Fisherman does pull it back, but NATO able to hold on, and now potential counter push here. Is there a lightning play on this Fisherman and on the tower? And there is. Baby Dragon, though, picked up by the Royal Giant. Final 50 seconds, triple elixir, 396 to 426. Fireball in, NATO pulls it back, and that's really, really close to tower down. Can Cuchii hold on against that damage? And he can. Has to beat a fireball, can't beat a fireball. 3-0 for Mateja, and he goes on through to the next round.
Yeah, he played that really, really well. That was just way too aggressive of a lightning, and yes, he's in a very bad spot. He needs to be trying to do like crazy things, and it wasn't the play. Clearly he was ready for that lightning. He had the E-Spirit ready. He had the RG in cycles, so that way it was going to tank for the bats so that he could surround the Baby Dragon. That was just too much. I think the correct decision would have been trying to possibly get like an E-Giant, or yeah, an E-Giant in front of his defense, and then possibly NATO everything together and have it kill off everything and then kind of cycle the E-Giants. But yeah, that was too aggressive of a lightning. Great defense right there from Matea, and yeah, you know, it deserved a 3-0 right there.
And someone saying in the chat here, Parikh Sheathstein got his first classic challenge 3 days ago. Great feeling. Hey, congratulations, man! I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. When is RUBÉN playing? How many matches away? I don't know exactly. I don't know the match order for the day because it's not following the schedule. But RUBÉN is playing today. Don't you worry. Now, time to tell you about these Sunnies. These are the We Had Lights first, and why are they called that? Well, let's see if I can find the right spot for it here. They're keying out a little bit, but do you see that right there? That's a dreidel, and that, yeah, these are the Hanukkah editions. These are the super cool. There's a menorah on the side there. These are the Hanukkah editions. So the We Had Lights first, Hanukkah known as the Festival of Lights. So yeah, I had to cop these ones when I saw that they came out. So that's what these ones are for those of you who follow along with my sunglasses obsession. And I'm waiting to see what our next matchup is going to be. And I do have the bracket for you guys. Let me go ahead and pop that bracket into the chat here for you. Boom! There's the bracket for you. Connor with the $5 super chat. Love the stream, especially with AC on voice. And yeah, dude, it's always. I mean, you know, we've been casting stuff together for a long time. Was the first thing we did together? Was that a Super League event, or was the first one that time you came to my house for? I think it might have been a previous Bren Chong or something.
You know, I actually forgot about the time I went to your house for that. And I actually forgot about the Super League thing as well. So yeah, I'm not gonna really be able to help you out on that answer.
Yeah, I think it was the Super League thing, and of course we got to work together a bunch. So always happy to have you here. And as I was saying yesterday with Hazard, it's great to have that expert opinion mixed in here as well. So super cool, and I'm glad everyone here is enjoying it. Also, it saves my voice because me talking for 4 hours straight on my own. Not as much fun. Quick note here for you guys. Mateja does move on to the next round where he'll face the winner of Legolas versus RUBÉN, which will be here at some point. I don't know, again, the order for these opening round matches, but Mateja will face the winner of Legolas and RUBÉN. Bob will face the winner of Michi and Morten. And Lapa will face the winner of Bale and Hugo. Let's go ahead. Speaking of Bale and Hugo, that's the match right now. Let's jump on into it. Bale, top of your screen. The Frenchman Hugo at the bottom. So starts. Man. Go ahead.
If we see Cannon Cart come out, yeah, we're gonna see the Archer's Cannon Cart Graveyard deck. I don't know what happened, but apparently everybody in the pro community in Europe seems to think that's the greatest deck ever created.
Yeah, well, it's pretty popular at the moment, and so far today, I think we've seen some good wins with it, haven't we?
Yeah, no, we have. I mean, you know, they think that for a very good reason. It seems to at least be competitive in every single matchup, and then, you know, when it's not competitive, it's because it's unbelievably good against certain matchups. So I definitely understand why they're doing that.
Cannon Cart Graveyard, both directions, and I asked Hugo if he had to pick a non-Clash Royale player, a historical or famous figure to be his 2v2 opponent. The Frenchman with a totally French answer. His 2v2 partner would be Napoleon, and which would work out as long as they don't play any Russians, I guess.
I wonder why he chose him. Like, that just seems like, yeah, I like that answer, don't get me wrong, but yeah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. These players that you're asking seem to have the best answers ever.
Yeah, well, you know, you ask the right questions, you get the right answers. First 2 minutes passing, and so far no real hits either direction, and that's kind of what you would expect in this matchup, barring big mistakes. As it Noah would take a huge lead early on. Mega Minion does get picked up by the Barb Barrel, so the veritable stalemate, despite the amount of cards played so far, still holding true as we go into double.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy with these kind of matchups. You can basically just not look the first 2 minutes, and unless something crazy happens where someone like misclicks a fireball or something, you know that it's going to be basically even.
Graveyard into the right-hand side. Naked Graveyard from Bale. Thoughts on that move?
I don't like it. Not much else to say besides that. I don't really understand that. You know, it's not going to be the end of the world because he just fireballs at an Archer's, but he basically spends 10 elixir for 400 damage, which isn't awful. And he can, you know, defend really easily a lot of the pushes that Hugo does, so I get it. But I'm not a huge fan of it, and I'm wondering if that's going to be like a one-time thing or if he's going to try and repeat that multiple times throughout this game.
And there you go. This time does get a tank deep in enemy territory with the Knight, and now Graveyard will tank for the Archers, so Knight has to come out defensively from the Frenchman up high, and you see Bale nodding, maybe expecting that exchange to go exactly the way it went.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty decent counter push right here. It's not going to get too much damage. Does get it down to just above 2100, and after the fireball, get it down to under 2k. But yeah, Bale can just defend every graveyard with Archers, and it's just so hard for him to really get past that defense right there.
And the Snowball making a nice, easy response to the Spear Goblins as well offensively. So lots of good options here. Fireball going to get Cannon Cart and Mega Minion value on the right-hand side, and we've already seen this matchup once before, and this one seems like it's going very similar to the first. Yeah,
I think Bale kind of has this matchup figured out in terms of how he wants to play it. Every single time he's just going to Graveyard, and every single time he's just going to Fireball the Mortars. So it's, you know, he believes that that's the proper way to play this matchup, and so far, you know, it's proving to be the correct way to do things. But, you know, as we head into the final 30 seconds, it's getting closer and closer as this game goes on.
Snowball takes care of the Spear Goblins at the bridge. Final 28 seconds. Cannon Cart going to get taken care of by that Barb Barrel. Graveyard in. Hunter way in the back. And this is going to give a little bit of an opportunity here for Hugo to make one last push, but Cannon Cart does go off its wheels, and that actually does feels like it puts the nail in the coffin. Bale saying his game plan today against Hugo was to play calm and stay calm so that things go well, and as you can see, look on his face here, Bale's supremely calm and confident here in game number 1.
Yeah, he played that really well. Made a few odd plays, but clearly they were the correct decisions. Got himself, it was a close game going in the final 30 seconds, but great recognition on his end to just attack, not let him get any pushes. And when you do that, and you have archers for defense, it's really easy for him to get over aggressive and then just fireball whatever counter push could have occurred. And yeah, he played that really well.
Very, very well indeed. In the chat, Burton B asking which comedian at the Comedy Store would be the best co-host for you. And since this is a family-friendly broadcast, I'm going to answer none of them because I know all those comics very well, and not one of them I think could maintain the level of family friendliness that we need here. But if I had to choose, Jeremiah Watkins would be phenomenal if you're going for somebody there. Where is Sandy, the mod? I don't know where OG Sandy mod is, but maybe we'll see her back here at some point. And guys, yeah, Omotayo putting in the chat here, subscribe, and I'll hit that link one more time. Guys, if you're enjoying this at all, in any way, shape, or form, even if you're not enjoying it, you're just here because you feel you like pain for some reason, like this stream, subscribe to the channel, and come back for more pleasure or pain, whichever one of these two is rocking your boat here today, because we're doing more Clash Royale, of course, throughout the year, and this channel right here, youtube.com/RichSlaton, is one of the most fun places and most consistent places for Clash Royale competitive content. When you're not watching CRL on the weekends at the official Clash Royale esports YouTube page, you come here for everything else, community events like this one, best of fives, weird band and different experiments, deep dives on some great moments in Clash Royale, occasional tip videos on moves, all that right here. So hit that subscribe button and make sure you don't miss any of it. Here we go, back into game number 2. Bale up 1 on the Frenchman.
No, that's a really good way of asking for subs because, you know, clearly they're either going to like it or dislike it. That's just brilliant. That's just brilliant.
Look, some people, their favorite thing to do is to dislike things. So if you want to dislike something, come here and dislike me. I'm fine with that. Just don't dislike the video, guys, you know. Haley saying, keep it up, Rich. Loving the gameplay. Thank you very much for that $3 super chat. Totally appreciate it, and I will make sure to spend that on burritos. Guys, I keep forgetting to, but I'm going to order that edible gold leaf, and we're going to do that on one of these. Maybe that, you know, maybe that should be a finals thing for Bren Chong, when I'll eat an edible gold burrito during the stream.
That sounds awesome.
Right?
So the interaction that just occurred, it was a bar barrel and then a defensive bar barrel. That is like one of the easiest plays you can make as a pro, but it is like something everybody messes up, and everybody's just okay with messing it up. Like, no one does the proper timing for it because, you know, they're just not attentive enough at the beginning of the games. And it always just makes me chuckle because, like, there's so much on the line, and it seems like people are ready for those kind of plays maybe 10-20% of the time.
Yeah, that's interesting how, you know, we were talking yesterday with I was talking with Hazard yesterday about minor wall breakers specifically, and how that's such a hugely popular deck. And you and I have talked about the weird skill curve of how that deck works, where it's hard to use for middle tier players, but the better you get at the game, the easier that deck is from all the different deck selections. And Hazard was talking a little bit about, oh man, you know what, I saw a comment and I lost my train of thought on that one. So I'll be back. Oh yeah, he was saying that, you know, it's actually so funny I lost my train of thought while I was doing that, because he says the number one thing that dictates whether you're good or not at that game, at that deck, is how focused you are while playing it. And funny that I lose focus for a moment while talking about this point of how important focus is for minor wall breakers.
Yeah, no, that's great. But yeah, no, he's exactly correct. It's, you know, it's all about paying attention, recognizing every single part of that game. And it's just so hard to do that consistently for an entire game. But if you can, you know, you're always going to be in a great spot to play the deck really, really well.
And Twitch, I know I'm not reading the Twitch chat very much, but Gigi, thank you so much for your sub on Twitch. I do really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Very, very cool. And yeah, guys, on Twitch, sorry you're getting the short of the stick here in terms of me reading the comments, but there's about 1,000 something people on YouTube, so that's where our official broadcast is. But glad to bring it to you guys on both streams, so that wherever you enjoy watching Clash Royale, you can watch it today. Sorry for those of you guys who enjoy watching it on DLive, but we're not there. Miner into the safe spot, Balloon up high. Baby Dragon turned the opposite direction. Final minute 40 remaining here in double.
Yeah, both players playing this really well. I like the bridge lavas. This is like the only matchup you can get away with that, and not only get away with it, like have it be the right play. Because as soon as you have an Ice Wizard, Baby Dragon attacking your defensive flying machine, your defensive Baby Dragon, it's just so easy to let the loons lock. So just really good awareness on the matchup and how you're supposed to be playing it from Hugo right there.
Balloon in high from Bale. Goes into the cage. I don't think... Oh, this balloon could get close to connecting here. Going to sneak all the way through and does get on tower. Oh, wow.
Yeah, forces out the fireball as well. That is just not what he was looking for. I was thinking it was going to be a difficult defense, but... I was still holding out hope, and yeah, he just made his push exactly how he was supposed to. Can't catch that miner with a miner as well. Good placement right there. It's just too obvious to place it in the back. And yeah, it's a really clean game from Bale, and 2-0 at the beginning. He's playing this exactly how he should. It sounds like his game plan is working out really well so far. 2 up,
2 down here from Bale, and this is a guy who has always been supremely confident. We've mentioned it before many times during CRL, but Bale was, I believe, 5-time MVP in the Orange Crown League, and one of the guys who I think fairly successfully made the transition all the way up to CRL. And it's one of those things that, like, trying to make that jump. It's unpredictable how it works out. Obviously you've been side by side with Lapo, who made that transition to CRL very, very well. With Bale, right? What were some of the things that you think made him one of those guys who was successful moving into the CRL world?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the first season he actually didn't do that well. And then I think it really comes down to just confidence in himself and his gameplay, because like he just turned it up after that, and yeah, I don't really know what he did. Besides like confidence. I know he was practicing a ton. I remember talking to Diego about something, and he was like showing me some messages about something. I think it was to like one of his like managers or whatever. And it was like, okay, 5, like he was just going down the line of his games against Bale, and it was like best of 9, best of 9, best of 9, all against Bale. And I remember talking to RF, and he was saying that he was playing Bale a ton. And I think it comes down to confidence and just dedication to his craft. And yeah, he was able to turn into a phenomenal player that, is definitely a pro.
Yeah, and, confidence and dedication are two things that currently, that without question, are critical for success in a game like this one that's so grind dependent, right? There are some games where a fast twitch game, right? And I don't mean Twitch the platform, but a game that's all about fast twitch reaction. A lot of shooters. There's a reason why you can see so many shooter players transition from game to game and still be successful, right? Go from CS:GO to Valorant to Fortnite to Apex, whatever it might be, because a lot of the mechanics remain the same. But this is a game that is so unique in terms of its mechanics, and also a game that shifts so drastically because you don't have to just understand micro, but macro is so critical. And so to stay at a high level for a long time, that dedication, better than most maybe, AC, how hard that is.
Yeah, just trying to keep up with everything. It's definitely possible to stay at a very, very high level. Like RF will come back after a couple weeks, and then, on a second GC attempt, he's able to get a 12. But like if you talk to him, he's gonna say, yeah, I got it, but I didn't really play all that well. I was able to just get a couple matchups, and with his recognition of macro, he's able to win those kind of games. It's just different than everything else, and that's what makes this game so special.
EWIZ Fireball, Electro Spirit, And of course, Inferno Dragon. It feels like Bale made a pretty decent selection in terms of deck response, but gives up a ton of damage here in the big first push from Hugo.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Inferno Dragon is going to be really, really key heading into double elixir. Nice little prediction goblin cage right there. And yeah, I'm going to be interested to see. He's probably running Ram Rider and maybe like Bar Barrel as his last card. But it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how he sets up the rest of this game.
Ram Rider does not connect. 354 remains on that right-hand side. Now Night Witch, does he drop a Lava in front? And he does. Lava Hound comes down. Ewiz Inferno Dragon in reply. And besides Fireball, no phenomenal response for that Inferno Dragon out of Hugo. So forced to let it do its work. Miner not going to get much. And now a healthy Mega Knight pushing the opposite direction to potentially open up the road. And this is a lot coming downhill right now from the Spaniard.
Yeah, I really love these Ram Riders because every time he Ram Riders, he's forcing out fireballs. And as soon as you force out a fireball, those Inferno Dragons, those Ewizzes on defense are going to be able to clean up everything super, super easily. And with 20 seconds left, 2 fireballs away, he's in a fantastic spot to just apply a ton of pressure, maybe an MK at the bridge, followed by a Ram Rider. No, instead just goes in with a Ram Rider and a Snowball. Okay, just needs 1 fireball to win this game. That's going to be it. Really well played set from Bale.
What a nice clean 3-0. No difference expected out of Bale, the level that he plays this game at. And he'll move on into our quarterfinals, which we'll be doing later today after we get through these round of 16. Hugo not out, guys. And just so you know, all the players who lose today, not out of the competition because this is a double elimination bracket. So all the players who win today, you will see one more time as we go into the quarterfinal matches, and we'll find our winners bracket semifinalists. No players eliminated today from this one. Every player who loses today will drop down into the lower bracket, where we will see them on Sunday as they play elimination matches for that entire chunk. And here you go. For those of you who do want to follow on the bracket on your own, there is the full challenge bracket as we look at the winner bracket for now. Bale moves on over Hugo. Lapo and Bale will be a great matchup for us to see later today. Bob, of course, awaiting the winner of Michifu versus Morten. Legolas and RUBÉN, the winner there, goes to place against Mateja. And, of course, we still also have Predator and Javi and JP versus DoooMiNIk. Oh, and here we go. The first look at the losers bracket. I almost hit the switch off there early. Hugo and Belly will be playing in round number 1, so one of those two will move on, and one will go home empty-handed. Schwarzen and Kuchiku both awaiting who they will face off against in that elimination bracket. So we will see who they go up against. It's been pretty fun so far. Bale with a really, really nice performance there, and you were talking a little bit about some of the sequencing, right? Bale forcing out the fireball so it's not available later. And that's one of the cool things about this game when you talk about this game as it's has its comparison to chess, right? A checkered board, tiles are important, but understanding how to force reactions and how your opponent might react so you set up your next reaction. One of the really cool parts about it. AC, you know, I've debated actually, and I'm curious how the chat thinks about this. I've debated holding like a speed chess Clash Royale tournament where Clash Royale players come and play in a speed chess event on a stream. I know that there are a couple really top tier chess players. Do you have any experience with the classic strategy game?
Look, all I know is that I played against Diego twice and lost to him, and then we both put up $1 on the line, and so, you know, clearly I had to come through and win it.
Sure.
So, you know, if we're putting money on it, I would feel confident. But really, I don't have that much experience. I know Hazard's like 2100 in Blitz or whatever.
So crazy.
He's supposed to be phenomenal. I know Boofmac and his brother Tom used to be like under 11 or under 15 or something, like top 10 in UK or whatever. There are some incredibly talented players who play Clash Royale as well.
You know what I might have to do is I might have to put together a Clash Royale chess tournament, but with Hazard as my co-caster with that kind of score.
Yeah, no kidding. That's just not going to be fun for us to
have to play against that. Well, also I need somebody who knows the game better than me, where I'm like, well, that's the Sicilian, and he goes, yes, but what after that? And I'm like, I have no idea. I barely knew that was the Sicilian. Come on.
Yeah, I I don't know what the Sicilian is, but I know of it from that one TV show, so I'm going to be saying everything is the Sicilian defense, even offensive strategies.
So minor wall breakers, no surprise with Morten on deck choice here, and this is one of the ones people are asking about a bunch. Check it out, Morten versus Michifu, and this is definitely one of the marquee matchups on the day.
Yeah, for sure. Morten with a really good deck choice right there. I love seeing this MK Arrows Zap deck. I feel like it always has a lot of success. So far, it's getting cycled early and often, though, with these Earthquakes, though. So we're going to have to see how he wants to adjust right here. And interesting, goes in with the Prince instead of the Bandit, instead of the any other kind of variation. I really like that. And then great Miner right there to make the Hunter target onto the Miner and allow the Prince to survive just long enough to get 1 or 2 shots on the Hunter.
1877 to 2230 is the closest damage here. An EQ cycle in from Michifu. Morten sets up Mega Knight Hunter. Mega Knight Prince certainly can put you in a bit of a hole early on in the game, but it feels like the further and further we get in the double and triple, the more difficult it becomes for Michifu to contend with it.
Yeah, especially because he just Michi has like no response to everything, and you know these MKs are just going to be able to do so much. And you know, even though technically he's defending it well right here, he's just going to be able to set up with another Prince, another MK. Michi can't go opposite lane because as soon as he tries to do that, the MK comes down, and that's just too much pressure. He's playing this really, really well so far.
Yeah, you look at the elixir difference there. When the MK was getting taken care of beforehand, it ended up putting Morten up by about 4 or 5 elixirs, so we'll see if he continue to put the action. Right now, pretty even on elixir, but up 7 with that Mega Knight on the board.
Yeah, I love how he's trying to do this. He's trying to force out spells, all that kind of stuff. I'm not a huge fan of that push, though, right there. It allows him to get a +4 trade, something like that. And then, you know, he had a huge advantage. Now it's next to no advantage whatsoever. But we could see split lane pressure coming out the rest of this game, though.
Mega Knight on skates, arrows in front. Skellies won't do much against a Mega Knight, but they will slow things down a little bit. Miner goes to the opposite lane, and Prince working on one Hunter doesn't get a shot on the second Hunter, and it does not. So Hunter alive here. Piggies to the right-hand side. Mega Knight not back in cycle yet for Morten, so has to go Prince and Hunter on defense. That's going to be a ton of damage here for Michi. Hunter as well, spraying that tower, and one more shot gets through. 297. It feels like Morten has to win here, or this is going to be GG very, very quickly for Michi.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he wants to do this.
Oh, what a zap. Can he beat it out? No, he cannot. Michifu does get the dub here in game number 1.
Yeah, I love how he did that. Good recognition. I mean, he just did that exactly how he's supposed to. Cycles Earthquakes. Once it hits double, he recognizes that he can't go in with the Royal Hogs. He never tried to do split lane pressure. Which is a key mistake I see too many people doing. Instead recognizes, you know, even if he has to stack a lot of cards and give a lot of arrows value, it's not as bad as you would really think. Because, you know, you're just trying to set up for more spam, and then you can cycle back to those cards again. And then as soon as MK is out of cycle, he doesn't have enough for it, goes in with the Royal Hogs, takes the tower down pretty low, and then is able to spell cycle it out.
Yeah, that
exactly what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, that was the key there. As soon as you got that MK out of cycle, GG, well played. So Michifu takes game number 1 here. Michi's had an interesting journey, you know, in Clash Royale overall. Obviously wasn't in the league in 2018. Had a little bit of success in 2019. Spent some time away from the league, and back in 2020. Michifu, obviously a really passionate player, obviously a really talented player. What are your expectations of Michifu here in 2021?
I am going to say he's going to get at least 2 top 5 finishes over the course of this year. I have a lot of confidence in him to be able, because, you know, a lot of the competitors that have those #1 finishes, they're a different breed than other players in these kind of tournaments, these kind of like long drawn out 1v1 against each other. They have so much experience with that kind of pressure. And I really, really would be shocked to see if he doesn't get at least like one top 3 even.
Morten bans EQ and then goes right back to the same deck, so very interesting choice out of the German.
Yeah, I think he found a deck that he feels confident about, and then, you know, he just knows that if there's one thing that's going to be able to stop a deck like that, it's going to be just that EQ spam.
I did ask Morten that if he could not pair 2v2 with... I asked him which famous person he'd want to play 2v2 with, being one of the best 2v2 players of all time, and he said Sam. I don't trust anyone more than him. And I said, no, but not Sam, not a Clash Royale player. And I loved his answer. He said Albert Einstein. So from one mad scientist to one of the other most famous scientists on the planet with some mad hair. I love that answer.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And I love that, like, he can technically choose anybody he wants, but he's like, nah, I'm gonna keep it how it needs to be, and keeps it with Sam. That's pretty funny.
Bats to the left-hand lane. Michifu sets up his E-Wiz in the back. Miner goes right to it and forces the fireball out. Doesn't get the bats, so bats do get one bite. 1950 on the left-hand sour so far. Morten pitching a shutout as we get closer to double.
Yeah, and Rich, it kills me to say this, but I just checked the time. This is going to be the last game that I get to cast.
Oh, unfortunate, but we do appreciate... I'm sure everyone here appreciates having you here, and, you know, they'll have to put up with my dulcet tones for the remainder of the broadcast, but, dude, always great having you, and let's go ahead and we'll focus on finishing this one out, and then we'll send you on your way.
All right, for sure, for sure.
Royal Giant at the bridge, Hunter behind, Fisherman in support. Prince working on that DPS, and finally Michifu does connect on tower.
Yeah, aggressive fireball lock, I like it because he can just defend so easily. He goes in with the E-Wiz instead of Skeletons or E-Spirit. Interesting play. I probably would have done something other than that, but it doesn't really matter. A good defense right there. Kind of left him a little bit open if Morten had the right cycle and the right timing to get aggressive. But with so much spam, and I mean, it's basically, you know, is your deck gonna have Hunter? Is your deck gonna have EQ as well, or is it gonna have just one or the other? And you know, Michifu is playing those kind of decks just exactly how they should be played.
Mega Knight cycled in the back here for Morten. Michifu replies with a Fisherman and Hunter, 1782 to 1809. So Michi getting back in this one slowly as we are in sudden death.
And these Skeletons on top are just killing these Prince bushes. He can just never do anything with it, although that is a huge lock from the MK right there.
Lock from the MK, and Wallbreakers connect opposite lanes, so now the lead in both lanes here for Morten, giving him some good options as we go into triple elixir here in the next few seconds.
Yeah, this deck apparently is just terrible in the first 2 minutes of the game, and as soon as that, you know, as soon as that flips, gets into double elixir, then it becomes a really, really solid deck overall.
Wow, but look at that Royal Giant.
Yeah, RG is able to get a lot of shots, but yeah, the rest of this game, we're going to see a ton of pressure from both lanes. This is going to be so impossible to stop.
Prince working hard on the right-hand side. Wallbreakers trying to go on the left-hand side. And look at those arrows, trying to keep that Prince on 22 HP. And there you go, the GG well played. Morten evens things up at 1-1.
Great prediction right there. Understands what's going to be in cycle. Understands that he isn't going to be able to E-Wiz or Fisherman or anything like that. He's going to be worried. He's going to just try and get something out as soon as possible. And those prediction arrows were beautiful.
Yep, absolutely gorgeous. So are you staying for the rest of the match, AC, or was that you done there?
No, I'm unfortunately done there. I got to take out my dog and, you know, spend time with her, fortunately.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
Go get to spend time with your dog. I support you entirely. Hey, dude, thanks for coming, guys. One more time, there's AC's link in the chat. Those of you who don't already, go ahead and follow Josh on Twitter. And, of course, keep an eye out because we are just a few days away from the end of season. And he always does his big end-of-season ladder streams on Twitch. And this one, of course, buddy, is going to be a big one.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. I'm going to have a lot of fun with it. Thank you, everyone, for having me on here. And thank you, Rich, for inviting me.
For sure. All right, later, buddy. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3, all tied up right now. between Morten and Michifu. Bans are minor and EQ. And I don't know if there are any CRL pros in either of these chats right now, but if there are any pros who feel like joining on chat, I've never done this before, but DM me, and maybe we'll throw you in on as the co-caster for a little bit, get some extra insight. Otherwise, it's going to be just me for a while, everybody. And that bowler gets completely manhandled on the right-hand side. First minute away. And now Morten with a counter push. A lot quieter now when I stop talking than it was before. And Lumberjack gets in deep. We'll see at what point does Michifu choose to pull out the freeze in this matchup. Going to be difficult to get the balloon past those zappies and the hunter. So, as Haley's saying, Morten sniper him, and yeah, this does feel like a pretty solid matchup here for the German. He did say that his game plan against Michifu today was to play decks he feels comfortable with and try to surprise him. So I don't know if this was directly an attempt at a snipe or just the matchup worked out well. But Morten did say that he thought Michifu's deck pool was be a bit too big to be predictable here. Zappies to the left-hand side. Baby Dragon going to get on those Zappies, and now a nice little retarget there, but does not retarget the Baby Dragon. Zappies do stay alive, though. And they are enough to stop the Raged Up Balloon from connecting. Death damage in. King Tower activation, and the Graveyard comes in just behind that, and that's the danger of Goblin Cage in Graveyard decks, is that King Tower activation and how easy it is to activate against a Brawler that's not properly supported, and that's why you see Morten was trying to get something down quickly enough to prevent that Goblin Brawler from being NATO'd to King Tower, but unfortunately he couldn't put up enough pressure early enough, and the Zappies prevent the King Tower activation in the opposite direction. Very curious to see, because now both these guys have difficult tasks. How do you get a balloon past a Hunter and Zappies, not to mention the Goblin Cage? And how do you get more damage on tower or get significant damage in a crunch time situation against an activated King Tower as a Graveyard player? So very curious back and forth. Chris saying it was a snipe in the chat here, and maybe it was a direct snipe, but Morten was saying activation, yeah. That's when you activate a King Tower, but from inside the UFC Octagon. 1669 on the left-hand side remaining, and Morten's still in the lead. I don't know if this was a direct snipe here. I don't know how much Michi's been playing this deck specifically. But Morten did say he was concerned about the variance overall of his young opponent. Final 80 seconds, and Michi just pouring it on the left-hand side. Can he get this Hunter out of the way? If he can, that opens up a ton of opportunities. Freeze comes down, and Zappies come down right behind it. So that's one of those ones where maybe Michi wishes he had that back, but the connection gets in anyway, and Morten cannot believe it. Balloon connects, death damage in, and wow, really, really, really great sequence there. So surprised that one actually got in, and now Morten in a world of trouble here in triple elixir, trying to get significant damage on tower against an activated King. And Bowler does get more damage on top of it. That increased range, so devastating. And now Graveyard in opposite way. Fisherman not going to be able to break through to tank for all of that. You understand the idea Morten was going for there, trying to get Fisherman all the way in so he could tank for both. Can he get past this Baby Dragon? Zappies not going to do it. Michifu going to take game number 3 here. And again, that Goblin Brawler. One of the strange things about Brawler, you understand the value of having Goblin Brawler work as a tank for a Graveyard. But the danger against a deck that has NATO, so significant. And they're going to have game number 2 or game number 3 going to Michi, and he takes the advantage in this best of 5. And Alden saying if it was a snipe, he would have used Fireball, not Poison. Great call there, Alden. If it was a full-on snipe, that would have been a good one there as well. You're talking about Morten, how he gets ready for matches like this one. Of course, Morten's been a talented pro for a long time. Some players have rituals they use to get in the zone. Some players don't. and Morten sits back, listens to some music, and goes through his strategy. And one thing he always reminds himself of is that he says it's really the only one who can beat him is him, right? So that if he's going to beat me, if someone's going to beat me, it's going to be him. So Morten does take some time, think about those elements, get himself focused and ready, and get himself ready for these matchups. But at the moment, it is Michi with the advantage after 2, match point for the Spaniard. Let's look at the chat here for a moment and see what you guys are thinking. I know we haven't talked to the chat as much when I have a caster on, guys, a co-caster on, and we don't read the chat quite as much because we have so much more to talk about. But now that it's just me, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what you guys are chiming in with as time goes on. Sheldon Cooper in the Twitch chat saying he wouldn't have played that deck if it was a snipe. He would have played NATO. Yeah, and so again, another good point about whether this was a snipe or not. Here we go to game number 4. Michi with the advantage. The bans one more time, Miner and Earthquake. Sam Cooper asking, what do all these pros play on? Do they use iPhones? Do they use phones, iPads? It depends, player from player. I know that Hazard plays on like an iPad Pro, like the biggest thing possible. I think some players during 2v2 chose to go tablet over going with a phone because of the more action on the board. I think most players, though, do choose to go with a phone as opposed to going with a tablet. I know I tried tablet. I actually switched briefly to an iPad mini, and I really hated it. I realized how much slower it made me as a player, and I switched back to an iPhone, and I returned my iPad mini. RG for Morten. And looking like it's going to be either a Goblin Giant double prints or Graveyard double prints, and it is GY. And big push there. And I was going to say well defended, but that Prince gets all the way in, and Morten just tried to maximize his elixir the best he could and paid for it there in the moment. Passing the midway point of regulation time, 1940 to 1500 is the matchup. Luca Brasque over on the Twitch chat. Hi, what did I say for Kosovo? Hello, Kosovo. How are you? And RG connects on the right-hand side. Hunter not quite doing enough there, and that's going to be the lead change, but Dark Prince should be able to take that lead back here with a shot on the left-hand side. Gets in 976 to 1006. And guys, no one here is going to be out of this event. This is the winner's bracket still. The loser of these games goes down to the elimination bracket, where they will be playing best of 3s on Sunday to try to stay there, fight their way back into contention. Oh yes, there is no co-caster anymore. Good to point. I'll take that off. $775 to 1006. And that Dark Prince does go all the way. And Graveyard does not get the Electro Spear, which might have been a half step early, though, and Iwis comes out. Holding on defensively nicely on the left-hand side. One skeleton does connect, and now Royal Giant to the right-hand lane here for Morten. Hunter comes down in response. Fireball does get the Hunter off the board. Royal Giant gets 1 shot. Royal Giant gets 2 shots, 3 shots. 1 more shot will do it. GG, well played. Morten ties things up. We're going to game number 5. And yes, someone mentioned that Morten copying B-Rad with a water sip. And you know what? Not a bad way to copy. Sheldon Cooper saying I switched from iPhone to iPad mini to the normal iPad. Oh, interesting. Nice work. I just never liked. I like playing on iPad. I used to like playing on iPad more, but now that the game's gotten so much faster, I tend to play on phone instead. Good prediction. Fireball says Anton. Yeah, obviously high level gameplay between these two, and we're not done yet. We still have RUBÉN and Legolas. We still have who's Predator playing against today. That's going to be a good matchup too. Predator and Javi. And that's just in the round of 16. We also have our quarterfinals today as well. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Looking at the bracket here. And the winner of this one will be going on to face BobTheRock in our next game. So be curious to see who ends up being that guy. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 5. People asking, where do I think Morten ranks nowadays? Morten's still one of the greatest competitors in the history of the game. He lacks that one thing, which is a world championship. But, you know, to not put him in the list of all-time greats, I think is a flaw. And what Morten did in the global tournament, I think, was amazing. And I expect that we'll be seeing Morten on some CRL broadcasts this year.
Yay.
So Morten going with, looks like, bait wall breakers. We saw this deck earlier today, and it was really fun to watch out of LaPoKaTi. Now our chance to see what Morten can do with it. And it's, whoa, it's a mirror matchup. Michifu and Morten mirror matchup with the bridge spam bait deck. An advantage early here for Michi. Morten has to take care of that princess and decides to take one shot, 2 shots on the princess and get one down of his own. And nice use of the wall breakers here to protect his princess, make sure she stays on the board. So Michifu currently with the lead by about 500 HP. And Morten goes a little bit behind. Log will take care of that pretty easily, though. I'm fairly sure I changed the North America tag, guys. Let me go ahead and check that one out. Someone saying I didn't change it. No, it still says Europe. Oh, wait, what? I don't see where it still says North America, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought I'd changed that. When I see in studio mode, I see Europe. So who knows? If you guys know there's a place where it says North America, let me know. Wall breakers to the left-hand side. Skeletons in front. Cannon cart to help. And that's a good bandit. Oh, the bandit goes to the cannon cart and not the princess. Just a little bit difference in aim there. And that bandit does get picked up by the cannon cart. That's going to be a lot of damage here on that left-hand tower. Michifu pulling away. 471 to 1630. And Morten going delivery, Michi going log might be the big difference here. Slower cycle for Morten, not to mention the inability to really get more than one troop most of the time with that. Makes it also very difficult to get to the princess. He can't defend with troops and then attack the princess. Goblin Barrel in, log immediate response. Bandit working at the bridge, Goblin Barrel on the other side. And trying to get delivery down for Goblin Barrel, the timing is so brutal. You have to get it down so quickly, but Morten so far doing a good job responding, but so far this game really has been all Michi. Wallbreaker pressure on the right-hand lane, skeletons are sufficient. And this is the other problem here. This is what's made this game really, it's not even the, you talk about the log versus delivery, but what's made this so difficult as far as log versus delivery is that Morten has absolutely no way to get past those 1 elixir skeletons. So he spends 2 elixir on the wall breakers on the right-hand side, and the skeletons come out, and he can't get past them. He can do nothing. Watch this again. Skellies come out, and boom, that's a -1 trade that does absolutely nothing for him, but that he has to make. He has to make that pressure and has no other real option. And now he's in a whole lot of trouble, 232 on the left-hand lane. And now stacked up princesses. Would love to log those 2, can't log those 2. Wall breakers in, Goblin Barrel to the back, has to use the delivery. Delivery comes down just in time. And now has to go with the double bait push. Here we go. Log to the back does get it. Forces the cannon cart to the right, and now Morten doubles down. Morten just loading up on the left-hand lane. Can he do anything here? Log there to cover it all up, and man, just nothing Morten can do. This is a brutal, brutal matchup. He knows it. GG, well played. Michifu did not make any real mistakes, but man, that difference of log versus delivery, so brutal in this situation. So Morten does go down to the elimination bracket. We'll see him again on Sunday in those BO3s. Michifu moves on to the semifinals. Where again, let me take a look at the challenge bracket. Did I turn it off? No, I have it over here. There we go. Look at the bracket. So Michifu will move on to play against BobTheRock in that next round, where Morten will fall down and play, I believe, against Schwarzen in this next round. Oh, gosh, they're going to go ahead and give us a graphic here, so why do I even look at that? Here comes in the graphic, as you can see. Michi versus Bob. We'll see that later today. Bale versus Lapo. Mateja waiting the victor of Legolas and RUBÉN. And, of course, we still have 2 other round of 16 matches to do before we even get close to those quarterfinals. We're going to be here for a little while, guys. Definitely have some more Clash Royale to play today. And let's see if they show us a lower bracket here as well. And whether you're watching over on Twitch or YouTube, certainly do appreciate your support in either direction. And we should see the lower bracket here in just a minute. JP and DoooMiNIk going to be very curious, and I do wish that we still had AC for that matchup. Co-caster still showed. Okay, I'll take the co-caster thing off. My co-caster today was crap, not here anymore, but certainly to appreciate having him here. Always nice. And yeah, guys, there's still things. It's one guy running the thing, doing my best. But now we're getting ready for our next matchup. I'm not sure what it's going to be. So we'll know that in a moment. Ayush saying, great, listen to AC with you. I think you should call one pro every day. It would be amazing. I try to get pros in as much as I can. Sometimes I can find someone some people are available, some are not. Some are good as casters, some are not as well. So I think I've seen Rich versus Gary Kasparov. And I'll tell you right now, Gary Kasparov, I destroy him in 7 moves. 7 moves, I beat Gary Kasparov. No questions asked. Yeah. Nakamura, it would take me maybe 4. So, yeah, I think I got all those guys. Easy does it in those ones. Is AC coming back? No. Can I speak Arabic? No. Yeah, of course. I would destroy Nakamura. I would destroy Kasparov. I mean, there's not really anybody who can hold a candle to me at chess. Who's this Magnum Carlos guy? Yeah, Magnum Carlos, done immediately. Hikaru, yeah, no. Hikaru it'd be 4. I'd get him in 3 moves. I would 3 move mate Hikaru. No questions. It's impossible to joke in the gaming world. Here we go. JP versus DoooMiNIk, or I'd like to say DoooMiNIk. Have I ever seen a pro not use a meta deck and have success? Yes, Christian. Many times. But the problem with non-meta decks is the non-meta decks tend to be even more heavily matchup dependent. There are some non-meta decks that are like the ladder one-trick decks that person plays over and over and over again and can use to push up pretty high. But most of the non-meta decks, they become even more matchup dependent, and they have weird mechanics sometimes too. So yes, I've seen pros use non-meta decks to be successful, but typically there's a reason why non-meta decks don't get played a ton in competitive Clash. And here goes Dom P.E.K.K.A.ing in the back early on. P.E.K.K.A.ing, that's a weird conjugation. And I asked, I don't actually know, I never got an answer from JP on that one. Interesting. I did ask Dom what his plan was today to go up against JP, and he says he knows him very well. They're good friends, and of course, Dom, as we said earlier with AC, a good friend of a lot of these players, and he said his goal is to try to outpick him. So maybe that's what we're seeing here with this P.E.K.K.A deck, is the young player from Bonn, Germany, trying to outpick the decks against JP. And he does believe he has a pretty good shot at CRL this year. Currently 47th on the global ladder, which is a great place to be with only a couple days to go. Will be very difficult to fall out of the top 1,000 at this stage. It might end up with a solid top 100, maybe even top 50 finish. Can I beat Goku? Absolutely, I would always beat Goku. Goku's got nothing on me. I'm already powered up. He takes like 3 days to power up. Jeez. Oh, Sakina Fuzzby. Rich can go Super Slaton. That's hilarious. If anyone here can do Photoshop and do a Super Slaton graphic, I'll repost it and link your Twitter. That'd be hilarious. And Dom is choosing to P.E.K.K.A up one more time. an immediate graveyard the opposite lane here. Poison does give him a good defense against the graveyard. And we'll see if Dom does pull the trigger on his GY here in a moment. I believe he's playing graveyard here. No, Ram Rider. My mistake. I had the feeling of P.E.K.K.A GY, but P.E.K.K.A Ram Rider. And you can see why the Ram Rider had not been seen yet. So hard to break through here against a Goblin Cage and Zappies as well. JP ahead on the right-hand side, 17-18 to nothing so far. So a good shutout being pitched, but this is a lot on the left-hand side. Huge push. And very well defended. But Ram Rider into the right-hand side. Cage in cycle does come down in response. And still no damage from Dom. Graveyard in. Baby Dragon does not get the tank here. But still a couple of skeleton stabs get in. Here we go, final minute, triple elixir on its way, and Baby Dragon gets on tower. And that should be enough to seal the game here for JP. Bert, any other comics I know play CR? Not very many. No one that you would know, most likely. 10:51 on the right-hand side, final 30 seconds. Defensive graveyard here from JP to try to work against that P.E.K.K.A and the Fisherman. And Smart doesn't care about getting the tower. And Dom knows that was a tough one. Nice playing for JP. Vamos for Barcelona's big star. And that's game number 1 for the world champion. GG, well played. Take a look at the chat here for a moment. Rich beat One Punch Man with half a punch. Yeah. Obviously. I once beat Michael Jordan in a game of horse. On occasion, Chuck Norris asked me for fighting advice. So all good points there, Hippie One. It's so weird to see a defensive GY, says Ana Luisa. Yeah, but there was the right call there, right? You have Fisherman, you have P.E.K.K.A, you have a lot of like single target attack troops coming in. A great way to just clog up the lane there and give him time to get back to his Zappies. So smart play there. Can you beat critical? I can be more critical than critical, that's for sure. Since when do you broadcast for CR? For 4 years, in fact. But good question. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3. Did you see the No Candy stream where he said Vamos every second? No, but that's awesome. So interesting, we're talking about pre-game rituals. And Dom has a unique one. Most players listen to music, think about matchups. Dom goes for a 30-minute run before he plays competitively to get his head cleared. And I really, really like that. I like that a lot. Just kind of put your phone down, get away from any distractions, and just go out there and get your body moving. Interesting fact about me, I used to do the roast battle at the Comedy Store in Hollywood, the competitive one-on-one back-and-forth roasting competition. And I did that for a couple of years when I was first working my end at the Comedy Store. And I used to go and spar at my Muay Thai gym that day. I would always go to Muay Thai and spar the day that I had roast battles. And part of that would be the roast battles were very, very nerve-wracking. You're going to go and get insulted by someone you know in front of all your friends and a bunch of, customers and also big-name comics. So it was a great way to clear my head so I wasn't thinking about it. And also, if you get, it's a great reminder where, hey, if I can get, kicked in the head, then a couple of insulting jokes are not that big of a deal. So that was my pregame ritual for the roast battle. And Dom looking like he is going the same direction one more time. JP with a variant, possibly, of what he did in game number 1. I like that we haven't seen Dom play Lava yet. He did say his $1 million deck would be Lava. Haven't seen it yet from him. And smart call. Of course, if we do go to a game 3 and he's down 2, we'll see if he does go to his comfort. That's the real danger spot Graveyard in, poison in response, P.E.K.K.A working in the back. Double elixir on its way. Someone asked if I did comedy, when I go back to comedy after all this is over, would I make fun of Clash Royale? Not Clash Royale specifically because it's too specific, right? Like, it's too niche. No one would know what I was talking about. But esports? I've actually already done some material on esports at the Comedy Store a while back, before all this. Mason Mail, I keep coming back every 10 minutes to watch a different pair of sunnies every time. I've only done 2 pairs today. The Hanukkahs and the ice creams, but we might switch it up here soon. And Dom, really not liking the situation. Can't break through. Goes to the same well one more time, and JP with a very similar defensive structure. And you see Dom just shaking his head over and over again. Just a frustrating situation. And JP, seeing the white flag raised, takes a big breath. And there you go. Game number 2, JP. 1 game away from moving on to our semifinals, or our quarterfinals, I mean. Are your sunglasses limited edition? Some are limited editions, some are not. So these are the ice creams are a limited run. As I was wearing them earlier, the Hanukkahs are a very limited run. So yeah, some are limited, some aren't. Everybody has a roast until they get a roast, unlike they get a plan in the face. Almost, yeah. Everyone has a roast plan until they get punched in the face. That's a good one. Does Dom do it again? And JP just opens up with 2021's best win condition. An immediate zap response from DoooMiNIk. So JP does switch it up, and very predictable. This is what I called. Down 0-3, Dom goes with Lava Hound. Does JP have the counters necessary here? Delivery and a bad one. So is he running delivery and fireball? Probably not with an EQ in there. Musketeer will be nice in this matchup. We'll see how well JP can protect it. Dom is very good at Lava Hound. Very, very good at Lava Hound right now. Currently, I think he's running this bomber version. Oh no, this is a different version. He's currently playing Lava Loon with Bomber on ladder and number 47 in the world. I asked JP where his passion comes from to the game for Clash Royale. He's definitely one of the more passionate players in the game, and he said he has passion for anything he loves, and he loves this game. So you see how much the passion you see from him, that's purely a reflection of how he feels about Clash Royale overall and competing. And right now we're getting very close to a pretty big reaction out of JP. Dom lavas up, and that log cycle takes it down to 7:24. When does CRL start? Well, the end of season ladder push is going to be Sunday night. We're in a couple of nights here. And that's the official start is, when we find our top 1,000 from ladder. CRL's kind of already started. And then the first weekend of the top 8 broadcast will be in a few weeks here in February. And so look at this one. JP takes tower, but immediately an insane amount of pressure, and Dom with a really good chance right now to take it. I don't think this is going to be bad. This is going to be a GG. There you go. Delivery does stall things out here. Oh, did Dom need to go Lava Hound there? I guess he did. RUBÉN has not played yet. And this feels like this one should be it. Second Musketeer trying to stop that Balloon. Balloon doesn't connect, but Miner gets down. Death damage in, and there you go. Now we make it official. We're going to game number 4. GG, well played, and to all of you joining, whether you're brand new or whether you've been here the entire time, I'm Rich Slaton, caster for Clash Royale League. That's my name right there and my Twitter right below. Here's my Twitter link there in the chat, and hope you're enjoying yourselves here being a part of this event. We are partway through, or most of the way through today's matchups. We have a few more matchups in the round of 16, and then we are doing all 4 quarterfinal matchups today. So we'll be doing those. All the people who take their L's today will be back on Sunday as part of the elimination bracket, and we will finish up the entire EU region on Sunday. Tomorrow, we're back with North America right here, as well as tomorrow on Cashman's channel on Twitch, link in the chat right now. We'll be doing the LATAM Day 2 of the finals, and then, of course, on Sunday, I'm doing the EU final day, and same thing for Cashman for Asia on that Sunday. Let's go back in to game number 4. JP with the advantage chooses to ban Lava Hound. No surprises here against the very, very highly skilled Lava Hound player, who AC was saying earlier was giving him some corrections. Vincent M asking, have I ever performed stand-up in Canada? Yes, I've performed in Edmonton, Calgary, Olds, and Whitecourt. A little tour of southern Alberta in my one time performing up in Canada. Rocky, we are not yet a single elimination. We are in double elimination. This is the first day. We are in the winner's bracket. We do an elimination. Oh, you're talking about single game. I'm not sure. But here's all this information for 2021 CRL, if that's what you're thinking about. BK Lavitt, can I give you a shout out? Absolutely not. And Luis Pinto, no, I don't have any roast jokes for Clash Royale written right now. Roast jokes are like finely tuned swords. You craft those and write and rewrite them. Pekka goes to the right-hand side, and someone saying Mohamed Parsadek. Fun to see that from Dom. And the Mohamed Parsadek has almost become meta to this point. It's become so popular. Now, much more popular amongst semi-pros than amongst CRL pros. And the cannon cart does not go off its wheels. Oh, my word. And then the arrows late to stop her from kicking on tower. That exchange all went Dom's way. Very, very nice work for DoooMiNIk. Huge advantage as we go in the double. Odeki saying he should have banned Balloon rather than Lava. That's a hard question, right? Banning Balloon versus banning Lava, because if you ban Balloon, you then have to plan for Lava, but you don't know if you're going to face it. And look at that, the huge connection, the Graveyard Cannon Cart connection on the left-hand side. Puts it right back in the JP's favor. Can he defend against this push? The King Tower activation from the arrows. DoooMiNIk fat fingers it, and this just totally swung the momentum here. With 14 seconds left, Graveyard in the left-hand side. JP does have to defend both Graveyards and Balloons, but that King Tower activation certainly will be helpful against Graveyards, and now that's tower down. iAmJP with the Vamos and gets the big win here. DoooMiNIk falling in our round of 16 will be facing more opportunities in the lower bracket on Sunday, but for now has to take a seat until then. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. I don't know if the arrows not hitting King Tower would have made a difference there, because I think that the push was already done. I need to go back and watch that one, but man. What do I think about this? I do not like the Tsunami card idea. I don't like any card at 10 elixir. I think it's not a good call. Is a lower bracket BO3? Yes, elimination bracket will be BO3s. Upper bracket is BO5s. Jesse Ruan saying Thunderboy should get invited. He beats most of these players. Well, Jesse Ruan, there were open qualifiers for this, and for events like this throughout the year, there will be open qualifiers. Keep your eye on your in-app and also on Twitter. Not to mention CRL 2021 is open to anybody. So if your friend Thunderboy can beat all these guys, are you talking about Thunderstruck or is Thunderboy a different person? Well, either way, has a chance. I thought you were going to show the lower bracket too. Let's see. A card that knocks back cards like in the air, like the log does for ground troops. Well, Jonah, we have the Snowball, which does that, does knock back cards in the air. And we also did have, excuse me, Royal Delivery was doing that for a little while, but then Royal Delivery got the nerf, so not anymore. Thunderboy's a different guy. Yeah, Thunderboy. So if Thunderboy's good enough, then guess what? There are open qualifiers for this, and CRL 2021 is open to anybody who can make top 1,000 ladder. So if Thunderboy's as good as you say he is, I guess we'll be seeing him at top 1,000 ladder, and of course seeing him this next season in CRL. Let's see. I think the game needs slight rework. I mean, that's a broad statement. Very excited to see the idea of, we talked about this earlier today, but if a King Tower if there were different abilities for King Towers potentially, it would be very cool. Who's the person behind all the equipment? Not equipment. I'll go ahead and go back. This is the feed that I'm getting. I'm casting over a clean feed from the Team Queso house. You can see Team there at the bottom. That is Revel Amar. Revel is the guy who's organized the Moreno Cup, Cabrera Cup, Bren Chong Cup, Summer Edition, Original #2, AMG Cup, the CWA Cup, all these big cups that you've been watching for years. Revel's the guy who organizes them alongside his partner, Apache Moreno. They put these together. And, yeah, Revel's the guy who's casting this in Spanish. So, yeah, there's the guy right there from the Queso house. And that's where the production is coming from, is from Team Queso. So let's see. Made a report for copyright. What, that guy? I don't really know. Let's see. Any other important things here from the chat? I mean, why would I even ask that? There's never anything important in the chat, just things that I do or don't want to respond to. You need an air sweeper that costs 12 elixir, use the elixir you leaked. The air sweeper was an interesting... air sweeper makes a lot of sense in Clash of Clans. I don't think it would make much sense in Clash Royale, though. Will RUBÉN play? At some... soon, I believe. So, who is that other guy? That other guy was Revel Amar. That's the Spanish caster that I was talking about. Let's see. Best bowler GY player. Oh, no candy? Yeah, absolutely. That's no question. We should be getting to our next game here in just a moment. And guys, as we're waiting for that, I see there's 1,200 of you right now. Hit the like on this video. Let's amplify the event so more Clash Royale fans can find out about it. And of course, don't forget yourself to subscribe to this channel and ring the bell for notifications so you come back for every one of these things. Of course, I don't just do live streaming events. I also do pre-recorded best of fives, and I do some really fun deep dives, my Inside the Play series, breaking down the X's and O's of some of the greatest moments and plays in Clash Royale, and some occasional, for those of you who want like vertical videos, some little 1-minute shorts that break down some different techniques that you might want to learn to improve your Clash Royale game. So a lot of fun things here for those of you interested in the competitive Clash Royale scene right here. So one more time, link in the chat. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel and make sure you guys come back for all of this. Waiting on our next one here. I'm not sure what the delay is, and as soon as we have that game, we'll be back in. Javi or JP? I like JP a lot. Javi, as you guys know, is probably one of my favorites. So, I like them both, but Javi's a personal favorite of mine ever since seeing him at the qualifiers or at the seeding tournament in Tokyo at the 2018 CRL World Finals. Andrew and I were both immediate fans of his. So, big ones. Follow Rich Slaton on TikTok as well, says Spicy Squad. What's funny is I have a TikTok account, but I deleted TikTok and then re-put it back on my phone, and I can't access it. I don't know what happened. So Rich Slaton is on TikTok, but I don't do anything with it. And no one has access to it. So there you go. Rocky saying, want to give you props for the great commentary you kill on these streams. Thank you very much, Rocky. Speaking of killing it on these streams, link in the chat here. Cashman, absolutely. What is that? Cashman, I think that was a hair from my mustache. Cashman, absolutely killing it, casting the Asian and Latin American regions for this Bren Chong Cup 2. There's his link in the chat one more time. It's also in the show description below. Go ahead and check out Cashman on Twitch for both of for LATAM and Asia. That's going to be LATAM tomorrow, Asia very early on Sunday. But he's been doing a great job, and every single cast of his gets better. I tuned in a little bit yesterday, a little bit today, this morning, and he is doing absolutely brilliant work. So definitely go check out Cashman as well. People saying Cashman is awesome. Yeah, that's a good point. There we go. I'm going to pull my own B-Rad. Getting some water on this one. Jupiter King or Mugi? Mugi. That's an easy answer there. Let's see. Cashman is awesome. Yes, I agree. Anvesh ready, Bola ready. Shout out, please. Nope, no shout out for you. Who's up next? Not entirely sure. DJ Badhand, Jupiter's been unbeatable last summer, but has been struggling a lot this year. Yes, that's absolutely true. Ernesto Lopez, why can't random players enter these big tournaments? Ernesto Lopez, half the players in this tournament were random players who made it in through open qualifier events. So there are random players in here. Random, but not random, but players who entered through open qualifiers. So Ernesto, you could have been in this tournament had you checked the esports tab, because the qualifiers were in the esports tab for Clash Royale. So if you don't know where the esports tab is, I mean, that'd be weird because you probably found this game through the esports tab, found the broadcast. But both on Twitter, there's my Twitter link. I will retweet a lot of these events, but they have open qualifiers. The esports tab. So you go to, we're keyed out here. Guys, apparently they are working on getting RUBÉN's camera on. So that's what the delay is. So let me show you guys. Here we go. Green screen off. So there's my phone, right? And as you can see, let me see if I can get it to work. Oh, no, we're into the gameplay. Never mind. Gameplay on. Let's go. I was going to show you guys how to find when they do post about this stuff, but there you go. Oh, and by the way, someone asked, why am I wearing sunglasses? Because they're dope. That's my answer. Really, the question is, why aren't you? Here we go. RUBÉN versus Legolas. And Legolas certainly pulled one of the hardest matchups in the entire tournament worldwide, and for his opening best of 5. And all you can do here is wish Legolas luck. A very talented player he is, but, you know, anybody against RUBÉN is going to have a really, really tough time. We'll see how he performs here. He did say he has no game plan, just improvisation, which I like. It's really hard to game plan for RUBÉN, although RUBÉN does run a lot of Royal Hogs, a lot of balloons, so maybe that would be at least kind of a hint on how you want to approach the consensus #1 player in the world. But not choosing one is the Ukrainian from Kiev. And Royal Hogs getting some good damage against RUBÉN on the right-hand side, and that's going to be a nice lead here for Legolas. 1877 to 2300. This GY deck very popular today for RUBÉN. And I asked Legolas what is his favorite moment in his Clash Royale career, and I gotta say I really loved his answer. His favorite moment will be to win the Bren Chong Cup. So that's a really excellent answer out of Legolas. Aspirational answer, confident answer. Winning the Bren Chong Cup will be his greatest moment of his career. Strong move from the 8.5K player. Lead continues to extend here for Legolas. Poison does get some more work in for RUBÉN on the left-hand side, but Spear Goblins, Log, and Delivery so far doing a good job playing defense against these graveyards. Zappy's split, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Final 2 minutes of gameplay in, and now EQ cycle from Legolas on the right-hand side. Pretty big push on the left, Delivery high to hold off against that. Spears do step up into the poison, but Bomb Tower, man, just the height and the of defense, right? Where Legolas is able to play, let's put it, the length of the defense, right? Legolas can really play defense at the top, middle, and bottom against these graveyards. That's making it really, really hard for RUBÉN. He gets met at the bridge, defended in the middle, and then defended in the back all at the same time. Legolas donated 60 subs to Cashman in 2 days. Very cool. Nice support there from Legolas. And here a graveyard push, but RUBÉN just in a tough situation here. Log EQ to the right-hand side, and my guess here is RUBÉN bans EQ. That's my guess. As he just says, no, we're not playing an Earthquake game. Legolas takes game #1. That's going to be a big weight off of his back. Spicy Squad saying Rich Slaton needs to be a card and play, and oh, it was a fake Legolas. Different Legolas, says somebody in Twitch. Good to know. Rich Slaton needs to be a card and play would be to block one side of the bridge and explode. Interesting evaluation there, but cool. Willis Rota, what happens to people who lose in the round of 16 in quarterfinals? They drop into the lower bracket where they will play tomorrow, or not tomorrow, on Sunday. There's the challenge bracket. I'm going to spam it in the chat real quick. There's the bracket for those of you who want to go ahead and check it out. But they will drop into the lower bracket where they will be playing best of threes that are all elimination matches because this is a double elimination tournament. Great to see new talented players against the biggest. Legolas is not new. That's one of the interesting things about Legolas, right? Is Legolas might be less known on the international stage, you know, not a big name as far as the casual viewer goes. The people who've been watching competitive Clash Royale really carefully have been seeing how good Legolas is for a long time. He's entered in a lot of small tournaments, community tournaments, has entered in my events, and Legolas is a training partner and friend of Igor and LaPoKaTi. You have a kind of a four-man team there. Igor, LaPoKaTi, Legolas, and Dreamingfly, who all play, stream, and practice together. Legolas has been on the cusp of being really, really great for a long time, and he just needs that one big breakout moment. And this has that opportunity. This really could be a breakout tournament for him. If he beats RUBÉN and moves along here, that would definitely be a signature win, and a great performance here could be that thing that really puts Legolas on the map in a way that maybe he hasn't been beforehand. And Zigzag, I see your suggestions. I've seen that one a bunch of times. Not interested in it. So there you go. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. Legolas up 1 right now against the world champion. And I asked Legolas who's the best friend he's made in his history in Clash Royale. He did say Igor. And I asked him how helpful was it been to hang out with those guys, and what kind of lessons have you learned from them? And Legolas's answer was very, very short. It was practice NATO. And what an interesting thing is that NATO practice specifically being the thing that stands out to him as something that he's done with those guys that really elevated his game. And we talked about it. Tornado, a lot of people say is OP. Some people say it's even broken. But the reality is NATO is one of the most misplayed cards in the game. We see it even at the highest level of professional play. People misplay NATO all the time. So great note there from Legolas to practice NATO. That's something he's done a lot with some of the best solo players in the world as his practice partners. Minor Wall Breakers Cannon Cart for RUBÉN, Earthquake Cycle, and I understand the Bomb Tower ban. Bob of Borg asking, Rich, what would your special battle type be if you could have one? Rage, Double Elixir, Eagleum Clone. Interesting. I've actually said this before. They're not doing special modes for a little while. They're not going to add one in for focus on other things, but I would do minors only as my special mode, where you have 8 cards, all 8 cards are minor. That would be my special mode. I think that would be really fun and really interesting. Minor Wall Breaker to the left-hand side. Toronto is just fine. EQ and Balloon are so OP. Toronto is fine. Never been, but I've heard it's very pleasant. How many glasses do I have? I have, sitting next to me, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pairs sitting right here next to me. More to come. EQ to the left-hand side. That's a lot of spears on the right-hand side with the Hunter. Huge damage for RUBÉN on the right-hand lane. And just like that, lead goes back to the Spaniard. Wallbreaker pressure right at the bridge. Cannon Cart still on its wheels. And the delivery high takes care of all of that. RUBÉN just gave up so much value to that Royal delivery. Is up 2 on Elixir with the Hunter on the board, though. Skellies do go back to that Minor. and trying his best to defend against these pigs is RUBÉN. Currently with the lead, 685. No, lead goes away to 633. Legolas ahead right now. A chance to go up 2-0 on the world champion. 90 seconds left. Can Legolas do it here? Hunter behind the cannon cart. Spears in response, and now the log EQ cycle. The log EQ cycle is so brutal, and right now RUBÉN has to get on tower, has to connect here, or it's going to be game over. Miner to the back, log in front of the cannon cart. Cannon cart does not stay on its wheels. That miner not going to do enough. 357 here. RUBÉN just pressuring, spamming the bridge as much as humanly possible. Log in, not going to be enough, so has to get back to an EQ. Does Legolas. RUBÉN trying to outcycle this one best he can. Delivery high. Miner going to go to the inside at this time. Log to help out. RUBÉN knows that's not going to be enough. EQ does it. GG, well played. Legolas up 2-0 on the world champion. Man, that game one, the matchup was so brutal. Game number 2, I wish I had AC here to really break down pieces of that matchup a little bit more here. But EQ, man, EQ cycle. EQ's a win condition. Mark Littlewood, I've had to choose between burritos and Scooter Sunglass. You can only have one forever. Which one do you pick? Ah, man, that hurts. That hurts. That really, I don't know, man. That's the hardest would you rather I've ever had. Has Toron ever been in one of these tournaments? I believe I've seen Toron play a little bit, but I'm not sure the last time he was in something like this. Think of every spawner you know. Sparky spawner, yeah, all those spawners know. These ones are called the Passion of the Crust. That's what these ones are. You can see there's the, let me give you. Pizza crust all over. The pizzas. There you go. Yeah, EQ is brutal. Itzi, how am I? I'm phenomenal. Mashallah, Basedo. Let's see. Legolas says Tung Fung. Yeah, that's distinctly possible. Never count RUBÉN out. RUBÉN's certainly capable of reverse sweeping here, but going to be a hard one. But pretty cool so far for, you meant to say Tornado, not Toronto. You meant to say Toronto. Toronto is fine is what you meant to say, and I'm holding you to it. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3. Legolas with match point here. And just going to eat that miner. RUBÉN just sitting on that miner. Wow. A special battle with only spawners would be the most irritating thing ever? Yeah, that sounds terrible. People saying Legolas beating the Mark Little would say Legolas beating RUBÉN did ban a card. RUBÉN banned the bomb tower, guys. And Graveyard in on the left-hand lane. Miner to stop the E-Wiz, but this Graveyard going to do some decent damage here because that zap not going to be enough. Skelly starting to stack up. This is going to be a lot right here. Big opening shot from RUBÉN, 1481 to 2102. Maybe it was a starting hand issue. I don't know. Didn't want to spend a Mega Knight on an maybe he had a Graveyard and Cage and Mega Knight and one other card. That's why I didn't want to deal with the miner. Might have been a starting hand situation. People talking about Mark Littlewood saying Legolas beating the best player in the world. This is what open competition looks like. I mean, look, yes, he absolutely is. Matchup is certainly a factor, especially in game number 1. But Legolas is great, and with Legolas, it was just a matter of time before we saw him have a big moment. Obviously, this one's not done yet. I did curse Schwarzen to open up the show today. RUBÉN could win this one, and suddenly we're right back in the mix. But Legolas, again, has been really good for a long time, and I'm not surprised to see him performing very well in this moment. Snowball in, and the E-Wiz. Wow, this is a brutal connection. Going to be down to 351. Guybert Vanderbink. I'm going to love RUBÉN if you don't respond to my love. Hey, Guybert, thank you very much. Mwah, kisses. Prince to the right-hand side. Wall breakers behind. And Cage will not take the wall breakers, but Hunter does come out. Really aggressive play from Legolas at the bridge here. With the Mega Knight tanking, now Snowball does come out. RUBÉN seems like he's in pretty good control at this point. Fish Boy going to work against the Prince. And a good zap. Doesn't do much, though. It will get a couple bat bites. And now just a naked EQ in from RUBÉN. Or not naked EQ, sorry, naked Graveyard. And look at that. Graveyard by itself gets the tower down into spell range. GG, well played. We're going to game number 4. So RUBÉN now putting us back in the mix. One more will send us to a game number 5. Nice work there for the Spaniard. And we'll see if he can get this one back. I did ask Legolas if he did win the grand prize, what he would do with the money. And he said he would buy a PC and start streaming. So interesting if you guys do want to see Legolas start doing more content creation. Maybe a good guy to root for. Burton B saying, how's the weather in Texas? Cold and wet here in SoCal. It's cold but not wet in Texas right now. Although we did have some rain last week. How's Andrew doing? Doing pretty well. I saw him. We spoke the other day briefly, but Andrew's doing great. How do I play Brawl Stars? A little bit, but not much. I don't have much time to game outside of Clash Royale, and then I typically play Apex as my relaxation game. Let's see. I want a game 5. Yeah, I think all of us want a game 5. That's for sure. Shanu saying Texas has amazing weather. Have you been to Southern California? What's the top prize? 15,000 euros, which is even more dollars. The time in Texas right now, 4:45 for Willis Rota, who's asking. And did you guys know? Good note there, Sakina Fusby. Did you know that you can use code RICH in any game that's made by not in any game. You can't use code RICH in like COD Mobile, but you can use it in any Supercell game. Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, Brawl Stars. Go ahead and put in code RICH before you make any purchases. You can support me. And Legolas going with, yeah, a very weird deck. I think this... Is this going to be a Mortar deck, or will this be Loon? It's Mortar. There you go. What if it's Mortar Loon? Are there prizes for the regional stages or just Worlds? Yes, there are. The top 3 from regionals will qualify for the Worlds. But also, those top 3 will win 1,000, 500, and 250 respectively. Good pickup there by Legolas. Royal Giant down onto the Mortar. Knight in reply. Knight and Hunter. Good damage from the miner on the left-hand lane, and goes to the left-hand side. What do I think of Legolas's deck? Asked Rocky. Honestly, what I'm really curious about here is the Ice Spirit versus the Electro Spirit. You don't see much Ice Spirit at all right now. Fireball into the right-hand side. I guess you see the value of Ice Spirit there with the spears. What do I think of 2.8 Balloon Cycle? Fun to play. An RG to the right-hand lane. Miner defensively for the Royal Ghost. That's a lot of damage from the Royal Giant on the right-hand side. And a big part of playing Mortar Minor, or any of the faster cycle Minor decks in particular, is being conscientious about how you use your Minor defensively. And he has done that a good job so far, Legolas, but still a difficult situation here. And that Ghost gets right on the Minor. We'll give up some damage. Royal Giant to the right-hand side. Fishboy helps pull the Hunter. Hunter is gone. And Royal Ghost on the left-hand side here. Legolas has to be wary of that, but not much he can do. Log trying to make enough room. Royal Giant does connect, and that's going to be a GG. Well played. We're going to number 5. GG. Well played. We are going to a 5th and final. RUBÉN battling back here. Gotta love to see it. Let's see. Any other... Let's take a look at the chat here for a moment. Oh, guys, we're almost to 500 likes. Go ahead and hit likes on this one, guys. I hope you're enjoying it, and if you are, like this stream and help, if you guys don't know, likes actually do help the visibility of the stream and help more Clash Royale fans find it. So go ahead, throw those likes in there, and of course, subscribe to the channel as well. There's a link in the chat. Michal saying, with E-Spirit, should I wait a bit so there are a few Scullies spawn before dropping it, right? Yeah, just not a ton, but a little bit, yeah. Let's see. Better than Heal Spirit, I agree. AC. AC coming out with a nice troll there in chat. Good to see it. Good to see it. What do I think about a cannibalize spell? Trade your own tower's health for DPS increase on a card of your choice, already on the field. 1 or 2 elixir cost. That's compelling. I do think that something that traded your tower health for something isn't a bad idea, right? There's a dynamic there. Just how do you balance that correctly is the hard part. But definitely an interesting dynamic in that one. How long do you think starts a game? How long does it take to start from 0 trophies to make the top 1,000 for CRL 2021? No idea. Try to get Joe Rogan as co-host. Yeah, I'll DM him, see if he wants to come on. Let's see, what else? I don't know why RUBÉN always reverse sweep. Just swept Jupiter King last. Bren Chong swept SK Champs and more. Well, we don't know if he's reverse sweeping yet. We still have one more game to play. We'll find out. How would I fix Mother Witch? I don't think you can fix that concept, right? The problem with Mother Witch is that she's either useless or really strong. And I just don't think you can fix that concept. I'm curious to see if they find a way to do it. Do I use a lot of Ice Golems? Less than I should. Do I have any siblings? Yes, I do. Looking like GY here for both players. An aggressive early graveyard from Legolas. And David Noriega saying that maybe that Legolas should be going to EQ some more after no ban there. So Pro Bro suggesting, how about the Cursed Pig HP damage be based on how much damage she does? Interesting. We are both Twitch and YouTube. And Graveyard on the right-hand side. Legolas destroying that right-hand tower. RUBÉN there waiting a bit long with that snowball. And the E-Wiz puts the retarget onto the Mega Knight, so some decent damage on the left-hand lane, but nothing like what we just saw. I don't know. I mean, RUBÉN had to wait for a while to let the skeletons build up, but man, that was a ton of damage. Oh, Legolas banned EQ. There you go. I didn't realize it. Oh, Mateja, I don't know if you know this, but when someone like Luis Pinto says shout out from Brazil, I'll say, hey, Luis, I don't do shout outs. No shout out, Luis Pinto. for Brazil or for Luis Pinto. Are some of the jokes, like, are we catching on? No? Okay, cool. Final 23 seconds of regulation time, 12:39 on the right-hand tower, so RUBÉN decided to play into his weak side. Hunter going to put the cannon cart on its heels here on the left-hand lane, and Ewiz in response, but just cannon cart GY. 10 elixir, does what it should do, which is shred a tower, and RUBÉN has not been able to do much about it. That's good poison value here for RUBÉN. And Fishboy in the middle doesn't distract the Mega Minion, but no Mega Minion damage in anyway. Hunter going to take the cannon cart off its wheels. And RUBÉN trying to find some place to counter push, but just hasn't found a spot for it here. Yeah, Luis actually meant he was shouting out for Brazil. Guys, I hate to explain jokes. It's the worst thing in the world. But when I say I don't do shout-outs, what do you think that is? My lord. Cannon cart to the right-hand side. This Mega Knight could turn into something here for RUBÉN. The Fishboy does not pull the cannon cart, though. Ewiz has to come out. $820 on the right-hand lane. Triple elixir on its way. RUBÉN desperately wants this fight to be in the left-hand lane. But Legolas is going to put 10 on the right-hand lane. Just a moment. No, puts the cannon cart against the Mega Knight. So Legolas playing defense now because he's so far ahead. Poison going to come in on the archers. They do barely step up into poison range, but maybe a little bit late with their step up, so not as much as he would have liked here. RUBÉN just wants to get the pressure on that left-hand side as much as possible. Legolas going to go ahead and put a little bit on the right-hand lane. Graveyard in, no tank across, though. RUBÉN here going to try to eat as much of this damage as he can. Gets the Ewiz down a little bit late here. Fireball in on the Ewiz, and now those Skellies going for that tower. Graveyard in for RUBÉN, plus poison. Oh my word, look at the damage on the left-hand side. Mega Minion does not get the right, but we are now very close. 380 to 721. And now RUBÉN putting pressure at the bridge on both sides. Hunter to the right tried to predict something at the bridge. Graveyard on the right-hand side here for RUBÉN. Legolas trying to hold on to this, and his fireball gets in. 7 HP. Legolas wins the BO5 and moves on over RUBÉN to our quarterfinal. What a crazy game that was. And now Legolas one step closer to buying that PC and kicking off those big high-powered streams. And you know what? Legolas going with the fresh white sunnies. So why not do the exact same here? There we go. I had to make a quick change there for Legolas to get the whites out. GG, well play. And anyone who says that Morten or RUBÉN is people who are like, people love to hate so much. Morten and RUBÉN are still both top 3 players in the world. But great game for Legolas. Really great game for Legolas. Happy to see him here, and happy to see him get a big win against a big name. Good moment here for Legolas, and we'll see him again today. Let's see if he can make it all the way to the winner's bracket semifinal. That would be absolutely huge. The curse of the face cam, says Joea. Yeah, that might be the case. Face cam has not been kind to players so far in this tournament. Is there any chance of meeting Morten and RUBÉN later on battling each other? There's a chance for sure. Here we go. JP moving through. So we're waiting for our last round of 16. It's going to be SK's Javi up against Predator. That'll be a good matchup here. Predator very confident in this tournament, was great in the group stage. And here we go to the lower bracket. Morten versus Schwarzen. Teammates, RUBÉN and Kuchiku playing in the lower bracket as well. And then, of course, DoooMiNIk waiting for his opponent. So if Morten beats Schwarzen and RUBÉN beats Cuchii and that they both win their round 2 lower bracket matchups, they could meet in round 3 of that lower bracket. So certainly a chance to see both of those guys later. It was a fun one. Really fun one. And congrats to Legolas on a big-time win there. So we have our final round of 16 matchup coming next, and that's going to be Javi up against Predator. Very excited for that one. And everyone who's watching, thanks for all the likes. I do appreciate it. If you haven't yet, go ahead and throw some more likes in there. I see 1,350 people watching and 572 likes. So let's go ahead and pump the likes for the moment and to help amplify this so that more Clash Royale fans can find it. And of course, if you haven't yet, go ahead and subscribe to this channel. Predator kicked some A in the group phase, says Luis Pinto. Predator was really, really good in the in that phase. Guiber Vanderbrink asking, "How's my relationship with my siblings, or is that too personal?" I think aren't you the one who typically asks some strangely personal questions? And yes, my siblings and I, my sibling or siblings and I, get along very, very well. So happy about that one. My whole family get on very well. I get on with my parents, with my sibling, with my wife, with my kid, with my in-laws. Get on well with pretty much everybody. Let's see. Just waiting for this. So waiting for what I'm going to say here as we get into our final round of 16 match. Predator against Javi 14 and King Tower activation to open for the Russian. This should be a really fun one. Predator's been a great guy to watch in this event so far. Oh, not Russian, Belarusian, sorry. Predator playing out of Minsk. The 18-year-old, when asked what his game plan was for Javi, he just said to outplay and destroy him. So, gotta love the confidence out of Predator. And RG goes left here for Javi. I thought Predator was from Russia, not from Belarus. I guess I'm wrong. Maybe double check that one before I keep on saying. I know he said, he's from Minsk, but maybe he represents Russia internationally because of parentage. No, he's Belarusian. Okay, I had it right the first time. Oh, it's Paradox who's Russian. That's right. That's right. That's right. Got a lot of players to keep track of here, folks. Tung Feng saying that Predator should wear a suit. It's his brand. I'd support that one. So far, even matchup between these two. And Mance Raider with the $10 super chat. Balloon is broken is currently the winning opinion with a $10 lead. That's true. At the moment, according to the super chats, at $10, at $9.99 to be specific, Balloon is broken. So good point there, Mance Raider, and for now, that is definitive fact. And I've said the Balloon's not broken, it's just overpowered, but Mance Raider has now made that impossible for me to defend anymore. So Balloon is officially broken, at least for the time being. Royal Giant in the back here for Javi on the left-hand lane. Is this actually live, says Kadek Canetta. Yes, it is. So I was going to say that it was Graveyard for Predator, but then I saw Fireball, and I was like, is it really Graveyard for Predator with Fireball? But, yep, still GY. $17-10 to 21:05 as we go into sudden death overtime. Lead right now for Javi 14. Up against Predator. And Graveyard in for Predator one more time. Not much damage in, no damage in from the GY, so nice attempt on the left-hand lane. NATO does pull back the Royal Giant, but the Electro Spirit might be just enough for one shot. It is not. But now with the Elixir advantage, Javi RG's up behind King Tower one more time. And the point being made in chat right now, Predator has no DPS, and James McFadden nailing that one. Very hard for him to deal with these Royal Giants in the left-hand lane. I asked Javi about how open CRL 2021 this year, and are there any Spanish players who he thinks might break out besides the big-time, well-known pros? And he said Carpi is probably his best pick. And as the battle is pitched on the field right now in the arena in the triple elixir period, you can see Predator getting the tie back up. DJ Badhand by 1 cent with the $10 super chat, beating out Mance Raider and saying Balloon is well balanced and that a single penny lead. So officially right now, Balloon is well balanced because of DJ Bad Hand. Up by 1 penny, but give him a penny, give him a pound, as they say. Balloon officially balanced as we go to the final 25 seconds of this matchup, 14-26 to now 9:50 in the left-hand lane. Royal Giant shouldn't get any more shots on tower with this particular RG, and now a graveyard push in the opposite direction. Fisherman trying to pull the Knight out of range, and it does. Fireball in on the left-hand side. Hunter trying to hold on here. That Baby Dragon gets pulled by the Fish Boy. What a great fisherman from Javi to keep this one alive. Game number 1 goes to Javi 14, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. What a game to open up the last portion of our top 16. Ooh, boy, that was a whole lot of fun. Let's see, Mark Littlewood saying this should be called Europe, not EU. Yeah, I wrote Europe on the description for this one, I believe, at least on YouTube I did. But good point. I guess EU is just that's a tough one, right? EU is European Union, but also a good abbreviation for Europe. So, yeah, I see that. Interesting challenge there in those ones. Yeah, but guys, the more importantly than what's happening in the gameplay, DJ Badhand has officially by 1 cent told us that Balloon is well balanced. So there you go. That is now indisputable fact. Let's go into game number 2. Javi up 1 for the moment. And outside of players in Spain, Javi picking another bridge spam player, saying that Wiro, he thinks he wants to see someone perform well this season. And Guybert Vanderbrink with the 549 in euros to appreciate your pro commentary, answering my personal question. Lots of love from Holland. Well, thank you very much. Shout out to everyone over there in Holland. And still, Balloon is balanced. But nice work there, Guybert. I do appreciate it. It's not an indisputable fact, Rich. Well, David Noriega, Mance Raider set the tone. He defined the parameters of the game here, which was his $9.99 donation officially made it so that Balloon was broken. And then the $10, the 1 cent better reply from DJ Badhand officially swung it the last way. So as you guys can tell, my opinion on Balloon is apparently completely up for sale. And right now, Balloon is 1 penny completely balanced. Electro Giant far outside on the right-hand side, and immediate pressure opposite lane from Javi. And I think Predator's going to take this tower damage. That's going to be a tower down, and going for a full-on trade here. Baby Dragon will help out with the defense on the left-hand side. So well defended of this portion, but will it be enough to turn into a tower trade? My money's on no. So Predator makes a bit of a miscalculation here, I think, on the idea of a tower trade. And, man, Javi 14 way ahead right now. Are all my opinions for sale, Rich? DJ Badhand, potentially. All opinions are up for debate. Electro Giant to the right-hand side. NATO trying to pull the Baby Dragon out. Doesn't do it. And that's we just talked about how much Legolas practices NATO with his teammates. And now you see Predator maybe needs to get in on that group because that was not the right NATO. And just like that, Guybert Vanderbrink with 11 euros, 10.99. I don't know how that translates to English, but broken. So now Balloon is fully broken, guys. Balloon is so broken at the moment. GG, well played. Javi 14 up 2. And Predator with two difficult decisions that he made. Let's put it that way. What city am I broadcasting from? I'm coming at you from Austin, Texas, the live music capital of the world. Is the pressure getting to Predator? Maybe. Maybe. Apparently, Wero got banned again. Well, he'll be able to fight his way back in soon. It won't take Wero long to have a max account again. Or at least a couple max decks for sure. Let's see. Predator is being hunted. Ooh, yeah. This is like... So does this make Javi alien? Oh, Balloon is super broken right now. Good to know. Zigzag Nemesis. I would not answer your question of what is my net worth. That's a weird question to ask. I'm not gonna. And that's such a Guy question to ask. Why don't you let Guy ask the personal questions? But yeah, no answer. Kin Shilade saying Ram Rider is broken. I don't know. Yeah, Guy is definitely OP. Here we go into game number 3. I'm wondering if Javi sticks with the same sort of look, or if Javi switches over to EQ. This might be. This shouldn't be, but I know Javi loves Ram Rider, and this might be. Nope, it's Pigs. Okay. This shouldn't. I was gonna say this shouldn't be Ram Rider. I know he loves them. CR. Rich, only I ask the interview questions here. Good idea. Is the Driscoll Hotel still standing? Yeah. Yes, it is, Mark. The Driscoll is a very popular wedding venue in downtown Austin. So Pigs Cannon Cart Magic Archer out of Javi. This is BO5 Adam Doctor. The lower bracket, elimination bracket, will be BO3. But this is BO5. Oh, TNT retired? Levin Jose saying TNT retired. Interesting. I didn't know that. But, you know, I don't think any. I never lament any actual retirement. There have been some fake retirements, obviously, at the end of CRL 2020, as people were like, I don't like the changes. But then, of course, we saw a lot of those retirements not stick. But I support anybody taking a retirement if they like it. You know, it's better for some people. But I don't think TNT is the kind of guy who, like, retires, there's a fake retirement or a not real retirement. And tower down. Javi knew it. Javi called it. And just going to let this one go. GG, well played. I never like giving up, but, you know, Javi's up 2. I guess made the choice not to stay in this one. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 4 here in a minute. Javi up 1. Predator still in the game. It's hilarious him going to a university and a job is being called retirement. Yeah, retiring from the game, obviously. Hydra Gaming saying Tesla needs to get nerfed. Tesla isn't that strong right now. Tesla's like in nothing except for like some. Oh, he lagged. I was reading chat too much. Oh, he used Hunter. Did he use a band card? I need to go back and look at that one. Oh, he had Hunter. There you go. All right. That's what it is. Yeah, everyone's saying he played a band card. Well, there you go. So there's Javi making a bit of a mistake. I'm sure he can regroup from that one and come back and play pretty well in the next game. Tombstone needs a massive nerf. Tombstone? 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 I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's see. Tombstone? Would you use 4 spells in my Mother Witch deck? Mother Witch, Barb, Barrel, Tornado, Poison, Hog, Dark Goblin, P.E.K.K.A. Zap. I wouldn't use that, but have fun. Enjoy yourself. Rich commentary is broken. Good point. Very good point. Chat is broken. Chat here is often broken. Let's be real. Let's see. Jupiter King's not a tri-player anymore, too. That's sad. Well, is what it is. What city you at? Austin, bruh. Knight picks up the Skeleton Dragons. And Lava Hound to the right-hand side. Thumbstone? I like that, too. So Predator going lava here. Like many of the players in this tournament, very good with lava. Is there a soccer team in Austin? Yes, Mark Littlewood. Austin FC. I actually own a shirt and a jacket of theirs. Just got Baby Boy Slaton an Austin FC shirt. Excited for when we can go watch some games. Talking about pre-game rituals, Predator likes to read a book and distract himself on match day, just kind of relieve pressure and take his focus elsewhere so he's not sitting there thinking about it all day. What's my net worth? More than yours, probably. Do I have to say JK after that? I mean, I'm not joking, but do I have to say that I'm playing with you? Or can I just let my jokes sit? Because I feel like that was going to get a YouTube comment later. Rich is so mean. Fly machine down to the right-hand side. Fireball to take care of business. $18.71 on the right-hand lane. Predator in the lead. In the lead. And Naked Graveyard left. We've seen a lot of Naked Graveyards in this tournament. We've seen a shockingly large number of Naked Graveyards from top-tier players in this event. Rooster, I'm not going to let that comment be seen because of the profanity, but you can turn off chat. You can turn off chat in your app. So go ahead and do it. Musketeer working on the left-hand side on defense. That's a ton coming down. And this should be game number 4 for Predator. Charlie94 is upset about something, not entirely sure what. Graveyard in on the left-hand side. Arrows do come down. Lava to the right-hand side. Zappy's just meandering. And this is a big push on the left from Javi. This is a huge push on the left from Javi. Fireball prediction comes in. Now the Baby Dragon down. Musketeer trying to work behind. Graveyard in. Graveyard's going to tank for the Muskie here. Not going to take enough, though. Fly Machine, no. Fly Machine doesn't work. Musketeer on the tower on the left-hand side. Zappy's working on the Lava Hound. And, wow, so much there, and still we're not able to make it happen. But the minor catch does come in for Javi behind the tower. Barb Barrel to pick up the wow. There's too many things happening to pick up the Lava Pups. Skelly Dragon on the left-hand lane. Here we go. Triple Elixir, final minute. Javi might have thought it was game over there, but somehow does hold on. Graveyard now into the right-hand side. Skeleton Dragons in reply. Fireball comes in on the Skeleton Dragons. Not going to be enough from that Graveyard. Knight does pick up the Miner. Javi picking up Miners like a mad lad right now, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Has to defend against this push and get on offense in the same vein. Baby Dragon going to the Flying Machine. Arrows working. Good pickup of the Baby Dragon with the Mega Minion. This is the craziest, not close, but still somehow close game I have seen in a very long time. Barbs come out, Fireball in. Can it get the Flying Machine and Barbs? No, it cannot. This time, Minor Catch not going to happen. No, Zappies do get down. Final 15 seconds, 98 HP. All you need to do is get back around one more time for Predator to win this thing. Not going to happen. That one is going to happen. Predator going to win this thing. But, man, Javi made this one very, very close at the end. Great way to battle back, but doesn't matter. We're going to Game 5. Wow. It takes away from the humor to explain jokes. Yeah, well, people get angry sometimes, so I feel like sometimes I have to explain jokes because people get so angry. The number of, usually the chat's all right about it, but it's the YouTube comments later. People are like, Rich is so mean, and that's why I hate him. Because I think people don't understand things. Why did Javi not use his first card? I think he did use it, but it was that glitch where it doesn't show. If I had the opportunity to comment any other game, which one would you like to do? I have done a little bit of Apex Legends, going to do some more Apex Legends, and I enjoy doing that for sure. What's the largest number ever conceptualized? A Googleplex? Is that what it is, right? Isn't that why Google chose that as their name? I think so. Thumbstone! Let's see. You are not mean? Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Only if Javi had played like that the whole match. Yeah, that, I mean, man, he got in enough there at the end. Javi looking to play that game to put the stress on Predator there. Yeah, mental games. Maybe. He put a lot of stress on Predator here. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Yeah, people. Let's see what happened to Surge TS at Team Liquid. No idea, Sylvia. That's an old note there. All right, here we go. Game number 5. What's your best game in all of CRL? 1 HP is pretty good, right? But that RUBÉN Javi Catorze best of 3 in like the fall season of West 19, that was really good. Love from New Zealand. Love to New Zealand. Here we go. Game number 5. Predator Javi Catorze. Let's go. And yeah, the mask. It's chat on the YouTube side can be exciting. Do I think Surgical will come back? Almost assuredly not. I think he's 100% done, and I wish him well with what he does next. Seems like he's really enjoying his next phase of his career. Miner to the right-hand side. Wallbreaker's putting pressure down for Predator. Mega Knight comes down to defend. And this Mega Knight not going to get that Inferno Dragon free. Going to be controlled pretty well here. Miner has to come out, though. Bats as well. And Javi can defend this pretty easily on the left-hand side. Might even just choose to eat that Miner and take the 2 elixir advantage, and he does. Smart play. And it's a bar barrel for pressure. I think Javi was trying to predict the wall breakers there maybe instead. Not entirely sure. Log to the right-hand side. Miner to the right, Inferno Dragon in the back, Wallbreaker pressure to the left-hand side. Bat's going to be picked up by the Bandit, but 2 still get on tower, and the Wallbreaker does not connect. Bandit now picked up by the Spear Goblins in the middle. The hard part here is Predator probably has Bomb Tower. So an unsupported Mega Knight for Javi is really dangerous. Because he's playing Graveyard here, I believe. He could, I mean, no, actually, no, he's probably playing Ram Rider. And Javi loves Ram Rider. Actually, he's playing Ram Rider. There it is. There it is. I was about to say Graveyard, and I was like, wait, Bandit? Ram Rider. Javi loves playing Ram Rider. He plays Ram Rider more than pretty much anybody else in the professional scene. I think he has more Ram Rider games played in CRL than anybody else. Certainly one of his favorite go-tos, even when Ram Rider is not as popular in the meta as it has been in the past. And it's not so much that he loves Ram Rider, it's that he talks with Wero quite a lot, who's known as one of the best bridge spam players in the game. And he likes, it's bridge spam overall that he likes, but right now Ram Rider's a much better bridge spam option than Battle Ram variants. So that's why he plays so much of it. And you see there's going to be a little connection. No, but still the lead holding on 13-32 for Javi. But with decks having Fisherman, E-Spirit, and then Cage or Bomb Tower on top of it, becomes very difficult for some of those bridge spam matchups. Bomb Tower is the one of those factors in this one. And you see Javi with the lead, 90 seconds left. $11.60 on the right-hand side. Minor Wallbreaker pressure into the left-hand lane. Javi goes with the bar barrel. Not going to be enough, though. A snowball has to come out. Minor get that chip down very, very heavy. And at some point, watch for Javi to predict a set of Spear Goblins with a snowball in the middle. He might set that up for the second sequence. If he can find the right sequence, the right timing to hold on to those wall breakers. And there you go, Mega Knight down. and Mega Knight to the back. So see this bomb tower set up. No, Spear's out there. So now no worries on Javi for a King Tower activation. Of course, not as worried about that with Ram Rider. Miner in, Bandit behind. Snowball to work against the... Oh, no. One wall breaker connects. Absolutely huge. Predator now with the lead. 881 to 988. 30 seconds left. Fireball on the left-hand side. Wall breaker does not connect. Bandit on the left, 709. And there's this, the E-Wiz comes in high. Bandit picked up. Javi needs to get pressure on the right-hand side. Gonna have to go bar barrel this Miner here. Can he break through? Right now, Predator just has to hold on. If he can hold on, he can win here. Fireball in, Snowball in. Knight gets control on the Mega Knight. And unless this Bandit escapes right here, that's a GG. That's a well played. And Predator takes down Javi Catorze. Wow. Absolute wow. Oh, no. We need to see Predator's post-game pictures. Predator has the best post-game pictures of anybody here. And I asked him where those post-game pictures come from. He says his second name is the generator of ideas, which I honestly had no clue what he meant, but his second name must be pretty cool to come up with ideas like that one. And now that we're done with the gameplay here for the moment, Luis Carrillo saying, for $5, Barbarian Hut is a good card for the game. And I said that my opinions were for sale, but my opinion on Barb Hut... Oh, this move almost worked. My opinion on Barb Hut ain't that cheap. You need at least $7 to say that Barb Hut's good, right? Oh yeah, these do look really... Look at them when they're off my face, by the way. Whoa, how cool is that? I didn't even see that right there. That's really fresh. All right. Man, I wish that the sunglass pull had come off correctly and not got stuck on the headset. That would have been fun, but instead, it miserably failed. Here we go. We have the rest of the winner's bracket done here. JP versus Predator in the quarterfinals. Bale versus LaPoKaTi. Michi versus BobTheRock. And Legolas versus Mateja. Wow. Now down on the lower bracket, we do know our first round matchups in the lower bracket. DoooMiNIk versus Javi. Hugo versus Bale. Morten versus Schwarzen. And RUBÉN versus Cuchii Cuu. So... we will see all of those. 4 of those players will be eliminated on Sunday in that first round. And then, of course, the winners there will go on to place up against the losers in today's quarterfinal, which is coming at you here in just a moment. We now have 4 more matches. This quarterfinal going to be a whole lot of fun. Let's see. Wait, that actually means that one of Morten, RUBÉN, and Javi won't be the winner of the event. Yeah, what that actually means is that... Because let me look at the way the bracket works. Because I believe what it means is that 2 of them will actually be out. Only one of those 2 has a chance to even go on. Because the way that this like double elimination bracket works, let's see. So the winner of the winner's bracket. So there's the winner's bracket, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Oh, that's fascinating. So RUBÉN, Morten, and Javi Catorze. They're all still alive in the lower bracket, but only one of them has will be able at all to move on to the next phase of this tournament. So we will see the World Finals with at most one of RUBÉN, Javi, and Morten, and maybe none of them, because that's going to be you can't lose any of those BO3s. Wow, people coming in hot with the super chats for €5 or £4.99. Pounds for £5. Zigzag Nemesis saying Tombstone is broken, needs a severe nerf. You know what? My opinion on Tombstone is worth that much. Tombstone is super broken and needs to be nerfed tremendously. You're absolutely right there, Zigzag Nemesis. No questions asked. Luis Carrillo, I'm down for the challenge. Not how to call Barb Hut bad for the game. No lore. You know what? Luis Carrillo now doubling down with with the $10 super chat. Barb Hut is so great for the game. In fact, the game should only be Barb Huts. The game should just be, you know, my 8 miner challenge that I had the idea of before. 8 Barb Hut, and that should actually be the game. Vault every other card but Barb Hut, and that's how you play Clash Royale from now on. Opinions for sale. Here's 10 to say Barb Hut is good. Wow. Not only that, guys, you should just rename the game. Clash Royale should be called Barb Hut, and just get rid of everything. And the picture, just a picture of a hut, And yeah, the game is just, you don't even do anything. You just play a Barb Hut and then watch barbarians come out of it. And that's the entire game. So yes, Barb Hut is now not just the best card, not just a good card, not just the best card in the game, but now really should be the entirety of how we base this game around. Thank you guys for your support, and I'm glad to be a part of Team Barb Hut from now on, until someone else makes it go the opposite direction. And Mance Raider, yeah, you're OP for sure. Let's see. Back to what we're looking at here. 12 world finalists. That's correct, Sam, over on the Twitch chat. Yeah, guys, there are only 3 people from each region who make it into the whatchamacallit, the world finals. And 3 from Europe, 3 from the Asian region, 3 from the Latin American region, and 3 from the North American region. And right now, because of the way these double elimination tournaments work, it's impossible for all 3 of those guys to make the top 3. So, GG well played to one of them. We'll find out who. And maybe none. Let's see. Over on the Twitch chat here for a second. SDS Despair. Hey, Rich, huge fan. You just did a great job with Clash and casting. Well done. You're an inspiration. I'm an inspiration? An inspiration? Wow. I just hope that I was like a pleasant. Inspiration is, I don't know if I can handle the pressure of being an inspiration. Guys, let's go over in front of the dude. The way that these glasses disappear because they're keyed out, I just love it. But also, I'm gonna take them off. No getting caught here. I should have done 2 hands for the takeoff beforehand. I'm realizing that now. But yeah, look at this, the floating lenses, right? I actually think that's so cool. What if I just cast and pretend this was my co-caster, and there's just a ghost over here? Like, hi, I'm Rich Slaton. Joining me is Waka Waka Waka. Waka Waka Waka, how are you enjoying the action? Well, I'm enjoying it a whole lot. This is really fun. I'm not going to do that to you guys. Sometimes it's time for bits. Sometimes it's time for a black screen, apparently. Let's reload that here. Bale versus LaPoKaTi, our first quarterfinal matchup. LaPoKaTi, a.k.a. Lopkins, top of your screen. Bale at the bottom. And I asked Bale what his go-to $1 million deck would be. He said RGEQ. So we'll see if he does go that direction at some point. Oh, that was the Royal Ghost. Good point there, Rares. Good point there, Rares. Fozzie the Bear. Someone caught up with that. First Hog EQ of the day, I believe. EQ's been the win condition, but first time we're seeing Hog EQ this time. Graveyard in. Mega Minion will get 1 swipe on that right-hand tower. Lead taken back by Lapo, 1807 to 1862, with 1:40 left. People trying to pick whether they think that's going to be Bale or Lapo as the winner. This is a tough one. This is absolutely a difficult one to pick. No questions about that. EQ starts to cycle on the right-hand side, does get 1 archer. Bob of Borg, new card idea, Father Warlock, spell turns everything into barbs. I think you went 1 step too short there, Bob of Borg. Spell turns everything into a barb hut. Hog EQ into the right-hand side. Snowball does help out, and that Earthquake plus a Snowball will make enough room for the Hog to connect on the right-hand side. And look at the damage right now, 975 to 1588. Bale way out ahead here so far. EQ in on the right-hand side, 771 remaining. Graveyard in for Lapo. And that Snowball doesn't quite do what he wanted, but makes enough room for a good bit of damage. Cannon Cart does not connect on the left-hand side here. LaPoKaTi Sets up his Mega Minion in the back, and it's pure EQ cycle from Bale now. Good high bomb tower, but I believe that this Mega Minion will be enough to help sneak on past it. And yes, it is. Fireball in on the archers. Good play there from Lapo. Forces the log out on defense. Snowball opposite direction. Is that quick enough for the skeletons? And the snowball from Bale to prevent that damage. This EQ is the right call, but also I think that Lapo might win this one here. Bomb tower down low. Nah, he's not. Nah, he's not. Never mind. Fireball in. Doesn't get both of the archers. Skeleton's not going to be enough. Snowball trying to do enough to help out. Not going to happen. Man, oh, I don't know. Snowball, Fireball, is that enough? EQ cycle on the right. Lapo pushing heavily. I don't think, let's see, Fireball gets in. Snowball, log. Oh, Snowball, Fireball was enough. And Bale wins by 27 HP. Wow. Absolute wow. Lapo trying to get back quickly enough and couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Alexander Stitch saying, how about a graveyard that spawns barb huts? It's a good idea. It's actually the best idea I've heard so far. Yeah, FLG not happy about this one. Fake Lapo gang, or fake Lopkins game now. It's fake Lapo, right? Even if it's LaPoKaTi or Lopkins, it's Lapo. Right? There we go. Stephen Karf, I've seen your idea, and I'm not... Maybe Reddit would like your idea. Maybe try it out there. Let's see. Mother Witch needs to turn troops into golems, not pigs. I like that one. Graveyard that spans golems. Barb hut yard. Ooh, what about a barb hut that spawns barb huts? A barb hut. I like that one. Love from India. Love your commentary. Keep it up. Thank you, Harsh, Schwarzen, and Sharma. Do appreciate that. And let's see. You had a global tournament. You won by 1 poison tick. Ooh, that's not bad, dude. That's not bad at all. Godzilla or Kong. I cannot wait for that movie. I need to watch the new Godzilla movie because I didn't watch Godzilla, was it King of Monsters? I didn't watch that one. So I need to watch that one so I can get ready for this new Godzilla vs. Kong. Because, ooh, that trailer looked fun. Looked really fun. Rich Slate, they should have an ice witch that spawns ice spirits. I don't need more. I think that the Barb Hut Witch is good enough. As long as the Barb Hut spawns, but the Barb Hut and the Barb Hut Witch and the Hut Yard, I think will be good. Spears for Lapo. Hog Rider is the ban. Take a break, have a fisherman's friend. Good call, actually. I'm going to throw one in the back there because my throw is starting to die. AC had to go walk his dog. Godzilla got lasers. Kong would just be lazy riding. Arif, yeah, but King Kong is smarter and has the ability to manipulate tools because he has hands. Right? So, Godzilla has lasers. King Kong has intelligence and hands. And LaPoKaTi here going with a minor wall breakers variant, I believe. Because this would have been Mortar if he was going with the just minor, unless there was some sort of deck copy glitch. But Lapo was saying that, depending on the player, of course, but his general go-to for his $1 million game, one game for $1 million, would be either Mortar Hunter Miner or Wall Breakers Hunter. Tung Pong with a really good question that I've actually asked before. Do left-handed people attack the left tower more? And I think early in the game, I think that they do. Which is why I think that when I've done some straw polls, there have been slightly more left-handed high-level players than there are left-handed people proportionally. Miner into the back, EQ working. Bomb tower does come out and comes out high, and the EQ not getting it for Bale. Log gets pretty good value there for Lapo. And here we go into sudden death overtime. Bale with the lead. But it feels like Lapo's getting his rhythm down. I could be wrong here, and that miner gets on tower. That's absolutely huge for Lapo. 662 now in the lead. RG down. And an early prediction delivery from Bale. What a nice early delivery there. You had to get that way out ahead of the miner. Very, very well played. And now back to another RG. Hunter up high. Electro Spear doing a lot of work here, but not able to get those spears off. So RG does not connect. 584 to 314. And another great prediction delivery, but it won't be enough. Lapo's going to log this. Wait for the RG and then log it. Stick everything there, throw the EQ down. GG, well played. We're all tied up. Let AC back on. No, I told him that once you leave, you never come back. That's what I said. Oh yeah, here, I had to get a fisherman's friend in, guys. Check that out. Guys, if you want to know how I'm not sponsored by these guys. I share things I like. Fisherman's friend. That's what I use. This is the hardcore stuff. If you need some cough relief, and a lot of commentators use it. Broadcasters use it. Han Yolo, what's up, dude? Let's see. EQ needs a buff. Yeah, well, no one's bought that opinion yet, so who knows. But EQ always doesn't need a nerf, though, I do believe. And it's a little bit too strong right now. All tied up 1-1. Lapo and Bale, two like second-generation players, you might say, or third-generation. I guess third-generation players, right? Who have been really, I guess maybe second. How do you define the generation of these players, right? But I guess second or third generation players. Both very, very talented, both very, very confident so far, a back and forth fight. I think that EQ very clearly needs to spawn more EQs. Here we go, game number 3. What about a barb hut that spawns EQs? Ooh, what about an EQ yard? You play Graveyard, but all it does is spawn earthquakes. Delivery up high. Miner takes care of business in the back, and that's going to be some good damage here for Lapo to open up. And look at that, EQ cycle from Bale. This feels like Loon from Lapo, and it is. The Musketeer goes out to one side, and immediate balloon the other side. Delivery not in cycle. Spears won't help. Maybe there's a NATO, and that's why he's waiting? Nope, that's just tower down. Wow. Doubling down on the RG in the opposite lane. Mini P.E.K.K.A right there. Will this be enough? Mini P.E.K.K.A shreds the RG, and wow. Absolute wow. Yeah, Bale's ahead. Lapo's going to cheaply deal with that, and yeah. Bale is ahead on Elixir, though. Cycles the Skeletons. And not able to capitalize here. Sets up the Muskie in the back. Luis Carrillo with the $5 saying, actually, left-handed players go to the right side and right-handed players go to the left side. And I agree. I agree with that. Ana Luisa, would you explain again how this loser's bracket is going to work, please? Well, Ana Luisa, here is the link to the bracket. You can see it in its entirety. This is double elimination. So the players who are now in, and as the players lose their first match in this tournament, they fall into the lower bracket. And if you lose a match in the lower bracket, then you are out. That's how it works. Shout out to Guy Bear, always positive. Yes, he is. Super positive. No question. And RG does nothing. This is just a complete shutdown game from Lapo. and Cycling Musketeer. You know what? Honestly, I do not understand Bale's Cycling Musketeer after seeing the first 4 cards he saw. I do not understand that at all. He had his delivery out of cycle. Like, it's far be it for me to typically call out mistakes. I'd usually leave that to someone like AC or Hazard if they join the streams. But even I could tell that was probably Balloon. And Cycling Musketeer, when your opponent probably has a Balloon and hasn't played it yet. Just not the kind of mental focus you expect from a player in this kind of event. So out of character for Bale, and that's an easy win for Lapo. GG, well played. This was a tough matchup for him anyway, but man, just a free cycled Muskie to open up that lane with none of your air counters available. Not the way you go. You may have thought Skelly Barrel. I guess. It's just too much of a risk, though, at that point to cycle your Muskie like that. Hey, Sakina Fuzzby, you have a wedding to get ready for. Have fun. Hope you enjoy it, and wish the bride and groom a happy life together on my behalf. I hope that they have a great wedding, and that you get to enjoy it, and that they have a long and happy life together. Using this name says, fun fact, every time you lick a stamp, you consume 1/10 of a calorie. That's how I gained all that weight. I don't know if it does, but I'm a professional stamp licker. So that's in my when I'm not casting, I just lick stamps all day. That's kind of why my voice is hurt, is because you get the dryness from having to go like lick stamps all day. And at half a calorie a piece, I must have consumed 4,000 calories today alone just from the stamps I did this morning. Let's see. Can I come, to the wedding? Are you in Australia? Were you invited? I mean, you could do a whole Wedding Crashers thing. Have fun with that one. So game number 4 here, pretty soon. Is Bob up next? I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what the order is here in the quarterfinals. Luis Carrillo, fun fact, every time you eat a battery, you eat 100 calories. Dude, you should eat more batteries. Ali Brick, I started stand-up in 2008. Was very active through 2018. Been less active last couple of years, but still involved. And then currently in the last year, with everything going on, not doing stand-up. But once we're back to a more normal life, you'll be seeing. Chris W with the $20 super chat. Thanks for the content and the better shades. Man, super generous. You guys have been killing it today, by the way. This has been a really, really cool day. I really appreciate it. Having a lot of fun with you guys. Thank you, Chris. Miner in. Mega Minion in reply. Bans are Hunter and Hog Rider. Wall breakers to the right-hand side. And this was a lot of transfer from Swahili as Balloon is broken. That's really funny. Graveyard into the left here for Bale. Miner into the back, Bats behind. Pretty simple push here, and Mega Minion will go up high to hold off against it. Rich, can you send me some custard if I donate 100 pounds? I wouldn't even know where to get custard. Did you just buy custard at the store? Luis Carrillo coming through hot again with the $5 dono. I appreciate the 4+ hours of casting as well. Good work, we appreciate it, guys. This has been I really appreciate the support today. It's been really awesome. Very, very, very cool. Sincerely does mean a lot. Especially when my voice is dying. And normally at this time of night, it's Friday night. Normally I'm doing Shabbos with the family. They're actually all out in the living room right now, doing Shabbos right now, and I'm here doing this one because I want to make sure you guys get the event. And as soon as this is over, though, actually Mrs. Slaton brought me some challah, which I'm really excited to eat. Wallbreakers left-hand side behind the Knight. These ones, I think, will connect, and they go 1-2, boom, boom. Lapo now back in the lead. Fireball in to support the Graveyard. Fireball and Snowball double but doesn't get one bat. One bat not getting there. Vincent asking, how come the matchup data isn't shown between matches? They were doing it a bit, but the matchup data relies on the API to get back to it. Oh, here we go. Potential big connection here one more time. Wall breakers in, Snowball trying to help. Mega Minion does stop the connection. But a lot spent on that defense. And now pressure the opposite lane here from Lapo. We tried showing them, but they do those mid-game, between game stats. Sometimes take a while to populate. They slow down the production sometimes, so they decided just to not do it. Fireball left-hand lane. Miner to the left-hand side. Wall breakers to the right-hand side. And these wall breakers will connect. 1-2, both hit. 676 to 898. So far, Lapo holding on really, really nicely. Fireball into the right-hand side. And more pressure in this right-hand lane, too. Just forcing Bale to play the game he wants to play. Did Lapo calculate correctly? And he did. That cannon cart could be devastating on the right-hand side, though. Delivery comes out. Cannon cart doing some serious work. Bomb tower on defense. Cannon cart shredding that right-hand tower. It's the cannon cart show right now. 434. Miner in on the right-hand side. Fireball gets onto those bats. Snowball behind. Oh, my word. Does Bale steal this one? 72 HP. Fireball comes in. Skellies can't get there. And LaPoKaTi wins it in 4. We have our first semi-finalist. LaPoKaTi moving on. GG, well played. What a game that was. Bale nearly stole that one, forcing game 5. Instead, Lapo able to hold on. And here, check this out, guys. Mrs. Slaton makes great homemade challah. If you don't know what challah is, it's the bread that Jews eat on Friday nights, which is our Sabbath. And yeah, check it out. Ooh, this is high quality stuff. Rosemary olive. See the olives she baked in there? And the rosemary on top. You know what? Gotta switch to the Hanukkah-themed ones. If you're eating some official Jewish bread, gotta wear some official Jewish sunglasses. She is an artist. She's an absolute artist. I married well. I married well indeed. And the blue shade's back. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Lapo goes on through. Here's the link to the, what's it called? Shalom, Mashalom Cha. Here's the link to the challenge brackets you can follow. Shabbat Shalom to you, Sam, as well. Good Shabbos. Let's see if they actually did. When we're to start a game, I'm actually going to step away for part of a game to go. There's a blessing that a parent does on a kid on Friday nights that I always do for my boy. I'm going to step away when we start our next game so I can do it and then jump back in here and continue along with our stream. But yeah. Oh man, that challah is really good. That challah is killing the game. Shabbat Shalom from New Orleans, says Jordan. Shabbat Shalom to you as well. Guys, if you're interested, Team Israel is in the No Tilt Worlds. I'm a sponsor. And they swept the Netherlands 3-0 in their first group stage match. So very excited for that one. It's at Team Israel CR. So yeah, I'm helping support the team so they can compete. It's been pretty cool. Mikey coming through with the $7 Canadian. I would spend it on poutine, but I'm not into it. So more burrito money. Thank you very much, Mikey. A long time clanmate and friend from Non-Meta Musketeers, and you're always a super supportive guy. Thank you very much, dude. How do we watch No Tilt? That's some other stream. I think it's mostly on Twitch. I'll be doing some No Tilt stuff after we're done with Bren Chong, but not until after that. Is challah hard to bake? I don't know. Ask Mrs. Slaton. She crushes it, though. She's a gangster with the challah. Here we go. And I'm going to step away for 1 minute, and I'll be back in just a moment. Enjoy the gameplay here, folks. And here we go. We're back. And I had to step away, guys, to take care of my son for a moment. But now I'm here, and we are back. People asking no commentary here. I had to step away for a couple of minutes, guys. But we're all here. And ready for more Clash Royale. That's why you have a co-caster so they can cover for you to do stuff like that. But unfortunately, AC had to go walk his dog. Mob was doing some commentary. I was away. That's hilarious. And this should be tower down here. Mateja going to take game number 1 pretty easily. Legolas with a challenging matchup situation. GG, well played. Game number 1 to the Ukrainian. Oh yeah, where'd the Shabbat shades go? There we go. There we go. Man, I need to trim my mustache because you see me touching my nose a bunch. My mustache, there's like little tiny hairs that like go up from the top of the mustache that tickle my nose. It's killing me. Let's see. Lava Hound. Let's see. Mateja with the win. Yep. GG, well played. We can be the co-casters. Let me go back and look at the chat that I missed here as everyone went nuts when I was gone for 1 minute and 40-something seconds. Happyards are going to stream when BC Cup is over. Yeah, a little bit. I'll do some stuff with the no-tilt, but I'm not going to be this. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break during some of this stuff because I've been streaming too much, and I have work to do for AMG, Aftershock Media Group, where I am the production manager there as well, along working with Ash and Powerbang. If you know those two guys, you probably do. I'll be very busy over there. Let's see. Anything else here to check up on? Nope, we're all good. Viking wannabe mustache. Sure. Fire Phoenix says, Hi Rich. Why was Hi Rich not shown? That's weird. Hello. When is the 20-win challenge? No idea. Cool Shades dough. Absolutely. What's my favorite drink? Right now, coffee. I'm housing coffee. But I'll never turn out a good lemonade. Man, like a good quality lemonade. Let's get it. But right now, I drink a lot of sparkling lime-flavored water. So, there you go. Kaboom. I used to drink a ton of Diet Coke, and I stopped. Do I play poker? Not so much anymore, but I did a whole bunch. Can I show the brackets? There's the link to the bracket. What kind of car do I drive? I got rid of my car because I don't need one right now because I don't go anywhere. What about an Arnold Palmer? Mrs. Slaton loves Arnold Palmers. Not my style. OP Sam not in the tournament? No, he is too busy cooking up a new scientific discovery. Maybe it's a game that plays Clash Royale for you. EQ to the left-hand side. Minor wall breakers in both directions. Maybe not. Maybe not wall breakers from Legolas, but I think it's wall breakers from him. We will see. Guys, 640 likes. That's pretty rad. Definitely do appreciate it. And I like that Mateja varied minor placement this early, recognizing no NATO, goes to the inside, Knight goes to the outside. So it's just mortar minor from Legolas. Awesome. Do I have BMX, skateboard, or scooter? None of those. But they're cool. Minor into the left. Now with that Knight tanking, goes to the back here. And again, Mateja with good minor variance early in this one. Hello from England. Hello to you too, Ray Ray. $13.98 on that left-hand tower. What state am I in? I'm in Texas. The Lone Star State. Spears behind the Knight, picked up easily. And now Mortar opposite direction. And we might see an EQ from Legolas here after the second shot. Or in time with the second shot. Wall breakers get on that Mortar, but still get one. Does it get the shot off for the lug? No, it does not. 11.94 still on that left-hand tower to 17.91. Good pickup on this miner, and that fireball might be a bit of an over-expenditure in my opinion, out of Mateja. Wall breakers to the right-hand side. Miner goes to the front this time, out of Legolas. The high mortar. Does Legolas protect this mortar here? Does not. Instead goes and protects low. Prepares for his next push. These logs doing some decent work here for Mateja, but I don't know if they're enough. Legolas has been doing a good job with the delivery here to hold off against those wall breaker pushes. That varied with the with the mortar have been good. And every single miner push is followed by a fireball. Miner into the front, caught by the knight. Tree line. You know, this is a great question about why you place miner in certain places. The safe spot is the front outside corner, the high outside corner of the tower, or the closest outside corner to you. And it's called the safe spot because it's the one place where a tornado cannot pull the miner to tower. So that's why they call that the safe spot. That most common placement is designed so that someone cannot pull miner to tower and activate king tower. What's also safe about that is if the king tower is activated, that tile is the only place that a miner can't be hit by the king tower. So you often go there early in a game in order to prevent the king tower activation, and you might have to go there more. If there's an early king tower activation, it's the only place you can go where your miner doesn't get hit. Why do you go to other positions potentially? Commonly going to the back of the king tower, or back of the princess tower, is a great way to split the defense's focus. So make it so that they cannot defend the front and the back. So you throw a miner to the back, wall breakers or bats going to the front, and now their defensive focus is split. They have to overspend potentially to defend against that miner plus push. They also, a miner to the back might pull a troop back behind. So they might drop a Valkyrie or a knight or something, and the midway point of the princess tower, miner to the back, pulls that troop back that direction, opening up the line of attack to the tower. The miner to the number 2 spot is what people sometimes call that one, because that is the number 2 most popular spot, the middle tile directly behind the princess tower. The number 3 spot, as it's often called, is the opposite of the safe spot, but in the front of the tower. So if this is the princess tower, and here's the king tower over here, right? This is the safe spot. This is the number 2 spot. This is the number 3 spot, the inside front corner of that tower. And that's a common variation spot where troops that are played to defend the number 1 and number 2 spot cannot actually get to that miner. And a weird log in the middle from Legolas. Not really understanding that log from Legolas. And now you see the cage and the spears in response to the balloon, and Legolas not happy with how that game opened. As far as other positions, the inside front spot is also the fastest place for anything that you send to the tower to meet. So, for example, a fireball that is targeted to that number 3 spot would reach that tower faster than a fireball targeted to the middle of the princess tower. So if you're trying to make a miner hit to that tower as quickly as possible, that number 3 spot tile is the fastest way to get a miner on tower. One reason why you would go to the front of the tower or the number 3 spot, or any of the other front tile positions, is if you're trying to quickly get a miner to tower in order to tank for spear goblins, bats, something else that needs a miner tank. So those are some good reasons to understand different miner placements. And yeah, the number 1, number 2, and number 3 spots. But number 1 most important thing right now, tower down, balloon shredding the left-hand side. Legolas fighting from behind. The number 3 spot can help Wall Protect on the other lanes, underrated. The number 3 spot does not, Tung Fung, take the the princess tower aggro, but if you go in the middle of that inside part of the princess tower, it does pull. So the actual, what you can call the unsafe spot or the danger spot is the inside of the princess tower middle tile. I think inside any of those 3 direct inside tiles do actually aggro the opposite princess tower, and they can help out with a wall breaker connection as well. And Treeline, $20 super chat. Thanks, edible gold leaf all around. Dude, Treeline, thank you very much. I wasn't explaining that for a dono. Happy to help out the best that I can. It's a fun topic conversation, but I do appreciate. Thank you very much for that support. It's really awesome. So Legolas can get this tower down, but he's going to have to give up some damage here. Bomb tower not available. Oh, it is available, but 1 pig gets pushed onto tower. Oh, but Legolas can't get there fast enough. Oh, my word. 4 HP. 4 HP. Mateja takes game number 2. Mateja takes number 2. Let's see. What's my favorite unit? Ice Golem. Tower trade didn't work. Yeah, it didn't. How long have I been with Clash Royale? Since 2018. Since August of 2018, or actually a little bit earlier because I started working with them a little bit earlier than that. But yeah, since the kickoff of CRL in 2018. Will Mateja be a dark horse? Potentially, he's playing like it. Watching from behind since the last 2 hours. Finally, I'm live. Hey, Shivam, nice to catch up. How old am I? 36. Legolas played Hunter, which was banned. Ah. Did he play it or did he have it? I need to pay more attention to ban cards. It's actually one of my things I don't catch as a caster the most is not seeing ban cards because we don't have bans in CRL, or at least not in head-to-head play. Didn't play it, so he's okay, but still lost anyway. That would hurt you for sure. Had it, didn't play it. Okay, there you go. Poison for the Musketeer. And could have placed that a little bit better there to get the whole Muskie off the board. A little bit of a... Legolas maybe a tad bit tilted here. That poison, not the best. Did RUBÉN lose to bad matchups? Game number 1 for sure was a bad matchup. I can't really speak to the other games that he lost. But game number 1 was not a good matchup. Vlad, I do not. I had a throat lozenge in earlier. So Mateja again going to RGEQ, or again going to Giant Skeleton deck instead of going Giant Skelly Balloon, going to RGEQ with Giant Skeleton. Rich, only the middle tile inside pulls the other princess. Yeah, that's what I thought, but someone was confused. Someone was saying that was more than 1 tile. But yeah, that middle tile inside pulls the princess. Have I ever been pro? No. I'm a professional commentator. Been professional at many things, but never Clash Royale. Rosen 316 saying this matchup's so bad for GY. Depends on how much damage you get early. RG in, Giant Skeleton down, Ice Wiz to hold off. Gonna NATO all this back, I believe. No, decides not to. Interesting choice here, turning this into a counter push. And he might NATO all this up and in once that Fish Boy comes off. There you go, there's the NATO. And does he poison here? Doesn't need to. Really sharp play by Legolas to not use the NATO defensively and choose to eat some of that damage. He can't do that too many times. This is the winner's bracket, guys. We are not in the lower bracket. Both these guys won their first round matches. Murtaugh, I might do some no-tilt Worlds casting, but not until after Bren Chong Cup is over. And I also won't do a ton of it, because Bren Chong Cup has been very cool. It's been a lot to do. Oh man, 2 Giant Skeletons down. NATO pulls it back. This might be the end. RG doesn't give as much damage as it could have. Legolas spending like crazy. Mateja putting pressure upon pressure upon pressure at the bridge. Good cage. Second Ice Wiz down. And this might be Legolas' chance to turn things around here. took the lead. The lead is precarious. But the double Ice Whiz is real nasty here. And now Legolas has to go in with the Graveyard. Doesn't really have a choice. 90 seconds left, but no tank in for the GY. Does he poison here? I don't think so. I think he does not. He doesn't. Rather play one more good round of defense. Needs every drop of elixir to try to win this one. And it's still going to be very hard. Can't get to the muskie because the Barb Barrel now out of cycle. This feels like it's going to be the end. That's actually a great that Fisherman helped out Legolas. Mateja just putting so much pressure on. That Musketeer was the same Musketeer from before that was still on the board. No EQ cycle here from Mateja. Instead, just pushing. What a nice NATO from Legolas to also get Princess Tower. EQ now in. Cage does get down. Ice was trying to slow things down. Does Legolas have one more NATO? If he doesn't, it's GG. And that's it. That's GG. Very nicely played from Mateja. Legolas nearly stole that one. Mateja takes it 3-1, and he's going through to the semis. Very well played. GG, well played. Jinx58 asking, Rich, when do you use the GY tile that puts the radius on the tower versus the tile that Legolas is using? That different GY placement was more popular when there was a brief rework to GY that made them spawn more on the edge, and it made GY very popular, even more popular for a minute. Honestly, I don't think people do that placement as much now. Will we see Cuchii Cuu play again today? No, didn't Cuchii lose his first round game, or did he win this first round? Let me look at the bracket here for a second. I thought Cuchii lost his first round, right? Yeah, he did. We see Cuchii will play RUBÉN on Sunday. The remaining matches today are JP versus Predator and Michifu versus Bob. Those are our two remaining matches, and then we will be done for the day. And here you go, taking a look at the bracket as it currently stands. Lapo moving through. He'll play the winner of Predator versus JP in the semis. Mateja waiting for the winner of Michifu versus Bob. Legolas does go to the loser's bracket. Nobody today is eliminated, guys. Not a single... Oh, here's the loser. Here you go. Here's the lower bracket. I hate the term loser bracket. I prefer elimination bracket is my favorite term for it. But yeah, there you go. Legolas is now down in the elimination bracket. He'll play the winner of DoooMiNIk versus Javi. Bale down there now as well plays the winner of Schwarzen versus Morten. So there you go. A lot of upsets today. Yeah, lots of good ones. Hey, Cashman mentioned me. Unhappy Meals. Well, I'll mention Cashman. Guys, if you want to watch the LATAM region tomorrow, those will be after our North American broadcast. North American broadcast is tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. And then the LATAM broadcast after that one. And then you can also watch the Asia broadcast on Sunday early in the morning. There's Cashman's Twitch link over on the YouTube chat. Let me go ahead and throw that into the Twitch chat too. One moment here. Throw that into the Twitch chat as well. Boom. There you go. So surprise, RUBÉN lost to Legolas. Guys, yes, and also anybody can lose a BO5 to anybody. That's the nature of the game, right? On any given Sunday, as they say. Today's Friday, but you know what I mean. Please post Cashman's vids after the month. Yeah, the LATAM vid is going to be up. The LATAM vid is actually already uploaded. I think I'll probably put it live after this is over. So the LATAM vid will be up soon, and then I need to download the Asia first round. I'll put both of those up very quickly. So yeah, LATAM, it took me a little while to get my hands on the LATAM vid, but that one will be available very soon. Here we go. Game number 1 of Predator versus JP. This is a great matchup. Predator top of your screen, JP at the bottom. Predator battled through a very, very tough first round. Went all 5 games with JP, or with Javi. Now he faces another Spaniard here in the next game. And, of course, Spain, one of the big names, big countries for Clash Royale overall. The highlight of Predator's career up to this point was winning the Russian Cybersport Cup with a $7,000 prize pool and winning the title of Best CIS Player in 2019. Could add another feather to his cap here today. And Predator said that he's played a lot. Predator's obviously played against a lot of very tough opponents. But he says his toughest opponent is his mother, because she always distracts him when he's playing. And I get it. Log to the right-hand side to work on those spears. I mentioned this on the last day of the group stage, but I asked JP how he feels about the nickname Golden-Haired Golden Boy from Barcelona, Spain. And he says he loves it, so that makes me feel good. Of course, you can see the golden hair growing out right now. We'll see when he plans to dye it up again one more time. Meyer to the inside, right-hand side. Look at that. That's the placement. Someone in the chat was talking about it. Predator going for the center inside tile miner placement to try to help get the wall breakers on the left-hand tower. So that's a cheeky play there from Predator. But asking about miner placements, that's the placement that can allow that miner to tank for opposite lane wall breakers. You saw he had the cannon cart behind it, but JP too quick on that one, seeing the play and getting it done. And that play works a lot better if your opponent's defending with log or bar barrel or snowball or zap. But JP defending with the royal delivery made that play not work. Very, very cool. Wall breakers to the left. Spears will defend. No, one shot does get in. Word in the community is I'm going to dye my hair black. I don't plan on it. JP takes game number 1. GG, well played. Let's see. Taking a look at the chat here for a minute while I post highlights of this tournament. I don't know if I'll have time to do a specific highlight show. Do I think next time balance changes are done, Eco will be nerfed into Oblivion? I don't think it'll be nerfed into Oblivion. But I think it'll take a nerf for sure. Let me actually, let me go ahead and take a look. I know I was uploading the EU video, or the LATAM video earlier. And by the way, speaking of videos, you want to watch all of the best Clash Royale action in history? It's all available on the Clash Royale esports channel. Link there in the chat right now. Currently at just over 1 million subs. Go ahead and check them out. If you like this at all, you'll love the big stuff when we're doing the big show for CRL. So go ahead and subscribe to Clash Royale esports. Link in the chat. Pick that one up. Get it while it's hot, folks. Let's go ahead and jump into our next game. JP up 1. I'm going to go check out my my videos here in my YouTube studio real quick. Just make sure that the LATAM regional finals are ready to go. Oh yeah, they look like they're all ready to go. Okay, so I'll load up the LATAM first round of the finals. I'll make that live right after we are done today. So as soon as we are done with today's live stream, I will make the LATAM regional finals available on YouTube. There you go, folks. Electro Giant. I've heard that makes life very difficult for an Inferno Dragon. It was the Hunter who got super hard countered by the Electro Giant, and now it is the Inferno Dragon who is absolutely useless against the big, charged-up 8 Elixir Behemoth. And JP scratching his head because he is out of Elixir, and there are a lot of things on the board. Somehow able to avoid the bulk of the damage. And a nice little well played there. Or is that... That's actually... Is that good game? That's good game, right? Yeah, that's good game. Right, and the other one with the who... Yeah. I need to learn those. I can't believe I still don't learn those. I haven't learned those. That's silly. When I buy some gooders, looking to tag you on Twitter and tell Gooder I bought because of virtually... Dude, yeah, Lil Nimbus for sure. Guys, if any of you do end up getting the sunglasses because of me, let Gooder know on Twitter. That'd be awesome. Tag me for sure. This is a brutal matchup for JP. Is Lightning not in cycle, though? Lightning's not in cycle, but Cage is. NATO should be. Mine are in. That gets pulled all back. Baby Dragon's trying to stop that connection, and they do, 14-20. JP almost had a moment there. Nick, you got a pair for your birthday. Very cool. Yeah, guys, if you did pick up pairs, go ahead on Twitter and tag Gooder or Game Gooder and tag me. I'd love to see you guys in the sunglasses. JP somehow still in this. I don't think it'll last very long, but he is. Cage down high. No way Balloon gets there. JP just kind of taking a big breath, scratching his head. What do I do here? You know, I think, I could be wrong here, I think if JP's hair was freshly dyed, he would have won that matchup. He would have won it. I think so. That's what I thought. Don't you guys think so? If JP actually had his hair freshly dyed, that maybe he would have won that real messed up matchup. Ooh, guys, this is kind of cool. We're at 16,959 subscribers. We are 41 subs away from 17,000. Can we hit that tonight? We're halfway through our second to last match. Can we hit 41 subs before we're done today? We have one more match after this one. That would be bananas. That would be super bananas. Ooh, we got one more. Thanks, guys. Let's see. Gotta be your favorites at Chino. When will LATAM play? Not Yasser. LATAM played their first round already. The video is about to be up on my YouTube later. And then then LATAM will play their next round tomorrow afternoon. Did I earn money this month? Yeah, I'm an adult who works. I'm an adult who has like multiple jobs. How many can I sub you, Rich? Sub. There you go. Yeah, JP needs the blonde hair. You know what? Yeah, JP needs the blonde hair. You know what? I'll do this one. Oh man, can I though? Because CRL's so close. I'm not gonna make. I have to check with something before I can make a promise. But I might. I have to check something first if I can make a promise. So I'm not gonna do it yet. But maybe I'll have some news for you guys in the next day or two. Oh, whoops! Let's stay here for a second. Also, to take my challah is getting a little dried out from the whatchamacallit, from the air conditioning or from the air. So let me go ahead and mute my mic and eat some challah real quick. Almost back. Chewing really fast. Swallowing real quick. And there we go. First minute and a half away, and kind of a stalemate here in a graveyard versus graveyard matchup. Deep Throat asking who beat RUBÉN. That would have been Legolas. who just took his L in the quarterfinals. Both of them still in the tournament, guys. Don't you worry. Am I married or have a girlfriend? I am married with a very, very cute 2-year-old boy. What's my headphones brand? These are Audio-Technica BPHS ones. I'm going to upgrade to the 2, though, this year. Ooh, boy. What am I watching on my hollow-bread with? Right now, water. Graveyards in both directions. 40 seconds left in regulation. And this is a tower trade, I guess? Just a full-on tower trade? Although, wow. JP wins it because not a trade. Predator maybe miscalculates there a bit. Opinion on classical music? It's old. That's my opinion. Do I have any children I don't know about? Well, if I didn't know about them, you know what I mean? JP up 2-1. Match point here for the golden-haired golden boy. Can he get it done? We'll find out soon. Don't go anywhere. Speaking of don't go anywhere, guys, how do you make sure that you come back here every time for the best competitive Clash Royale in the game? You do it by subscribing to this channel. And did we lose a subscriber? What? No, now we're 42 away from making it to 17,000. That hurts my heart, guys. That hurts my heart indeed. Well, we'll make 17,000 soon. Let's see. Other questions. I'm convinced Rich is my pops. It's possible. Where do I live? Austin, Texas now. Yeah, tower trade has not worked out well for a lot of people today. It has been kind of brutal. I use the Audio-Technica BPHS ones, not Yasser. Hey, Adol Godol. Oh, Adol Godol. Nice name. Just sub, thanks for the reminder. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Why would someone unsub? I don't know. People do that. Some people are contrarian. You should listen to Indian classical music. That's like a wine old but good. Send me a recommendation. At me on Twitter, and I'll listen to it. If you at me any music on Twitter, I will give it a listen. Love the glasses. Thank you very much, Trenton Peck. I love the action here. JP up 2-1. Fans are Cannon Cart and Hunter. Bomb Tower in response to the Piggies. Cage or Bomb Tower in Splash Yard. I generally prefer Bomb Tower for all Graveyard decks because of how dangerous it is. If you end up against NATO and you're playing Cage, the frequency with which you get the King Tower activation is real rough. How many glasses do I have? Anvesh, right here I have like 8 pairs within reach. Minor wall breakers to the right-hand side. Electro Spirit and Bats take care of the minor. Piggy's opposite direction with the EQ. How do you like Snow's EBQ plays? I don't know it, but I'll have to learn about it. Has Lapo already gone? No, I believe we're going to see... Let me take a look at the bracket. I don't remember things now. There's too many things. I don't remember them all. Lapo is already in the semifinals. He beat Bale 3-1. The winner of this will face Lapo in the semis of the winner's bracket. And then our last match of the day will be Michifu versus Bob. Why no one use Golem? Because it's not good and competitive. It's really only good in the middle of ladder. Do I only wear this brand? Yeah, ever since I put the first pair on, nothing has ever fit me the right way or felt comfortable. I always break my glasses, and these are like the perfect everything for me. Do I like hats as much as sunglasses? I used to. I probably have like my collection of hats is probably still potentially bigger than my sunglasses collection. Not for long, but I used to have a big collection of like flat brim 5950s. And I have some fire. Some of those, they're all in LA. I'll get when I move here fully, I'll have them. Now I'll do a stream where I show off my hat collection. I have some fire ones from my time in the hat game. Oh, a missed EQ. A missed EQ cycle from JP. That is absolutely brutal. Minor in. Wallbreakers behind the Knight. delivery does get there, and no missing the EQ that time. Is Golem working on top ladder right now? Really? Like, Golem's getting top 50 finishes? Top 100 finishes right now? Maybe in limited doses. Man, that EQ starting to might hurt. We'll see. But look at this. JP going to be down just a bit. And with that EQ, I think it would have been JP's lead potentially. Pig to the right. Bomb tower late. Bomb tower late there, and now EQ behind. Miner doesn't the pickup happen. Fireball in, and then the bats come in late behind to not get fireballed off. Predator in a good spot right here. But is it enough? Bomb tower late. Pig to the right-hand side. Electro Spirit behind. Oh, one more Spear connects. Predator's probably going to send us to a game 5 here. If JP can catch this, which doesn't really have a troop to do it with. I think that's the hard part for JP here, is no really good way to catch. Whoa, that's a bit of an expenditure there, and so now you're going to see JP double down on the right-hand side. Wallbreaker's in on the left, Bats working on the left-hand side. Miner coming in. Wallbreaker does not connect. These pigs not going to do it, and that's going to be a GG. That's going to be a well played. We're going to game number 5 here. Predator, can he take down another big-name pro? We could have one of the wildest lower brackets we've ever seen here. Why do the pros use EQ cycle on the inside? It is instant anywhere. Don't have to worry about launching it from King like a rocket. I think they use it there because that's the most likely placement for a building, and that mostly that troops tend to come in there as well. So you're trying to get some damage on whatever that might be. That's why they tend to go inside. Fenway Fellas finally got back to 6K today using a CWA deck. Wallbreakers, Bandit, Goblin Barrel. Dude, yeah, that's been all over today. We've seen that a bunch today, Fenway Fellas. I hope you're enjoying it. I might give that a try. But Goblin Barrel's not maxed for me. I have literally all the bait cards, specifically Goblin Barrel and Princess, both not maxed for me because it was like, I'm never going to play log bait. And, painful with that deck being so meta right now. Yeah, I tend to use lower bracket or elimination bracket for what's often called a loser's bracket, because who wants to watch a loser's bracket? But I want to watch the elimination bracket. And lower versus upper or winner's bracket. All right, here we go. Game number 5. Predator with a chance to put yet another legend on the chopping block on Sunday. Yates saying, I thought of you earlier today, Rich, when I played against Golem Lightning, Golem Clone, and Golem Balloon back-to-back. Back-to-back. Ugh. Back-to-back-to-back. Brutal. So Predator going probably MK Wallbreakers here. Rich, do you play Classic or Grand Challenges? Not really very much. I tend to play ladder. I don't have time to like really focus on a challenge run. Oh, Lava Hand. All right. Yeah, that makes more sense. Lava Hound with Flying Machine in support. Poison up high. Ooh, guys, we are 16 subscribers away from 17,000. We are at 16,984. 16 subs from 17,000. And we have one more match after this after this game 5. Zappy split here for JP. This feels like a really rough matchup for the Spaniard. Predator in a pretty good spot right now. Shout out to some of Predator's close friends. I asked him who's meant a lot to him in the Clash Royale community. His closest friend NCR is Luis Ayala. But if you want to mention top players, One Hive Hunter and Shadow are two guys that he's been very close with and competitive. One of the cool things about Clash Royale is the community and making friends. And Predator certainly seems like a guy you'd enjoy hanging out with. Avery, what's my eyesight? 2020. Weird question. Lava to the left-hand side. Why does Predator have a picture like he's going to an interview? No. He's not wearing a tie. He has a picture like he's about to interview you. Psh. Miner into the right-hand side. Skelly Dragons behind. They will not get splash on tower from that Knight, so good placement on the Knight to control. Graveyard in, Poison in, JP putting a ton of hurt on that left-hand side, and just like that, he is way out to the lead. Musketeer doesn't get one shot on the flying machine. It does not, so now JP does have to do something to control it. And I like the play there to take the shot and let the Zappies keep their health. Snowball does push the Dragons away, Poison in. And this left-hand tower falling precariously low here for Predator. JP has to make one more good defense, and he should have this one sewn up. And Predator going the opposite lane here. Not going to do enough. That's going to be a GG. Well played. And look at that. JP totally pumped. Vamos from the world champion, and he is going to your semifinals. A bit of a scare there for him. Very, very nicely done. And we now have our next semifinalist, and that's going to be one heck of a semifinal. On one side, it's going to be Lapo and JP for our winner's bracket semifinals. On the other side, it's going to be Mateja against the winner of Michifu and BobTheRock, which is coming at you here in just a moment. And then, of course, no one's out yet. All of the players who lose today will be reappearing on Sunday in that elimination bracket. What a day, what a day, what a day. Let's see. What's my favorite place to eat? I like Don Carlos Tacos in San Diego. I like Tel Aviv Grill in Encino, California. I like Frank Fat's, really excellent Chinese food place near the Capitol in Sacramento, California. I really enjoy Torchy's Tacos, honestly, in Austin. I know it's a bit of a local, it's a small local chain, but I really do like Torchy's a lot. Some other good places to eat in Austin, of course. Salt Lick. If you're barbecue Salt Lick for sure. Other places that I like to eat. Let me think about that. Those are probably my top 4 or my top 5 right now. Do I know Ken Jennings? Like the guy from, isn't that the guy from Jeopardy? Isn't that the Jeopardy guy? Do I know the Jeopardy guy? Portillo's in Chicago, never been there. But shout out Portillo's, I guess. Let's see. Looking at the chat here for a moment. Can I commentate in a British accent? I can do Scottish, but not English. And my Irish is coming along. I don't quite have an Irish accent down, but I'm working on it all the time. One of these days, though, I might get a good Irish accent down. Do I think In-N-Out is overrated? No, I think it's rated just precisely where it is. In-N-Out fries are bomb. What about Tommy's Burgers? Nah. Always make you sick. Here we go. Last match of the day. Michifu versus BobTheRock. Winner will go on to the winner's semifinals. The loser will go down to the elimination bracket. Have ever had El Chato tacos in the truck on Olympic and La Brea? I have not. Best Pastor tacos in LA, no cap? Ooh. You might have caught me there. Mega Knight does not get the King Tower activation, but will it? And it does. Michifu pulling that Mega Knight in. And that's a big, big victory for Michi in the opening moments. Bob has to be upset about that one. Leo's Tacos in Panorama City near Van Nuys. I mean, my house in LA is Van Nuys near Panorama City. For those of you who know LA at all, my house in LA is near Sherman Way and Sepulveda. Is that too much information? Well, I don't live there anymore. So there you go. But I cut my teeth as a comedian at the Liquid Zoo at the corner of Sherman Way and Sepulveda, performing there 2 nights a week. If I ever do decide to film a special, I might do it there. So very curious if Bob can fight back in this one. It feels like a very uphill task for Bob at this point. Lots of good damage early. And there now, with the Mega Knight tanking. And the King Tower going to the Mega Knight, not to the graveyard. So that's what he wants. Michifu's in kind of a weird position because he has to defend the Mega Knight without letting the Mega Knight go that deep into the middle and tank for the King Tower. $11.65 to $12.84. Bob does have the lead right now. This is the last match of the day, guys. Tomorrow, we're back here with the North American final day. We'll crown the 3 winners from North America who will go on to the World Finals. Later that day on Cashman's channel, link in the chat, we'll be going to the LATAM Finals. And then on Sunday, we're back here for the second half of the European Finals. And of course, Sunday morning on Cashman's channel will be the Asia Finals. So by the end of the day on Sunday, we will have all 12 of our world finalists. And then those world finalists will compete on February 5th, 6th, and 7th. And to echo the chat, I have also never had Chick-fil-A and don't plan on it either. Log to the left-hand side. 1140, 886. Michifu back in the lead. 714 left-hand lane to 703. BobTheRock, despite the early King Tower activation, still doing a good job of getting damage on tower. I have to say, I'm a bit surprised here. I thought that King Tower activation that early in the game meant that Michifu was done. Or that Bob was done, that Michifu had it, but not the case here. And now cycling fireballs is Michi and trying to defend cheap. This is a smart ploy by him. I don't think it wins, though. I think he has to get one more RG on tower. He can't win this fight cycling fireballs. He has to get a log down. Can he log fireball in time? 59 HP. Can he get a fireball down to beat out the poison? Snowball down 11 HP, and he does. Wins it by 11 HP. Michifu takes game number 1. Let's go. What a finish. Fell behind, and it really felt like he was going to be in trouble. But no. King Tower activation does not completely counter GY anymore. Yeah, but it just makes it a lot harder. Very, very well played. You know what? I lived in LA for 12 years, never ate at Pincus once. I wasn't going to wait in a line for a hot dog. I know it's an experience. Never did it. Never did it. Wow. 11 HP. Oh, guys. I'm going to be doing one of these on Twitter soon. But you know those like closest, lowest HP challenges? I'm going to be doing one for the Bren Chong Finals. So keep an eye out for those. I'll be doing those for when we get to Bren Chong Finals. It'll be fun. Do I watch Long Beach Griffey? No idea what that is. Michifu's on fire. Yes, he is. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Well, I know that there's dinner ready for me because my whole family's out there eating it. And here we go. Game number 2. Michi with the 1-game advantage. The ban for Bob, Tornado. What about Jerry's Solly's Delis? I am going to do some gooder giveaways eventually, guys, most likely. Jerry's Deli's fine. It's a tasty deli. Hoggy Q for Michi. Not much of that these days. Man, Michi's fireball cycle there was brilliant. I thought it was a terrible idea. I really thought it was a bad idea to fireball cycle there and not go for RG. And he totally proved me wrong. That's why he's the pro and I'm the caster. Six more likes away from 700. That's pretty cool. King Tower activation incoming. Skeletons should drop here. There you go. And you saw Bob trying to get the snowball on the skeleton to predict it. Didn't get there in time. That was a great bit of play from both sides. And Michi went for and Michi did that King Tower activation perfectly, and Bob nearly stopped it with the prediction snowball. That was really, really cool. And if he just got that snowball out, he really should have tried to get that snowball out a little bit earlier for that move, as obviously it didn't work. But cool, the very classic King Tower activation from Michifu, and that's exactly how you do it. And very cool attempt there from Bob. Didn't pull it off, though. Hog down. And Fisherman. Oh, great Fisherman timing there. I don't know if he had the timing and placement there. So once you have King Tower activated, you can stop a Hog from touching Princess Tower with a Fisherman. But you basically have to be hovering the Fisherman and put it down the second that, right, a Hog drops, you have to go, you have to put it down that fast. You can't do it right when Hog drops or it goes a little bit too early. But if you go just a little bit later, and yeah, that's going to be a timeout for you. Graveyard into the right-hand side. EQ in the right-hand side as well. Michi way ahead. What's the best card in the game? Ice Golem, all day, every day. Ice Golem gang. And that fireball cycle I can't get over that fireball cycle. That was great. So far, Michi totally in control here in game number 2. And yeah. Bob saying good game here. King Tower activation was brutal. If he'd pulled off that snowball, he would have probably won the game, maybe right there. Instead, King Tower activation does come in, and playing from behind the entire time is the Dutchman. And now Michi just EQ cycles. We've already seen how fast he can spell cycle. Nice work. Earlier I said Barb Hut. You're right. I have to admit that the game should be only Barb Huts. My bad. My bad. Good point. Good graveyard poison here out of Bob. Getting the archers off. But it's not going to be enough. Because one more snowball, and I like that Michi's going with the full-on triple spell version. My favorite version of Hog EQ. GG, well played. One away is Michifu from moving on to the semis. Very, very nicely played. And this could be our last game of the day. Not entirely sure, of course. It's possible that Bob fires back, but it could be final day. I think we're at 16,980. I believe we're 12 subscribers away from 17,000. So, and if you are all subs, that's awesome. But if you're not, there's a sub link. 12 away from 17,000. You could be the one who gets me to 17,000, which would be so cool. And just as someone asked earlier, I am paid to cast CRL, and a lot of casting jobs are paid because that's my job. But community events like this, I agree to do them on just for the host on my page to support the community. So, yeah, the best way to support me and for events like this one is to sub and follow and like and things like that. So, I appreciate you guys being here. Mwah, mwah, mwah. And if we can make that, we have potentially one game to go to make 17K. Can we get 12 more subs in that time? Would be crazy. Would be crazy. DJ Bathand, I love touchdown mode. Touchdown mode was actually kind of weirdly fun. Here we go. This is the deck this is the current CWA deck apparently, the one that he just profiled. I don't know who did it, but this is I think the third or fourth time seeing this today. We saw a mirror match with this deck. but it was Morten playing the delivery versus the log, and that made all the difference. So Michifu going with the log variant. Princess cycle to the left-hand side and immediate Lava Hound that side for Bobo. Cannon cart to pressure away from the Lava Hound. And Michifu's not going to play much into here. He might play Skellies to pull. No, goes with log. Okay. This feels like a big rip for... I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think about this. Hunter does its job. Miner pulls the bandit. Oh, and arrows for the Goblin Barrel. So even trade on the Goblin Barrels. Man, I'm trying to figure out this matchup here. 1994 to 1979. So a year I vaguely remember versus a year named after a Smashing Pumpkins song. Princess to the right-hand side. Brawler will be taken care of by those Skellies. And Bandit gets picked up by the Barbs. Bob has matchups, says David Noriega. I think so, too. But I don't know Bob's last card here, assuming it's Balloon, but might not be. And good protection. Interesting thing about this, the arrows, here's the problem, is if those arrows are Bob's only spell, then there's too many bait aspects for him. So, like, on paper, you think that he has matchup, but look what just happened there. Right? He can't handle the Wall Breakers, the Princess, and the Goblin Barrel. There's too much bait. It's Night Witch. It's Night Witch? So yeah, this Princess, he kind of has to, like, let this Princess go, I think. And now it's Michi just going heavy in both lanes, Bandit to the left-hand side, and that's what Bob has to do here. But now Bob's going to lose this left-hand tower, I think. Does he lose it? Princess can get it done here. Princess will get it done with the log's help, and that's going to be a GG here. Michifu played that perfectly. Bob could not find the appropriate targets for those arrows. Absolutely spread thin, and Michi with a clean win here in the quarterfinals, and he is your last semi-finalist in this winner's bracket. So we'll take a look at the bracket in just a moment, and then I'm going to sign off. Oh, did we hit 17K? Did we do it? No way. Did we? I'm refreshing right now. Oh, my YouTube thing isn't refreshing to tell me. Hey, 17K, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's super cool. That's super cool. Wow. Wow, we started at like under 2,000 1 year ago. That's pretty rad. Here you go, taking a look at the hey, and bookends, what a day. Mance Raider coming in with the $10 dono. Mance, OP for sure. Here we go, winner's bracket. JP versus Lapo will be in the winner's bracket on Sunday, as well as Michifu versus Mateja. Mateja taking out Cuchii Cuu and Legolas. So maybe, you know, of the people here, maybe I'm trying to think of who I think has the hardest versus easiest route to this point. And then we have the most stacked lower bracket ever. DoooMiNIk versus Javi, Hugo versus Bale, Morten versus Schwarzen, RUBÉN and Cuchii Cuu. The winners of those will face off against Legolas, Bob, Mini, Bale, and Predator, respectively. So, absolute wow of a day. Super crazy fun. And I've really enjoyed being here with you. Tomorrow, we are back we are back at 10 a.m. in the West, 1 p.m. in the East. And I think that's going to be like 7 p.m. Central European time, if I remember correctly. That's when we're back tomorrow with the finale of the North American region. The top 3 selected to go on to the finals, to the Grand World Finals. Also, there's Cashman's Link because LATAM will be taking place after that as well tomorrow. Then early Sunday morning is Asia, followed by the final of this, the finale of the EU. By the end of Sunday, we will have all 12 of our world finalists who will come back on the 5th, 6th, and 7th of February to compete for the big chunk of that $40,000 prize pool. Man, this has been so much fun. Really enjoy hanging out with you guys. Don't forget, if you haven't yet, sub. If you like the shades, that's what Gooder is. There's a link in the chat or whatever for those. Oh, here's the link for that. Because I know you love these, and I love them too. Guys, it's been a ton of fun, but it's been a long day, and I gotta get the heck out of here. LATAM Day 1 will be up on YouTube here in about 3 to 5 minutes. You can go watch that if you like. Either way, it's been great. Mwah, kisses to each and every one of you, and I will see you guys very soon. I'm Rich Slaton, and this is, in my opinion, the most fun place for competitive Clash Royale. See you tomorrow. Bye. Oh yeah,